morning. Silence. I thought the pitch would be a little bit better at 6 CMO. So can I have a good morning at least? Namaskara, Nama Bengaluru. Can I turn it back at me, please? Nobody. Thank you so much. That's so much better. Good morning. I'm your host for the day, Beverly White. A very, very good morning. And Exchange for Media Group welcomes you to the Pitch CMO Summit 2023 Bengaluru edition, powered by partner ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage, Star Sports, the home of sports, The Hindu, cleaner, sharper, bolder, Teeds, the platform that means business, associate partner Truecaller, and celebratory partner Spotify Advertising. Get ready to embark on an extraordinary adventure at the Pitch CMO Summit, where we're focusing on delivering meaningful omni-channel consumer experiences and are about to unleash imaginative minds in the marketing universe. Buckle up as our speakers share their marketing insights, and we've got so many great speakers today, and ignite a spark of inspiration that will take your brand to new heights. Before we dive in any further, our official hashtag is hashtag PitchCMO, as you can see right here. So let's crank up the energy, people. Can we do that? Can we crank up the energy? Yes, thank you. That's what I like to hear. And keep the buzz alive on social media, whether you're tweeting, gramming, or even creating Insta stories. Make sure to use the hashtag PitchCMO and join the conversation. Let's ignite a digital frenzy. Prepare yourself for an exhilarating day as we present an exceptional array of speakers. The theme today, of course, is delivering meaningful omni-channel consumer experiences. In today's digital landscape, consumers expect a seamless and consistent experience across all channels and touchpoints, whether it's online, in-store, or through mobile devices. With the rise of e-commerce and social media, there's been a considerable shift in consumer behavior too. At today's Pitch CMO Summit Bengaluru edition, we aim to explore the various aspects of how brands can create meaningful omni-channel experiences. Why is it so crucial for businesses looking to stay competitive in today's digital scenario? The challenges and risks involved in going omni-channel. How omni-channel can help to grow and build stronger relationships with customers and drive revenue growth, and much, much more. Before we roll, let me take a moment to acknowledge our partners. The Pitch CMO Summit Bengaluru edition is powered by partner ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage, Star Sports, the home of sports, The Hindu, cleaner, sharper, bolder, Teeds, the platform that means business, associate partner Truecaller, celebratory partner Spotify Advertising. It's now time for a message from our partners.
40 करोड़ का देश सवाल तोड़ने का या सवाल ध्यान भटकाने का बरगलाने का सवाल एजेंडा चलाने का
या सवाल पत्रकारिता का धर्म निभाने का सवाल वो नहीं जो सच से भागे सवाल वो जो आपको रखे आगे सीधा सवाल मेरे साथ एबीपी न्यूज़ पर
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
I just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
to the ICC World Cup, don't just watch the World Cup, feel it.
I've been posing mirror skies, retweeting picket signs, put my name on petitions, but I won't change my mind. I'm keeping up appearances, the dark side of my privilege. Thank God I got my vibes, man, I guess I was scared. Feet don't fail me now. I got to stand my ground, and I am better than I am.
Mars had to be home to intelligent life. Good morning, Aries.
Feet don't fail me now. I got to stand my ground.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Can we have a big round of applause for all those who have supported us in being here today? It's wonderful to see such a full house and so many enthusiastic faces looking at me. Let's keep that energy and enthusiasm going over the day. And now let's set the ball rolling with Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder and director, Exchange for Media. Sir, I request you to please join us for the welcome address on stage. A big round of applause for Mr. Ahuja.
Thank you, Beverly, and a very good morning. Very happy to be here in Bangalore at the Pitch CMO South edition. Pitch CMO Summit, as many of you might know, is a multi-city initiative that we started almost 16 years back after doing Delhi, Mumbai, We are in Bangalore now and headed to Chennai soon. And the theme of the edition of Pitch CMO Summit this year is about exploring and advancing the art of delivering meaningful omni-channel experiences. And I'm so happy to see this gathering of industry leaders, marketers, experts, opinion makers who share a common vision, a vision that centers on transforming the way we engage with our customers in this dynamic and interconnected world. Looking at this Power Pack agenda for the day, it's a great list of speakers. And going by my interaction with many of the CMOs who are present in this room and outside, and the reports and the opinion pieces that we've been publishing in our magazines and on our website in the recent months, there are a few key points I thought I'll put across before we begin the sessions. If you can put it up. First is, I think when we talk about omni-channel experiences, the first and foremost thing you need to look at is a 360-degree view of customers. How to integrate data across various sources, create a kind of holistic map, a profile that captures their preferences, behaviors, and purchase history. So I think that's a very important starting point. Data is dime a dozen these days. Creating intelligence out of data is extremely important. Many companies are now, learning to do that at a faster pace. And in the digital world, the amount of data that is coming to us is humongous. So a lot of marketing teams are spending time, energy, and bandwidth in creating knowledge and intelligence out of that data. And if we can do that, it gives us a very good 360-degree view of what the customers are doing, thinking, and how they are likely to behave. The next point is the need for consistency in this world of interconnected channels. And why I say that is, if you look at your brand identity, your messaging, what you're doing, the various kind of multi-channel reach out to customers, whether it is to acquire new customers or to retain existing ones, or to sort of upsell to existing ones. It is very important for consistency across communication. So whether a customer engages with us through a brick and mortar store, or through social media, or through our e-commerce, our own e-commerce channel, or a third-party e-commerce channel, it is very important to ensure that the customer encounters a very consistent experience, and an experience that reinforces values and builds trust. The next and obvious point is about is seamless integration. Customers should be able to start an interaction on one channel and naturally, effortlessly transfer to another channel without missing a beat. Our technology and system should work in harmony, removing any barriers that might hinder the fluidity of the customer journey. The next point, a lot of us, are as consumers also are exposed to that. We studied Philip Kotler's famous 4 Ps many decades back in marketing schools, business schools, and one of the other those 4 Ps have become perhaps 8 or 10 Ps, and one of the critical important Ps that have got added to that mix is personalization. How do you create, as I said, intelligence from the data that you're gathering, and create a personalized experience for the customer, for them to be, engaged with the brand deeply. We have the power to tailor our offerings given the suite of, options that we have available to us, and recommendations to each of the customers' unique preferences. In doing so, we demonstrate that we understand them as individuals and value their patronage. Then obviously is once, and this is a very important point, and I think many companies kind of miss the bus, or undervalue it. The importance of customer experience cannot be kind of overstated. And I'm sure we all sitting in this room have humongous number of examples of big brands where customer service has been lacking, and that has led us to shift our preferences. So it is our promise to support regardless of the channel, whether it's face-to-face interaction, a live chat, or a social media query. I want to give you a humorous example. I bought this at home. We bought this expensive kind of mini robot for cleaning, from one of the online channels, and 50,000 rupees for a small robot is a relatively expensive piece. And that thing, we needed a demo after a month, and this company won't send a guy for doing a demo. So my wife posted it on a social media channel, and the customer service team took offense, saying, if you don't remove this, we will not honor the warranty of the product. I mean, this kind of customer service is a short way of ensuring that the customer is never coming back to you. These are extreme examples, but naturally, customer service is an extremely important element to get the customer back in. Data analytics, I've already spoken a little bit of data. Analyzing customer behavior across channels, we can uncover valuable insights. Technology integration, obviously, needless to say, this is all driven by integrating technology in all aspects. So the era of omni-channel experiences upon us. What you will hear and gather through the conference today is various aspects of omni-channel customer experiences being integrated into one seamless experience being provided to the customer. And companies that are doing or learning faster than others are naturally able to gain a larger share of the market. I hope, like me, you also have a day full of insights and knowledge and learning. Post this conference, we have our second edition of the Indian Marketing Awards South in the evening. Indian Marketing Awards, some of you might know, was instituted 18 years back, and we now do two editions. One is a national edition that takes place in Mumbai every year in the early part of the year, and this is for companies that have made South India large focus of their markets. And Indian Marketing Awards South is not just for South-based companies, but for all brands for whom Southern markets are important. And many of the companies, brands that have done exemplary work in this space will be present in the evening. I look forward to also celebrating the winners. Our thanks also to all the partners who've been part of this journey, who have supported us. Some of you I will interact with today: ABP, Hindu, Teeds, Truecaller, Spotify, Star Sports. So our thanks to you for partnering and supporting this initiative. I look forward to interacting with all of you today. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Ahuja, for that extreme clarity and for putting that out so articulately. And I was actually thinking of getting a robot for my housework, but I'll have to get a little help and a little insight from you, I think, a little later. Thank you so very much for that. And a reminder that our hashtag today is #PitchCMO, as you can see right here, of course. Let's keep the buzz going on social media, and please keep tweeting and gramming using the hashtag #PitchCMO. Now, I have a question for all of you. How many of you like prizes in this room? Only one person. Okay, only you people are getting prizes. Only 4 people are getting prizes. Nobody else likes prizes in this room? Okay, that's more for me. 5. Very good. I'm watching everyone who likes prizes because I'm the one with the in here. So just a heads up, we will have a quiz through the day, and there are lots of exciting prizes to be won. So do stay tuned for all of that. So now that Mr. Ahuja has, of course, set the context so articulately, it's time to dive into the dreamiest session of the day, which is also the first session of the day. To introduce our very first speaker and brand, a few years ago, I would have asked you to imagine a world where your sleep is an unforgettable experience and mornings are greeted with a smile. But today, that's your home's best friend. They're ready to make you experience the wow factor in every nook and cranny of your abode. With WakeFit, home is where the heart and unparalleled relaxation truly reside. With a big round of applause, please welcome on stage Mr. Chaitanya Ramalingegowda, Director and co-founder WakeFit.co, to talk about building trust in the home and sleep market, the role of authenticity and transparency in marketing. So if I could ask you to join us on stage, a big round of applause for the dreamiest session of the day.
Thank you. Am I audible? Good morning. So when E4M invited me for this topic to talk about the role of authenticity and transparency, It was a very good point that resonated very well with us as a new age D2C company. And I'll also talk to you for a second about why this topic is so relevant today. Gone are the days where a company like HUL or PNG could build a brand purely on two things. One was distribution, and two was marketing dollars. So earlier, you could have a product that could barely, and I'm not talking about these specific companies, I'm generally talking about how products were being launched. You could have a product that was barely meeting the norms or the what the customers expected, or it could just be an inferior product also. But if you had the distribution might, that means throughout the country you were present on the shelves of stores because you're such a big company and you're paying for the shelf space. That was point number one. Point number two was there were only few limited media opportunities. There was television, there was print, and there was radio. And to access those, you needed crores and crores of rupees. So both of those would enable anybody to build a brand if those two enablers were there. But today, that is just not possible. That is primarily because customers now can access these products without this distribution might through multiple offline channels and multiple online channels, including Amazon, Flipkart, and so forth. And secondly, the marketing dollars required to launch something has completely changed. You can now start with a 500 rupees per day marketing budget and then learn and figure out things that work for your brand. So given these two, and the third important point being, customers now cannot be silenced. Back then, if it was an inferior product, so what? The trials would suffer, sampling would suffer, but if you continue to be on the shelf space, you would have some market share. Today, it is next to impossible to do that. Customers will go and shout out on social media that this is what I liked, this is what I did not like. Just look at what Naval just now said. He was kind enough not to name the brand, but he was very clear that he did not like how the company treated him and his wife. So that is something that will kill a brand overnight. So given these three changes, authenticity and transparency are the two pillars that you cannot buy through money. And that's why I feel that this presentation should be viewed through that lens. Quick 2-minute introduction about us. Ankit and I are the two co-founders. We started WakeFit about 7.5, 8 years ago. We started being a pure mattress company, expanded into 2016 is when we started. We started with only mattresses as our core products. Ankit is brilliant with consumer understanding, what they like, what is the specification, what is the chemistry of materials, and then creating products that are affordable. And I invest a lot of my time on the demand side. How do you market products? How do you build out a story for the public? How do you respond and deal with every touch point with the consumer? Once we started with mattresses, slowly we expanded into accessories, which means pillows, bed sheets, and so forth. So we became a sleep company. And within about 3-4 years, we expanded into home solutions, which is a glamorous way of saying that we are also a furniture company. So we now have sofas, wardrobes, bedside tables, anything that you need in your home, we now do that. And in 2022, last year, we opened India's largest furniture factory. There's a small AV clip down the line, which will tell you why we did that and how big it is. And the last part is, today we now have about 40 retail stores. Again, going back to authenticity and credibility, you need to be where the consumers are. And for us, that turned out to be EBOs, exclusive brand outlets that company owns and operates. From what we learned, from our own personal experience, I wouldn't go so far as to call this a framework or advice, but let me put it this way, that this is what we have learned in our 7.5 years. The pillars for trust and transparency are product, which means what is the product that you're delivering to your customers' homes. The customers, who are they? Why are they to be targeted? How are they to be targeted? And how can you add value to their lives? And gone are the days where you could just do a demographic profile of customers and say income level, city level, age, gender. That era is dead. Today you need to do a lot more about psychographic profiling. Irrespective of their age and demographic and city, how are they behaving? Where are they consuming data to say that this is a credible brand? How do they make decisions? Where do they research? Who do they ask? Who influences the decision of their buying? So understanding a customer's psychographic profile and then catering to that is another very important pillar. Community is going beyond customers. Can you get a bunch of completely unknown strangers to become your evangelists, your advocates, because they could be your customers, they could be the media, they could be your suppliers, they could be your vendors, they could be your employees, but can you build a community of people that are going to talk about you and talk about you in a positive way, even when you are not in the room? And people, for us, this is about our own team members, Wakefitters. We have about 1,500 full-time employees, another 1,000 contractors. We now have about 40 experience centers, 6 factories, 16 warehouses. It's a large sprawl, but how do you ensure that for them, Wakefit is not just a place where they get a paycheck? It is something more than it. How can they think of us as a team that they would do anything for? That's the people part. And lastly, category. In a country like India, where we are going to constantly max out the available audience, you need to be able to constantly grow the category. If the category doesn't grow and you are not doing the job as a market leader to grow that, your growth also tapers off. So I'd like to cover these aspects. So this is about product. Even 7-8 years ago, you would have seen or heard or somebody in your family telling that, oh my God, don't buy foam mattresses. Because you sleep on it, you're going to get a lot of heat emitted. It's not good for your back. It's the poor quality. It doesn't last as long as cotton, all of that. That is because this whole industry was rife with a lot of adulteration. Manufacturers would add something known as fillers that fill up the foam space, but ultimately it is not genuine good quality foam with the right density. So that would make you, first of all, feel a lot of heat when you lay it on because your body heat would react with that, and then that reaction would take care in that material. Second, it would not last long. And those are the days where they would not give you long warranty. So these products would not last more than 2, 3, 4 years or so. And then you yourself would throw it away because it is poor quality. So, but for us, we were never, right from day one, a trader saying buy from somebody and sell it to consumers. We were always a full stack company, which means do your own R&D, do your own production, do your own delivery, your own installation. So this gives us tremendous control across the value chain on how to control costs and pass it on to the consumers. And secondly, how do you ensure that the customers know that what they're getting is 100% pure? Because we do it in our factory, we know that there's no adulterants added, there's no fillers added. Because we buy the wood for our furniture, we know how much pains we go through to go to the forest department auctions, buy the wood in ethical manner, treat it in Rajasthan, which is the right climate to treat wood, then bring it to Bangalore to make furniture out of it. So every single part of the value chain, if you own, you can without doubt explain to your consumers that, hey, this is a pure product that you're buying, and we stand behind it. If you have any problem, we are there for you. Today's consumers are much, much, much more than willing to forgive you for a mistake, but they're not going to be forgiving you for shirking your responsibilities. If you say that, hey, this batch was screwed up, no point, I will take it back, give you an alternative product, they will forgive you in a minute. I can give you thousands of such cases. But if you say, no, this is not my responsibility, or see this fine print in my terms and conditions that this policy does not exist, so I'm not doing it, so go ahead and suffer through the pain of owning this product. That is when you're shirking your responsibility. So that's why for us, this full manufacturing transparency was very, very important, because the more people know, we created multiple videos around how the foam is tested. The foam is tested for there's something known as the pounding test. So in our factory, in the lab, every sample of foam that comes out goes through that 80,000 pounding. So there's a cylinder of a certain height, which pounds that foam for about 80,000 times. And at the end of the 80,000 times, we are going to measure the firmness once more. If the firmness has deteriorated, then that's a bad batch of foam. Similarly, there is something known as humidity and temperature testing. So the foam is put into that chamber and then tested. Why do you have to do this? Because India is many countries within one country. You have Rajasthan, which is super dry and hot. You have Jammu Kashmir, which is super cold. You have Chennai and Mumbai, which are very, very hot and humid. And the quality of the product should remain the same for 10 years, 15 years when we give that warranty. So to do that, we are able to test and then do that. So when we did videos and we got people talking about it, when we got journalists to visit our factory and then create stories around it, it was much, much more trusted than what we would have just said. So just throughout this journey, we've also spoken about specific other brands which have done brilliantly because we don't want to just keep giving Wakefit examples. So Whole Truth did a brilliant job. I don't know if you're aware of it. It's a food company, and they were earlier known as And Nothing More. Because from the genesis, they were a purpose-led brand. And they said that there are a lot of adulterants, a lot of preservatives, a lot of non-food items going in your food. So they said, we'll be very honest and ethical with what we put in. Secondly, we are going to be honest with what we display on the packaging, so that you don't have to worry about what fine print is there, what is not there, and we'll take care that you only eat genuine food. So that whole purpose-led thing was very much strong even today, and we hear that a lot of lawsuits are also being filed by current incumbents who want to continue to do that. So when you are purpose-led, I think that is where people will stand by you and customers will continue to support it. Could you play the AV, please? This is a 5-minute AV, but I'll only stop at about a minute, minute and a half. This is the furniture factory. It's about 50 kilometers
Wakefit is to enable people to create beautiful things for themselves. And this can only happen if we have a very smart factory.
Can you mute it,
which can
please?
deliver product.
Yeah. So this is the factory that I was telling you about. It is spread over 6 lakh square feet. To give you a sense, that's about 14 acres. And we realized that the only way to manufacture told you earlier. So we realized that in the cost of production from a typical 20 to 23% of the selling price to about 7% of the selling price. So what do we do with this? We pass it on to consumers. That's why if you go to our website and check out our products, they are about 30%, 25% cheaper than any large brand that you might see in India. So this dream that we had and has always been is that can we democratize access to great products at an affordable price point? So that is the genesis of this factory, and we've continued to source, continued to produce, and then ship it and deliver to consumers' homes. We've gone to the crazy level of we are today probably the largest weren't trained to go products. So we created Wakefit Gurukul and then got them trained and to consumers' homes and then install products. Second is customers, the second pillar. And here we realize that no matter how much we are as a brand are going to speak, people are always going to believe other people like them. So that's why if you interview our consumers, you will see that nearly 50-60% of our consumers have either heard about us through family or friends, or they've seen a verified Amazon review. By the way, we have about 7 lakh reviews across Amazon, Flipkart, Facebook, Google. Largest in India in this industry, largest. And this is not something that somebody by throwing money can capture, because this has taken us 8 years to get there. We've serviced about 2 million customers, which is 20 lakh people. A small drop in the ocean and long way to go. But this is, we realize if people are going to be talking about their stories and how Wakefit helped them, then others will believe it. So we said we have to make unfiltered, unscripted, real conversations. We said it's not going to be about a snazzy video and great supers and really, really good graphics. That's not what we intended to do. We said we are going to just talk about the real stories of real customers. You will see people talking about how one of their partners is a pilot, and so they have very irregular sleep. So they were looking for a product that would enable them to sleep very well. And so they looked, they researched. These were the things that they compared, and then they purchased. And then they loved using it. Another lady talks about how during her pregnancy, she used to get back pains, and she constantly was looking for a product that worked well. And because of pandemic, if my memory is right, her parents were also here. And she jokingly says that after a while, I got this Wakefit mattress, but after a while, my dad and I were both trying to outplay each other on who was going to get to sleep on the Wakefit mattress. So real people, real stories, people with arthritis, people with back pain, people with sleep issues, people who couldn't afford a dining table earlier, people who couldn't even fathom how an L-shape sofa, sectional sofa, could be available for 25,000 rupees when the whole world is selling it at 50,000, and then they loved it. Then they needed it for a specific purpose, and it is a story behind that. It's not a statistic. It's a person. It's a human. And that is what we spent a lot of time in putting together. And these stories have garnered lakhs and lakhs of views because it is so real. We didn't want to make it like a film. Again, on this, no better example than Amazon. We really, really look up to them. I don't know how many of you have seller accounts on Amazon. I don't know how many of you must have been consumers on Amazon. If you have a problem and you call the call center, you will not see that kind of ownership anywhere else. And I'm not talking about blindly saying, "Haan, refund kar denge, ma'am." It is about total ownership. They will actually say, hold on, I'm going to find this. This is the data that we have. This is what you can do. This is the department you can contact. This is the phone number that you can give. And this is a normal employee. It is not somebody who has huge ESOPs or they're a VP in Amazon. They're a normal employee. But the mission that each of them believes in, that if a customer has called me and I have to solve it, that is really, really admirable even at this size. So what I told you, Wakefit Stories, Happy Home Stories was about that. How our products have changed people's homes and made them from houses to homes. That was what the story was. The community, I told you about how to get people to talk. Many of you may have or may not have heard. 3 years ago, we created this property called Sleep Internship. And we kept seeing in the newspaper and media about how some businessman was super successful because he was just working 20 hours a day. How the Prime Minister Modi barely slept, and that's why he's the leader of India. So we said, this is not going to work. If you look at any person who's at the front of innovation or physical capabilities in their field, look at LeBron James, look at Roger Federer, look at Oprah Winfrey, Ariana Huffington. They are at the forefront of what they are doing in their creative or physical field, and all of them prioritize sleep. They say 9-10 hours is what I need for me to recover and function at my best. So if sleep is the small trick that can open that superhuman power, how do we get people to talk about it? And how do we do it in a fun way that is not preachy? So we came up with this idea called Sleep Internship, and we said, we are going to go around the country and choose people who are passionate about sleep over Netflix, over their boss, over their partner, over their kid. And they prioritize and value their sleep. And we ran this campaign, and every year we got, first year was about 1.6 lakh applications, second year was about 5 lakhs, third year was another 5 lakhs. And we chose these people, we gave them our products and trackers for free. Their data was not used by us. This was not a quiet way to pull data for R&D. This was purely to talk about this concept. And what we did was get them to post on their social and on our own sleep internship site so that people could actually see their stories of transformation. And I can see a lady yawning, but I was just, that's exactly what we want to try and say, that it's okay to sacrifice a conference to sleep in a little bit. It's okay to prioritize sleep because you are actually a different person. You are actually a better person. You are more creative in your work. You're more patient with your irritable kid. You're much, much more sorted in your thoughts. And you won't believe it. Sleep is not just rest. Sleep is thousand other things that you are not aware at all. Um, to take an extreme case, people who have gone through physical and sexual abuse, and when they have really good quality sleep, they're able to process those emotions much deeper, much faster, and forget the traumatic parts and move on with their life much faster than those who suffered but couldn't sleep. So research has shown that long-term memory, short-term memory, rest, recovery, everything is possible if you just have good sleep. So we wanted to prioritize that, and every year we've chosen these sleep funds, given them each 1 lakh rupees, given them our products, and all we've requested is you talk about it. You be evangelists about how this has helped you. That is the power of community. It's a flagship property. People love it. Every year, people wait for it and then apply and contact us. Similarly, Nika, you must have all seen, they've created something known as Nika Army, where they have not just said that we'll work with influencers in a very tactical manner. They have said create people who are really strong evangelists, and during our, say for example, hot pink sale, we will get them to talk about the top picks of the sale, why they buy, how they can use. In tier 2 towns, these people even go and run workshops in those Nika stores, and people are invited to attend for free, and whatever products are there as sample displayed during the product can buy. This is driving sampling, adoption. They get brands to partner with them to do that because they're a marketplace. So it is going beyond a very tactical engagement with influencers and saying that I'll create a community of people who are passionate about Nika and its products. So similarly, we have done the sleep internship, we've done the DOMO, which is joy of missing out. Just like everybody talks about fear of missing out, we said we have to create something called joy of missing out. And this has become a newsletter that has been subscribed by thousands and thousands of people. And the idea is it's okay to chill. It's okay to take a bit of downtime. It's okay to get your center back. And this has resonated a lot. And even the podcast of Jomo picked up very, very well. Investing in our people. If our team members are not happy and we are not living that purpose, then it's all hogwash. I'm just doing it for PR. So we said, how do we do it for our own team members? So when we came back from the pandemic and everybody was requested to come back to office 2 days, 3 days a week, we realized that a lot of them missed their afternoon naps. They would get these 15-20 minutes time before they came back home, or before the craziness of the second half of the day started, immediately after lunch, just take a small breather. And when they came back to work, it was a big change suddenly after 1.5 years of pandemic. So we created this campaign called Do Hai Sone Do Na Bhai. So we said, our own company, we would ensure that HR blocked out 2 to 2:30. Even this date is live on a calendar also. 2 to 2:30, no meetings can be set up, and our team members are free to do whatever they want. You won't believe the results. Some of them go out for a walk, some of them listen to music, some of them meditate, some of them put their head down on their desk and go to sleep. Some of them go out for a smoke, which is not so good, but they find what they want to do and recenter themselves for the second half of the day. And secondly, we created something known as, I don't know if you're aware, we created no questions asked 100-day return policy for our mattresses, NQA, no questions asked. So similarly, we realized that a lot of people, men, women, for various reasons are not comfortable putting in that box in the leave application form saying reason for leave. Sometimes it's very clear, right? It's a wedding, my kid's school, a passport appointment. It's very clear you put it there. But sometimes you don't want to share it. You're having period cramps. You're having a low day. You're feeling depressed that day. You just had a crazy last week and you just want a downtime. You just want to watch movie at home. You don't want to put that there. So we said we'll create a separate category of leaves called NQA wellness leave. No questions asked. So if an employee goes to our HRMS and chooses that category, they do not have to enter the leave box, the in box. And they can just go, apply, and it is auto-approved. So that is a simple thing that we did. And you must have already seen Dream 11, Razorpay, again invest a lot in the employees. I think last 30 seconds. Do I have time for another 1 minute or so? Yeah? So the last thing is category. I told you that if you're a market leader, you're always at risk that category itself is not growing. So you have to do the job of growing the category. So we created something known as the Great Indian Sleep Scorecard. For the last 6 years, we have been collecting and publishing sleep patterns and trends of Indians. The largest repository in India of sleep pattern data for Indians. I think between these 6 years, we have about 2.5 lakh respondents sharing their sleep patterns, what wakes them up, what they do before bedtime, how many times they might wake up, what happens to men versus women. For example, we constantly find out that women sleep less than men. They're slightly later to bed than their male counterparts and slightly earlier to wake up than their male counterparts. No matter what hashtag share the load you do, women are still sacrificing more of their sleep. Similarly, we find that Bombay sleeps much less than, say, Calcutta. Similarly, we find the year that Jio was launched, people moved from saying the reason for staying up at night was social media to saying that we now are awake because we are watching, consuming content on OTTs. So data a bit cheaper. So just see how external factors are constantly impacting our sleep. And when we publish this, every year during World Sleep Day in March is when we publish this. And journalists wait for it. And every year follow up because we are now the most credible, trusted source. And when we use this data in social media, in our content pieces, in how we communicate the story of our products to the consumers, how we innovate for our products, how we democratize access to the products, all of this then feels that, okay, they're not doing it just for PR. They really mean it. They're doing it for their employees, they're doing it for their customers, suppliers, they're also doing it to broadly educate the consumer. So I think that's the mission that we had, and that's what we've always done. The final slide. Last year we ended at about 825 crore in revenue. This year we are chasing 1100 crore target. The idea is to not chase a revenue number, not chase a sales number. The idea is to become India's most loved home and sleep company. And we have built followers. Not one follower has been bought. We don't care about buying. 2 million customers serviced, 7 lakh reviews. And our dream is to continue to build something that survives beyond Ankit and me. If there is a company that survives beyond us, I think that's the ultimate dream. So thank you for having me. If there is time, we can take one question or two questions, or we can wrap it up as per. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very, very big round of applause. And it was wonderful to see you throwing out so much appreciation to so many other brands as well. And on that note, we have a token of appreciation for you as well. May I request Mr. Gaurav Jain, Head Emerging Business, Share Chat Mode, to please join us on stage to present a memento to Mr. Ramalinga Gowda. A big round of applause, please.
Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Good presentation. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
A very big round of applause for our first address of the day. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so very much. And our hashtag today is, of course, Pitch CMO. As you see, let's keep the buzz going on social media. Please keep tweeting and gramming using the hashtag PitchCMO. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this marketing extravaganza is only getting started. It's now time to let the scintillating stories begin. The next speaker up on stage is an aroma maestro. He blends tradition with creativity, faith with innovation, ensuring every fragrance carries a touch of enchantment. Representing a brand that doesn't just create fragrances, they craft experiences that weave nostalgia and calm. From, oh, that smells amazing, to where's that incredible scent coming from? This brand is your aromatic partner in creating moments of bliss. Buckle up for a sensational journey with Mr. Arjun Ranga, Managing Director, Cycle Pure Agarbatti, in conversation with the amazing Miss Vaishali Verma, CEO, Initiative India, on the topic Heritage and Modernization, Finding the Balance. A big round of applause, please. May I request our speaker, a woohoo I like, on stage.
morning. Is it audible? Yeah, okay. Good morning, Mr. Ranga. Pleasure to host you on this fireside chat. As the name suggests, fireside, we'll keep it informal. I'm not going to ask any questions, market share, business growth, but I think the idea is to hear your personal stories. So my first question is a very obvious one. Cycle Agarbatti is deeply rooted or intertwined in ritual, culture, tradition. How is the brand established a meaningful connection with today's consumer who might not be vetted so much in rituals or culture? Is there any insight?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to come and tell the story. Now, as long as there is God, there will be Agarbatti. So that I'm not worried about. And as long as the market keeps going up and down, people will continue to pray as well. My only challenge would remain to tell people, when you're praying, please use my brand. And, all right, so, and the way we communicate with consumers has evolved over the years. But more and more, I look at it, it goes back to who we are as a brand, what we stand for, what we believe in, what is our purpose, and how do we connect with the same mindset of the consumer. So as far as the category is concerned, it's almost an 85% penetrated category. Almost every household in India uses Agarbatti at one point of time or the other. It's just how do we make sure that we are there top of mind for them to consume the product.
Absolutely. Now coming back to what the theme for today is, and with digital transformation and the technological advancement, how's the brand established or adapted itself to today's changing landscape?
Yeah, I think, if you look at the category per se, Agarbatti as a product, we kind of think that it is not a significant part of our lives, but every day when a mother actually lights those two Agarbatti sticks, she prays for the well-being of her children. Hopes of the nation are intertwined with the product. You may be paying 50 paisa for the Agarbatti stick, but it has to burn completely, it has to be fragrant. If not, your prayers are not fulfilled. It's a very deep-rooted emotional need that we are fulfilling as a product, owing to which we had to rapidly adapt to changing times. We had to mechanize quite a few of our processes to ensure consistency in the product. So we started to look at methods of modernization as early as 1970 on the supply chain side. And then on the market side as well, if you look at how the category has evolved over the years from an unbranded, loose packaging product to a branded product. Now, I wouldn't want to say cycle push the envelope in terms of branding, but when I joined the company in the year 2000, our brand awareness level nationally was at 3%. Today, it's at 26%. And it has happened due to modernization, not just on the supply chain, but also how we communicate with the customer. From channel perspective, we've gotten into Salesforce automation, real-time. As a company, we have 2,000 sales representatives. We real-time monitor their sales every day. We have back-end AI for sales forecasting. We are on SAP. We just migrated for HANA now on the clouds. From a technology standpoint, we are right up there to sell Agarbattis every day. On the consumer side, though, we still need to remain traditional, yet bring in some level of modernization, and that creative challenge continues day in.
Very interesting. On that same note, we've noticed that Cycle has associated a lot with sports over the past couple of years, and which is noteworthy. I'm sure it would have been in the right direction on contemporizing the brand, or, scaling up or expansion. What has it contributed to the brand? Any insight?
Well, I love playing sports. Being a sportsman throughout. I may not look like one now, but I still manage to play quite a bit of sports every day. I believe that sports builds a lot of character. And for us, the whole foray into sports, more so into cricket, happened in 2004 when there was an India-Pakistan series that was happening on 10 sports. And the night before the tournament started, one of the major sponsors backed out because it was multinational, and they had to get approval from Korea, and approval didn't come in time. And who else would a media agency, a news channel call, but a family business who can take a call overnight? So they called us and said, tomorrow the tournament is starting. What do you want to do? And then, being a typical businessman that I am, I managed to get a good squeeze in and got on board on sports. in which Sehwag scored all these amazing runs. We got the Super 4s and Super 6s. And with that, our foray into cricket began. We also then created a property around the third umpire branding where we had a tagline that said everyone has a reason to pray. And when there was this out or not decision, you get the third umpire branding with cycle coming in. And that kind of elevated the brand to the next level where communication became mainstream. And cricket in our nation is a religion in itself. It's a great unifier. And I realized after that that cricket as a medium will be there in India forever, just like our prayer and God is. And so continue to be consistently visible on cricket. But on the other side, we said we should also do something for the society that we're part of in terms of sports. So as a brand, we started promoting sportsmen that came out of Mysore. That's the city we are. Across genre, it could be roller skates, could be shooting, hockey, cricket, tennis, golf. So quite a few sports persons over the last 15 years we've promoted from our city. We've given them that little bit of boost that they're required to take the next step. So in terms of advertising, it's been cricket predominantly, a little bit of kabaddi, but supporting sports, we've been doing quite significantly within the organization as well, also, in the community that we're.
That's really wonderful and amazing connect with the sports, and I think you have a bang for the buck in year one, and I think that's what you've carried it down. Again, related subject, but and I know you do a lot of work with the community, and sustainability has been a growing concern with a lot of brands. Every brand wants to talk about it, do something interesting, etc. in that area. And we all know that brands which stands for purpose, and as you rightly said, this is a brand which stands for hope, faith, and we all know that brands which forge or with purpose forge a deep connection with consumer. How has your leadership journey been in that approach for Cycle? Where you are today, you are in a very good space in that area. So, any journey?
Of course. No, I think all of this started with my grandfather who started the business in 1948. Very, very disciplined man, believed in doing the right thing every single time with every single prayer. Had tremendous ethical values. I've given this example umpteen number of times. In the office, when you would drink a cup of tea, you would actually pay for it from his pocket expense, not actually book in the office. So that's the level of commitment and integrity he had, and that kind of followed to the second generation of our business as well. Total transparency in what we do. Our business is ethical business practices throughout. And when I joined the business in 2000, it was one of the biggest advantages that I had to scale our business to the next level. Many of my competitors were actually sitting behind the cash register when I could actually focus on the market and building value and getting more for our consumers. And through that, our journey began in which we realized that we are delivering hope to people day in and day out, and everybody is hoping for a better future for their children and for themselves. And what better way for us to help fulfill that promise, rather than be more sustainable. So today we are the only zero carbon incense manufacturer in the world. We have offset our entire plastic footprint this year, and by 2024, we would be completely off plastic, offsetting our plastic footprint. We use recyclable board in our packaging material. We have OSHA's occupational health and safety certifications across the board. So sustainability is something that we have kind of ingrained into the organization's culture and ethos. And this year, going forward, we've also included that in the performance matrix of our senior management. Sustainability is part of their performance indicators as well. So, it kind of gets ingrained into everybody's DNA also. And I believe most organizations would wait for a law to be passed to follow through that, but we believe we need to be ahead of that. And so market still does not see that as a distinct advantage, but I think it's a matter of time. As long as we keep communicating what we stand for and what we believe in, it's a matter of time that the market also starts appreciating that.
In fact, that was my next question. A lot of time we buy a product or a brand and we are not aware of, the ethos, or this is a brand which I'm buying, which is plastic free, reducing carbon, footprint, and that's great and remarkable. Leading by action and not only, inside boardroom discussions. Another question comes to my mind is amazing brand build over 2 decades plus experience in managing this. Any challenges which you want to highlight? It's a legacy brand with strong traditional values. And you've built on that and you've leveraged on that, right? And you still stayed relevant and you've innovated. And I'm a personal fan of your Iris brand, which is into fragrances and personal candles. So any challenges in the last 2 decades of your leadership?
No, I think challenges are umpteen. I think more than challenges, I look at them as opportunities. So whenever we have come up with a challenge, it's to the leader and the leadership team within to see how we can make that into an opportunity. That being said, I think the first opportunity came to us in the year 2000, 2001, when all the multinationals came into India and wanted to enter the agarbatti space. We had right from Hindustan Lever to Gods to Reckitt and Kaiser, ITC, and everybody who came to this so-called relatively unorganized category. And that's when we realized that as a brand, we stand for two things. On one side, we're fulfilling people's emotional prayer need, and on the other side, we're also fulfilling a fragrance need. And that's when we created the brand Iris, which today is the lead home fragrance brand, lifestyle home fragrance brand in the country. And we created functional hair care under a brand called Leah. I think the first biggest challenge that I faced was in trying to create mindset in our company, moving away from a single product category business to a multi-category business. We'd never sold anything apart from agarbatti. Our ethos, the way we function, our supply chain, our front-end value chain, our distribution, all of that was aligned to selling a single product for almost 65 years. Moving that to multi-product marketing was a huge challenge for me. It was a big learning curve. It took us almost 5-6 years with the leadership team then, to build what we did. The next biggest challenge I faced was to move in from a legacy system of Tally into an ERP system, which was real time. There was a huge cultural shift where we had to bring about within the organization, and that was an amazing journey. Third, more humbling experience was the whole e-commerce and digital endeavor that we went on. The last 5 years has been a rude awakening and a fantastic learning experience for me about how that entire monster is a completely different ballgame altogether than what we do in the brick and mortar side of it. So that's been a big challenge that I'm still trying to overcome and I'm learning.
Yeah, and I think you've done really well there because really as customer, we pick up anything which is, if we go and buy fragrance, we have this, it needs to be sensorial and we need to smell, and just embarking on the e-com journey would have been, but yes, today it's, and you're exporting as well to 75 plus countries, so I'm sure something is done right there.
Yeah, exports is relatively a good story. When India went through this whole transition of Ayurveda, spirituality, yoga, our product was an instant connect with the West. So you light an agarbatti, immediately the Eastern ambience is created. You put one chanting video and then you're done, right? And in the West, and that's all they consider India to be more or less. So agarbatti saw that wave, and for example, today Brazil is among the biggest markets. Teenagers there find it cool to light agarbatti, and Indian agarbatti specifically. So that's what we're seeing as a trend in the West. But in India, for me, I think in the digital space, the revelation for me was I expected my existing marketing, supply chain team to actually embrace digital commerce. It did not happen for the longest time. When I created that as an independent SBU, created a different vertical, set up an independent team for it, that's when it started to flourish. That was a rude awakening and a lesson learned, I think. So whoever is here who are doing traditional marketing, I think you need to stop doing digital. They'll do a lot better. The next biggest thing I did is stop all my agencies. So I don't have any agency that I'm working with right now. I completely built the entire creative team in-house, both for digital as well as offline. And I've seen tremendous results in that as well. I'm not saying agencies are bad. I moved out from a retainer model to a project-based model where I'm getting a lot more for my buck as well. Next, only thing left now is my media agency. That also I'm debating what to do next.
Thank God. Representing a media agency, I definitely don't want. And I'm sure media agency is getting some, concrete and productive stuff.
Definitely. I think media is something that I'm still not able to wrap my head around, so that I'm not going to touch for the near future.
Yeah. Also staying with the fragrance and the younger audience connect, I think overall the sheer awareness of fragrance around you and the people and the change which has happened, that also would have added to building relevance to younger audience for sure. Great. What would be your message to all the young CMOs out there? Any leadership lesson or, any personal advice, or leave it to you?
I mean, I have a long way to go still in my journey. When it's inspirational to hear every story that, CEOs or leaders come and talk about. Everything is a learning experience. So I think for me, having an open mind is a fundamental requirement of anybody who wants to actually take a leadership position. Another thing I've realized is many a times, when we are marketing, we forget what the truth is actually and what we stand for. And I've seen many brands that, get so carried away with creative and marketing, they stop telling the truth. And that's something that we as leaders need to be very, very aware of. What kind of culture are we building within the organization? It kind of seeps in very, very quickly. So that's been one of the biggest lessons for me with the entire digital revolution that's happening, high level of data consumption. We kind of take things for granted. It's just an Instagram post, get consumed quickly and we'll move on to the next one. That mindset, I think, is a huge issue where we're, reducing organization culture when people actually seeing things that are not true. And, consumer may fall for it once or twice, but eventually catch up. So that's something that I strongly believe in, that, as leaders, we need to take responsibility for.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Staying authentic. And I think Mr. Chaitanya talked about that customer can forget you once, twice. But if there is a problem and you don't take accountability, then of course you've lost that customer in life. That's great. Do we have time for questions from the audience? Yes.
Good morning. Thank you for the wonderful session. Just a quick one. You spoke about the others getting into the same foray. I'm a bit lover of agarbattis. I don't repeat my agarbattis. So, ITC Mangaldeep has been really doing well. So, how do you see that? In terms of the homegrown players doing it, it's a large space. And what is the significance of cycle in your logo? Is something.
When you say doing well, I don't know what that means actually.
They've come up with an app and now they're really going strong on that. So
the app is not Agarbatti, app is
yes,
different,
exactly.
but yeah, I get what
that's
you're
the way
saying.
to reach the market and the customers. So, yeah.
Yes. No, they did a fabulous job with the app. They poached half my team and built the app, so that was a wonderful thing they did. That being said, that's what competition is all about. We do have an app as well, but we don't call it. Our app is Pure Prayer, where we do home prayers and all of that. We have another product called Soul Veda. So on the digital side, we have quite a few initiatives that we have done that are all running independently. What my father believed was that unless something becomes successful and is worthy of carrying the cycle logo on it, don't attach it to it, right? So that's the reason why we don't communicate quite a few of the products that we have beyond just the Agarbatti brand, but it's a lesson learned. I think I need to start communicating that. Now, why the word cycle? Grandfather wrote it in the year 1950. He said, I need to create a logo and a symbol and a name that everybody in India will understand, where they are from, what their cultural background is, and it will be something that unifies everyone. And the word cycle was so simple. Everybody in India called a cycle. It was powered by your own will. You can go wherever you want with it. It's just like what God is to you. The philosophical value of what cycle means is that for everybody, a cycle is a cycle. No matter who you are in the social strata, God is the same. And so is the Agarbatti. It's a cycle. So kind of unifies everything, and that's why we came up with the word cycle in 1950. Thank you.
Yeah, here's a question.
One question.
Yeah.
Okay, one last
question. Give it to the lady.
Yeah. What are you doing about CSR activities? Since you use sticks for your agarbatti, there will be a lot of trees being axed. So are you taking up any afforestation programs, and your aromatic chemicals are how do you reduce the carbon footprint?
Yeah, like I said, we are the only zero carbon manufacturer. We completely offset our carbon footprint. We also follow the international standard called IFRA, International Fragrance Research Association. So we completely follow the IFRA guidelines. We also have an NABL certified lab where we do complete testing. And most importantly, my house, I use my agarbatti every day. My wife and my child live in that. So apart from that, I think about sticks that we use bamboo sticks. And we are one of the industries that are encouraged by the forest department because bamboo is actually a grass that needs to be wild harvested. If you don't harvest the bamboo, it will encompass the entire forest. So we do work with a lot of forest departments in the Northeast as well as in Karnataka and Maharashtra, work on a lot of programs. We're trying to now do monoculture of bamboo through the forest department as well. So quite a few initiatives we do on the social side. As an organization, we've been running a school for blind girl children from the last 40 years. We run a skill development center for women with disabilities. Quite a few of our initiatives are around women empowerment. Rather, I'd like to say as an organization, we are empowered by women because 80% of our employees are women, both at the, right up to the managerial level. So.
Awesome that. So the woman can ask you a question before you close. Can I? Is there an opportunity?
Sure.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Shalini from Lakshya Media, and like me, a lot of people from agencies, and you made a very strong remark that you moved from agencies to in-house into creatives, and you're trying to find a way out from moving from media agencies to in-house. So, this is like in the evening we have a lot of awards and a lot of agencies winning awards for their brands. So I would like to know what was the challenge that you're facing, because we feel partners in progress for our brands. So what is the challenge that you faced with the agencies?
Yeah, like I said, on the creative side, right, I saw there was a huge churn within creative agencies. And there was just no consistency at all. The planner would change, my project in charge account manager would change, it would keep changing. And on a retainer, I would just keep giving and giving for training the team in the creative agency. So rather than that, I said, let me work on a project basis, which is a start date, end date, clear deliverables with creative agencies. I get tremendous more value now. I do work today also. I call in whenever I have a new project to start on, I call for a brief, agency's brief. We pay a pitch fee, which most people don't. We pay a pitch fee as well. We select an agency and do a project. More or less, it's shooting an ad, basically, right? So then an ad is done and then we move on. So there's no point of retainer. That's what I meant. So I'm off a retainer basis. Still work with quite a few creative agencies. And now I've seen I need more vernacular, localized agencies. So I'm working with 4 different agencies. I have an agency in West Bengal now that's working on a project, agency in Delhi, I have an agency in Chennai, working with an agency in Mumbai now. So there's a different localized agencies, far more nimble, far more agile, that I'm getting tremendous value from. Media agencies, again, I'm really looking at a lot of freelancers are available now who are really smart, who are able to do far better buying, able to do far better analytics for me as well, and negotiation. Channels are coming to me directly now and giving me better deals also. So, that whole situation is also there. So I think just like every industry goes through a revolution, so as to speak, I think your agencies are also going through that, and I'm sure you'll all fall in the right place. I think piece of the puzzle will fall in.
Thank you so much for your candid feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that extremely candid conversation to both of you, Mr. Arjun Rai and of course Ms. Vaishali Verma. A big, big round of applause. And as a gesture of our appreciation, may I call Mr. Tarun Unmat, MD India Teas on stage, please, to deliver a token of our appreciation. A very, very big round of applause. Thank you both so much. And for our speakers, as a celebratory partner of the Pitch CMO Summit, Spotify Advertising wants to give you a big virtual high five along with something extra special from their Spotify Celebrates collection. This is their way of helping you remember this special moment and celebrating your marketing genius with music and fun. Celebrate the moment with Spotify Advertising. Thank you so very much. A big round of applause. That was certainly a very, very candid chat. Thank you for being so open. Our hashtag today is, of course, hashtag PitchCMO. Let's keep the buzz going on social media. And, of course, a heads up, we will have a quiz through the day. And there are exciting prizes to be won, as I mentioned earlier. Well, as we know, we spoke a lot about religion just now, and cricket is, of course, a religion in India. As all the cricket buffs know, the 2023 ICC Men's Cricket World Cup is back in India after a period of 11 years. This right in the middle of the Indian festival season. So how are advertisers looking at this mix of World Cup cricket coming in the midst of Navratri and Diwali? Our first panel discussion of the day, Festive World Cup on television, an unmissable opportunity for advertisers delves into this. Please put your hands together as I welcome on stage Pavandeep Singh, Vice President Marketing Rapido, who is with us here today, MK Mataya, Chief Client Officer and Office Head South Wave Maker, and joining us virtually, Krishna Rao Buddha, Senior Category Head Marketing Parle, and Polomi Roy, Chief Marketing Officer, RSH Global. May I request our panelists to please join us and on stage and virtually, of course. Welcome, gentlemen. A big, big round of applause for our very first panel discussion of the day. And may I please welcome our session chair, Ms. Aditi Mishra, Chief Executive Officer, Lodestar UM, also to join us on stage. Ms. Mishra, welcome on stage. I'm sorry, I thought you were on stage already. I'm so sorry about that.
Welcome all of you, and I know this is a topic which is very exciting. I think the previous session was interesting. Sports together, so I'm sure all of you will be joining me when we look forward to the Cup coming to India after a big gap of 12 years. So a lot of excitement, a lot of hearts involved, and looking forward to what the World Cup in India is going to be like. The session that we are going to be talking about today is World Cup in the festive period on television. What's the view that marketers and brand communicators have on that? So let's start off with the basics of World Cup and festival happening together. It's a period when brands are really looking at connecting with audiences, with consumers, and wanting to achieve their brand KPIs. Do we have the team online? Because this question I wanted to start off asking Krishna.
Yeah, I'm there. Hi, good morning.
Right. Hi, Krishna. Sorry, you are behind us, so we can't really see you, but the audience can. So Krishna, I want to take your point of view. Your brands have been very, very active on cricket, and festival is a key time for you. How do you look at the festive World Cup doing its magic for you on TV?
Yeah. A very good morning to you all. And firstly, my apologies for not being able to be present there in person. But nevertheless, technology has actually enabled this and facilitated. Aditi, so as far as cricket on TV and a combination of festive period, the timing as such happening, a key event like World Cup taking place during the festive time, I think it's a bonanza for loads of advertisers. I think it's a great opportunity. What better than a festive time to advertise and to be a part of a sporting event which is by leaps and bounds a religion. Okay, so we've seen and there is that extra, I would say, excitement considering that this is coming to India after a span of about over 12 years, over 12 years. And importantly, it's taking place now in India. And we've gone through tough times where we were not able to witness events like these earlier. But I think now with the event being scheduled during the festive times, advertisers like Parle, so we are extremely keen to be a part of such a sporting event, and events such like this coinciding with festive times definitely is going to help a lot of brands achieve a huge delta. So not just in terms of sales, but also on several other brand parameters like image and equity getting enhanced. I think overall, I'm extremely excited and looking forward to this event.
Thanks, Krishna. Moving on to you, Pavan. What do you feel? Because your audience is a very targeted, very operational in terms of, wanting to get their rights going. How do you think something like cricket helps you? You did a lot of activity with IPL, so obviously that gave you learnings. But how do you see that going to the next level with the World Cup?
Yep. I think I'll just take a step back and, just take it from where he left.
Yeah, sure.
Cricket World Cup in India after 11 odd years, that itself is a big plus. It happening, coinciding with Diwali season, another thing. So Cricket World Cup itself is a festival. One festival embracing another festival. I think it's a big plus. That's point number one. Point number two, I personally feel that, there is a so-called emotional, affinity towards cricket and especially World Cup, which we Indians have. We bleed blue. Practically everybody sitting here will vouch for that. I personally feel this World Cup is ours. Let's go by and see what trends are. 11, it was in India, we won it. 15, it was in Australia, Australia won it. 19, it was in England, England won it. This is ours, okay? That's the premise which I'm operating with, okay? And with a lot of positivity, we at Rapido are, walking that particular path. Now coming on to your question. I personally feel that, our TG is right up there. The market which we are catering to is absolutely affine to cricket in true sense of the word. For every marketer, there are few parameters which are sacrosanct, your awareness scores, your consideration, your search. This is one event which has proven to give you fantastic results in past. Every time when we have seen these three parameters going up by 1.8, 2x times, up, which is phenomenal. The other thing which we have seen is that, our app downloads considerably increase, to the tune of 35 to 50% during that particular period. So for us, I think it's a very fertile period. The potency is very high. And the best part is that the people who latch on to you at this time are with you for a lifetime. Our lifetime consumer track studies have shown that, the people who have joined us during World Cup or during IPL, which is a green cricket thing, have stayed with us. So, yeah, I think it's absolutely the best time to be on air and on TV.
So celebrating the power of, feeding into the passion of a cricket fan and making them yours for life. Wonderful thought. Mac, I want to ask you a little aligned kind of a question. We know that cricket fans will watch cricket and they will go to the World Cup and watch it on TV and watch it with friends. The question that I want to ask you is that, does something like a World Cup actually bring in more than the cricket fans? Because like Pawan said, it's a celebration. It's something bigger than just the sport alone. The sport itself is obviously the driver. But when you watch cricket on television, it is not just about the fan. It's a much larger celebration. It's probably a family moment. How do you see that and how do you see that being leveraged for all your brands?
See, as you rightly stated, World Cup is going to be, it's a unique event for India, right? Unique event also because it's one of those platforms or one of the sporting plays where we are the champions, right? And we have been champions a couple of times and we continue to be a champion team and we continue to be the biggest watcher of the game globally and we continue to be the largest investors of the game globally, right? So there is no two ways about whether cricket works or not, whether it will be watched or not. The interesting part is that question where you made, is there more fans coming into the World Cup? World Cup brings in a jingoism that an IPL doesn't bring.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
that jingoism is something that is special, is unique. And I'll give you an example of a sport which is not so popular in this country, but when that event happens, there is this huge jingoism that you see happening, is the FIFA World Cup. So if you look at the football as such, be it the club football, the number of people watching it is limited. But as soon as it's a FIFA World Cup, the numbers just shoot up because there is so much of euphoria around. Everybody wants to be a part of it. Everybody wants to know something that's happening, that excitement that's happening here. With the World Cup happening in India, the whole interest, the jingoism, the interest that will be there, the excitement that will be there, will be, I think, from a 3-year-old onwards. I mean, I'm not going to talk about 14 plus year. It's going to be 3-year-old onwards. I mean, I know that crores and crores of people would want to go and watch it in the stadium. They can't. I hope they do some great fan parks so that there would be a larger celebration of this event that is happening. So I mean, there's no two ways about it. I mean, the event is that big. So everybody would be invested in it. And it is also so patriotic, right? I mean, somewhere down the line, as Pawan rightly stated, it's happening in India. Yeah, everybody of us want to see India being the champions. And I hope what he said comes true, because the last two examples, or the last 3 examples, is the right example what he stated. So looking forward for it.
Yeah. So I totally agree with you, because I was just having a conversation today right here when somebody told me that, you know, when you watch something like a World Cup on the screen, everybody's excited. And I think she was saying that her 1-year-old nephew over the last 4 years, you know, he's now learned what is a 4, what is a 6. He knows the movements, because that's the power of, you know, everybody coming together and watching it together on the large screen, because that's where the experience is, that's where the passion, you know, sort of really comes alive. With that, Paulomi, I want to move to you. You have associated with cricket and you know, brought different kind of people together. Typically, you know, one thing's a woman's brand. Why would you want to be on cricket? Though we know that the women viewership of the World Cup is reasonably high. There's many women fans in the fold. But, you know, building this thing of people watching together and families watching together, how have you seen that play out? Because you, like you were sharing, you know, you've addressed not just the consumer, but also your trade through the partnerships that you've done with cricket. How are you seeing that pan out for you in the World Cup?
Hi, firstly, sorry for logging in and I couldn't be physically present. Nevertheless, the good thing is once you get to speak after everybody, I think everybody has highlighted most the important aspects that we could have discussed about World Cup on TV. Rightly so, emotion. We're all high on emotion when it comes to this event at this point of time, and it's a celebration. What happens is, if I can just turn it a bit, not from the property perspective, but let's understand it from a brand perspective. And as mentioned earlier, that there are various parameters that a brand ticks off while associating with a property like this. And it could be different for different brands. For example, if I were to typically talk of the brand that I represent or work for, we still feel that awareness plays a very important part in our life. There is still a lot of people who need to be aware that Joy is an Indian homegrown skincare brand as such. There is a substantial amount of people I still need to make them aware of. And then obviously for this consideration, and there are other funnels, bottom line. In this case, imagine us associating with a property like World Cup, which immediately makes the awareness quotient go very high at, you know, within a span of couple of days. Reason being, it's agnostic to the core TG that I'm talking to, right? I firstly need to be known to everybody that what I sell, what I do, and then probably the funnel goes down. So in our case, for if I were to keep awareness as one of the KRAs and KPIs in the next couple of years, which we feel we have to drive, associating with something like this gives us an immediate boost. And whether it is a 14-year-old girl, 14-year-old boy, a man or a woman, or anybody for that matter within the age group who I want to reach out to them. And the first thing that I want them to know is that, oh, it's Joy and this is skincare. and they're a brand. And then followed by the fact that I have X number of products, and if some products are good for this, for the woman, or whether it is the core TG, which would be a young girl or a mature woman, that's the second stage. So every brand can look at a property like this and figure out what is it that this association can bring to them. And of course, there is no denying the fact that there is so much of hullabaloo around it. It's an emotional journey. There's festivity. The spirits are high. Any event of this sort makes the whole. The people who are playing the sport, people who are watching the sport, people who are ancillary to the sport, the overall environment of the country is in a happy space. The spirits are high. So yeah, overall, that is where we all stand when it comes to this year's World Cup on TV. And for us, again, as I told you, television being another medium which gives me the reach factor. So the World Cup, put together TV, the brand KPI that I can look forward to makes this a superb association when I look at it from the point of view that what I want to drive out of this association. And this is typically from the brand perspective that I do. Similarly, I'm sure there'll be other categories and other brands who will have different ways of, associating with the property.
Absolutely. Krishna, moving on to you, a lot of what Poulomi said probably is true for you, but how do you see that as panning out? How do you see it as a brand platform? What are the things you seek from an association or a presence when you look at the World Cup on TV, especially in the festive season, because you have special packs, you have special promotions which happen during that time. How do you see that coming together?
Yeah. So, Aditi, it's a clearly a very, very high impact property. So like Poulomi rightly mentioned, so it gives you an instant reach. Okay, so there is a large viewership, and we've seen that in the times where overall television viewership or ratings are gradually going down. So say, for example, a decade ago, typically a soap would deliver as high as maybe 5, 6 kind of a rating, or even other impact reality shows would deliver that kind of ratings. Today, even such impact properties are not able to deliver ratings. Overall, we've seen that the ratings have sort of tapered, but an event like Cricket World Cup still delivers a great impact and gives us an instant reach. So that helps us generate immediate returns in terms of sales, first and foremost, and helps us generate delta for various festive offerings that we bring in. So right from Raksha Bandhan, as we sort of get into the festive period, we come out with festive packs, gifting packs, an assortment of our various products, and at a very, very affordable price point, anywhere around 150 rupees onwards up till 500 rupees. So these are all stacked up. So it begins like with Raksha Bandhan, goes on to the Navratri or Durga Puja for that matter, and then culminates into Diwali, and then eventually with the Christmas and New Year festivities. An event like association with an event like World Cup actually helps us deliver on all of these parameters. Straight away, direct correlation on the sales, along with various, like I said earlier, imagery parameters as well.
Thanks, Krishna. So, Mac, coming to you, you are handling a plethora of different kinds of brands with different kinds of objectives. What is your view of, how brands should be looking at the World Cup on TV? What is it that they should be seeking, and what is it that they should be cognizant of when they want to explore their presence?
Let me just set some art facts, right? What is the kind of reach that the TV can give us? At a 2+, close to around 830 million.
Yeah.
At 14+, around 650 million, right? These are the number of people TV is able to reach, right? With World Cup being there, I believe that at least 80 to 90% of the people will be met.
Yes.
That is because World Cup will not just be on the pay, it will also be on the FD, right? On the DD. So you have the opportunity to see the game is going to be significant. So with this kind of a scale, which is almost double of what a digital screen could give you, the opportunity to reach the maximum number of people are very high. If I have to look at why do people use TV, most of the marketeers use TV from a branding standpoint. If I have to look at the branding spends as such, even if you take the branding spends that happen on digital, if I look at the total branding spends that are there on the market, close to around 48 to 50% of the branding spend goes on TV.
Yeah.
Digital takes around 25 to 28% and around 20-22% of the spends are on other medium, right? From a branding standpoint. So from a branding standpoint, when this is the biggest medium, which can give you the biggest reach, so the opportunity for all the advertisers is to kind of, would be many digital first brands, which are maybe in a very early stage and are not in a position to kind of get to so many, or not currently in their game plan to meet so many number of people, primarily because they are not able to service them. But there are many digital first brands which have a huge penetration. So every time you see them wanting to reach more people, they use TV as the medium.
Absolutely.
If you look at any of the other, what I call the evergreen brand, that's the FMCGs, right? I think they are the ones who actually save a lot of the broadcasters, etc. in tough times. So when I look at the evergreen brands and when they look at this period, which is contributing almost around 35% of the total spends that happens of the total index in the period, that is the significant amount of money that's going to go on TV to reach those number of people through a World Cup as a medium. When I look at where I am today, if I look at the automobile industry, there are around 11 new car launches that are happening, have happened, continue to happen. There are around 5 or 6 new bike brands that are happening. Automobiles love cricket. Yeah, and I don't think so there's a better platform to actually use and make the best use of it. So I see them coming big time on that. The gaming, the e-com players have always been looking out for cricket to kind of reach to their larger set of audience. So when I look at the numbers and when I look at the objectives of the brand marketeers, I believe this is the medium which is going to give you the max reach. I'm not just talking from a branding standpoint here. And from a branding standpoint, I don't think so there is any other medium which gives you a larger reach than TV.
No, absolutely. I mean, there is nothing which today beats, I would say, the power of the big screen, even today, and the kind of associations or the equity that brands can build. And I'm sure whether it's Pawan, Polomi, or Krishna, they will stand with us in saying that if you have a brand which needs to build equity and reach, then television remains the best medium, and what better a platform than something like World Cup cricket.
And even with OTT being free.
Yes, even with OTT being free, still the largeness of the screen is something which draws people for combined viewership, for the passion that you can have.
And the time spent.
Yes.
I don't think so. The small screen gives you that kind of a time spent than the large screen gives. Absolutely. And it's very important to spend time on cricket because there are so many breaks and it is important for the ads to be noticed. If you don't spend time, you don't get to watch it.
That's like a plug. So Pawan, coming back to you, there's an interesting point that he raised that you want to be on cricket for KPIs, but as a brand you have a balance to build. So when something like the World Cup comes, once, like we said, in India in 12 years, how do you look at your brand budgets? Do you really want to put aside money for an event like this beyond what you would typically do in a festive period? Because for you, it's an everyday thing, unlike, let's say what Polomi or Krishna said, where festive becomes a larger pie for them to invest in. But for you, where it's an everyday story, do you look at your investments and segment it differently, given that there is a World Cup, versus what would be normally the case?
Okay, I'll answer that question, but I'll just take a step back. Sure. This is something which is very close to my heart. See, there is no denying the fact, you heard Mac doling out all the numbers, right? Breach hai, ye hai, a number hi satya hai, baki sab mithya hai, right? those are very, very important things, As marketeers, we look at that. We look at reach, we look at frequency, we look at affinity scores, we look at salience, this and all that and more. I personally feel that there is something which is little more than that, because all those things are very important, but they are all very clinical. Okay, they're very transactional. The consumer has really evolved. Okay, he or she wants to see that delta, जो आप में है और दूसरे में नहीं है. I think अभी तक we have been playing the game of USP. ये हमारा unique selling proposition है. We use that and all that stuff. We go to masters like Mac, they develop stuff for us, and we go gaga about it and we put money behind it and all this stuff. We at Rapido feel, there is something which is little more than that, which is the unique emotional feature, proposition. आप उसको emotion बोल लीजिए, feeling बोल लीजिए, that is what it is, And World Cup is a time where the emotions are running all-time high. Okay? How can you ride that wave? I think that is the question. If you can put forward that your brand's unique emotional proposition or unique feeling proposition, you are home and dry. It's easier said than done. Okay? But that's what we strive for. We try to do that. We took this as a big case in point last IPL, which finished on 24th of May. With that singular objective, we crafted that entire tone and voice, the proposition, and we went to the market. And the results are there for everybody to see that, So I think that is what it is, Nothing bigger than World Cup, and nothing bigger than World Cup happening in your own country. And there is no better kick and fun than beating Pakistan in your own country. Okay? So I think that is the crux to it. Now coming back to your question. Yes, World Cup is a property for which you plan. Okay? And even if I have to break the bank for that rainy day, I will break that bank. Okay? Because it is one property which, if you have a good proposition, you can ride the wave like no tomorrow. I hope I have answered.
Oh, totally. And I really like your thought of, having an emotional, there is an emotion in the country at that time. We know people will be feeling really involved and wanting to, consume the content, wanting to watch it. And therefore, if there is a way for brands to connect, if there is a way for brands to ride and make their space in lives of consumers, that is absolutely something that, all of us try to create and seek for brands. So Krishna and Paulomi, would you be looking at special creatives? I mean, I know Pawan had special creatives for IPL. Would you be looking at creating special creatives? Because for both of you, I mean, there is a World Cup campaign and then there is a larger presence because there is a whole series of festive campaigns which is there. So how would you look at, your communication going on World Cup versus communication going on other platforms at the same time?
Who's taking it? Okay. So, strangely, so we have all mentioned something. There are a lot of different categories. And I think this is a very vast discussion, which time will not permit us to have the same. And as we were discussing earlier, that Mac handles different categories, so you'll have a wider perspective. For example, I come from an FMCG skincare. Okay, there's Rapido, which is more service-led. So each industry's communication also is very different. We have tangible products to showcase. Okay, again, depends upon what I want at that point of time. Do I just want a proposition of my brand philosophy coming forward, or is it a particular launch of a product that I want to ride on with this property? Or is there some festive offering that I want to communicate to a large mass? For example, if there is a package deal that I'm doing, which can directly translate to a sale. So there's a whole lot of other discussions that go into you depending on the category and what the product and the brand is wanting to extract out of this association. The good one observation that I had in the last couple of meetings with the channels and all is that nowadays they're also going beyond the regular FCT, and there are programs and packagings which are happening around the main content, which gives you the ability to also associate in different ways rather than just running a 20-second FCT during the breaks. So coming back to your question, that each his own. Some people would like to just go by the reach and talk about their product or their services riding on their FCT. Okay, you want to layer it up a little more and talk about a new launch. So maybe you can use this around beyond the FCT elements and see how you can integrate a particular product or within the talks or the shows that is happening around it. Or it could be something as simple as taking your brand philosophy forward, which we did experiment earlier with another property where we spoke about women's cricket in general. But at this point of time, if I were to say for World Cup, I don't think that is the step we are going to talk. We're not talking about the brand philosophy. Personally, we will be taking the route of a product proposition. And let's see how, if there is a possibility of integrating and talking about it within the surround, using the plain vanilla FCT during the ad breaks.
Yeah.
Great. Krishna, over to you. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Paulami mentioned, so we've had a fantastic run recently with IPL, where we had actually created some new set of commercials for a few brands. Actually, we had chosen select few brands. We had 2 brands on the SD feed, and we had the Platina range of brands on the HD feed. So as we move into the festive season, we have a lot more new creatives. But then, yeah, these are not exclusively made for the World Cup as such, but these are pretty, I would say, thematic in that sense. But these are freshly made creatives. And yeah, so besides having plain FCT, plain vanilla FCT proposition, we definitely do explore various other elements where we could actually integrate our brand and we could actually have a very engaging kind of a communication with our audiences. Not just that, but then we also sort of take this opportunity to create a lot more surround. So with an opportunity like this, where the tournament is happening in our country, so it helps us generate that much extra buzz amongst the entire trade partners. So we do a lot of initiatives pertaining to the event with our trade partners, with our field force, and of course our presence on the event also brings in that much more excitement. And we do conduct contests, it's a long-term contest where we say, okay, if you sort of quantity purchase linked offers or schemes, if you achieve a certain number, you will be entitled to visit the tournament, etc. So there are several India games. There are several non-India games which are also going to be extremely and equally exciting. And of course, there is a big game between India, Pakistan. So I was just going through a few numbers. So we were present on 2019 World Cup, which occurred in UK. So we'd seen that so India matches performed pretty well, delivering as much as a TVR of 6 in a 2+. That's typically the parlay TG, 2+ ABC NCCS. If you look at an India-Pakistan match, it delivered as high as 9 TVR. So that's like phenomenal. Just imagine a TVR like 9. So I'm really looking forward to the game here, and not just one game. I'm looking forward to the entire tournament, and I really feel that we'll be able to generate like really good numbers, and we'll be able to do justice to our investments as well.
Thanks, Krishna. So, Mac, hearing, what Polomi and Pavan and Krishna said, what do you think is going to be the right way to look at how much of World Cup and how to measure the effectiveness for brands? Because we are talking about FCT, where we have viewership, we are talking about other elements. Yeah, how do we think is the best? What should a brand think about when they sort of start packaging things together for themselves?
See, it's very difficult to actually put a number or a percentage, right? But I would go back to the key brand objectives that they have. I mean, Pavan was mentioning, Krishna was mentioning about some of the key objectives, right? Now, depending on that objective is how I would say that your investments should start getting skewed. There are brands which have a significant amount of money at their end, and especially there are many brands which keep almost close to 40% of their overall investment during the festive season, for the festive season, right?
Yeah.
So those brands which have a significant amount of money during the festive season can ride on the entire tournament. And why I say that it's a good investment to make on the entire tournament also is because there were some numbers that Krishna was mentioning earlier, right? Those are the facts. And those numbers, according to me, will bump up by at least 30% because the game is happening in India.
Yeah.
The other part, the interesting part in this World Cup tournament is that the non-India matches also, if you have to look at it, kind of delivers almost around 1.5 to 2 TVR.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the finals, which was a non-India match last season, almost delivered 5.
Yeah.
Right? So if you look at some of these facts, right, there are numbers to be driven on, one. Two is that there will be many regional clients also who would want to take this right onto this brand wagon, right? So you will have brands which will only invest in TN market or only South market or only in Karnataka. So there are these opportunities that has been created by the broadcasters. So you will see that brands will be riding high on that. I mean, I see another category which will be doing pretty well in this on this platform would be paints, because paints is the season for them. Festivity, weddings coming in, so that I see them also coming in. And I also believe that this event is like this big fat Indian wedding with so much of madness being there. So you are going to see a lot of small brands also wanting to be in that big event, right? So because they know being there, like as Pavan was mentioning earlier, where when you are part of this whole euphoria of passion and craziness, right? The brand also gets a certain love and recognition, which is unparalleled.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think, like you rightly pointed out, the last World Cup's final, even though it was non-India, was nail-biting. I think till the last minute.
New Zealand won it, but England has a trophy.
Yeah. So you're right. So, I mean, really a lot of passion. And this year we will have a lot more happen, and all the more reason because it's in the country. So definitely brands will be looking at, how to leverage, how to get their best part there, whether it's at an overall level or regional levels, and what is the right objective they are trying to fulfill. So absolutely agree. Just to sort of sum up for all that we spoke about before maybe we open it to some questions to the audience, is really that the whole grandeur of the World Cup coming to India in the festive season is like a double lottery, I would say. It's in festive when brands are looking to invest and they are looking to make the best out of what the season can bring to them, and nothing like a platform like the World Cup on television, where it's not just the hardcore fans but a much larger audience which actually comes together to watch cricket, almost like a family celebration. That's the moment you're in, you're together, you're looking forward to it.
And great weather. Like IPL.
that's like an India bonus, So you don't want to be in the summers. It's nice time. You will have a lot of action. So great. Looking forward to that. And with that, I'll open it up to the audience in case you would like to ask any questions. Yeah, could you just help? I think there's a gentleman there.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, sir. So my question is with Pavan, sir. So, sir, with Rapido bike prices hiking in Bangalore and with increasing road rages cases with people, so what is your take on this? Like auto people, they are just, you know, pouncing on the people who are taking bike rides rather than auto. And this case has also gone to the court. So what is your take on this and how it is impacting you on the business side?
So, Chief, you mentioned the case is in the court, so anything which is sub judice, I should not be commenting. Anyways, on the lighter side, I think it's a part of the business. That is what it is. You know, auto drivers having a particular say. You know, they have a point of view which needs to be listened and addressed. Bike taxi is an integral part of this society now. It's part of the fiber, the society fiber, as I say, because it's a big enabler. Okay, a progressive economy, a progressive nation as ours cannot turn a blind eye to a proposition which is the master in first mile and last mile solutioning. Okay, so I think I will just like to articulate that you know, this is something which is very important because it solves for you in a very big and a different way. But yes, there are certain, you know, facets which are playing, you know, in and around it. Let's leave it like at that because it's sub judice and all that stuff. But very soon, I can assure you, very soon, you know, you will see a policy which is substantially in favor of shared mobility. So, you know, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Any of you would like to ask the panel? So with that, I think we are good. We've probably impressed everyone already. Yeah. They've all agreed that
I think
cricket,
we were clear with what we said.
Yeah, so cricket, World Cup, nothing like it. I'm sure everybody has fingers crossed. We will have some cycle agarbattis also, you know, like going in prayers, saying that we must all win as per Pawan's analysis.
I think Pawan will be looking at last ad before the India captain picks up the World Cup. Yeah, so he'll say that that's the position that I want.
So with that, thank you. It's been great, wonderful talking to you, Krishna, Paulomi, Pawan, and Mac. And with that, we'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so very much. What an impassioned panel discussion. And I love the fact that you all related it to so many things that we can all relate to, the big fat Indian wedding and everything. So please remain on stage because we have a memento of appreciation for you. If I could request Mr. Rahul Khurana, Country Head Kids Global, to please join us on stage to deliver a token of appreciation to all our full panelists. And ma'am, thank you so much for being such a great moderator. A very, very big round of applause. May I ask for the mementos on stage, please? For our speakers, as a celebratory partner of the Pitch CMO Summit, Spotify Advertising wants to give you a big virtual high five along with something extra special from their Spotify Celebrates collection. This is their way of helping you remember this special moment and celebrating your marketing genius with music and fun. Celebrate the moment with Spotify Advertising, and of course, don't forget to watch some cricket as well. And of course, thank you so very much to our very first panel discussion of the day. And of course, please help maintain the lively buzz on social media by sharing your thoughts and posts using hashtag PitchCMO. Thank you so very much to our panelists for the day. A very, very big round of applause, everyone. That was such an interesting discussion. And before we move ahead, it is now time for our partner audiovisual presentation.
வருஷம் முன்னூறு ஆயாச்சு
16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு மாறி போச்சு ஆனா கடற்கரை காதல் இன்னும் மாறலங்க
Support today, and I have to say a big round of applause for all of you as well. You've been such a great audience, so interactive, so many questions. Can I get you to clap for yourselves? That would be very nice. You guys have really been good. It shows that you're paying attention and really interested in what's going on today. But now it's time to turn the tables on you, because we have a question for you. I think I earlier in the day mentioned that there is a quiz coming up. So here is how it's going to work. We will now play our partner message on the screen, and post that I will ask you a question from the audio-visual presentation that you see. Are you ready for this? Can I get a yes? Can I get a yes? Excellent. So pay very close attention to the audio-visual presentation, and I still remember who were enthusiastic about the prizes in the day. So my first eyes will go on them basically. So may I request if we could play the audio-visual presentation, and let's see if you guys are the first to answer the question for the prize. paid very, very close attention to that. So the million-dollar question is, of course, what is the question? So can we have the question up on the screen, please? How does Seeds measure the effectiveness of a campaign? Attention, viewability, or CTR? I think the gentleman in front, yes, sir. Sorry? No, I'm afraid that's wrong. Yes, ma'am.
Viewability.
Who said that?
Viewability.
Which I can't see who said that. Can you stand up? You said yes, and it goes to the lady in red. Ma'am, could you please join us on stage? It's a very, very big round of applause. And thank you for your answers. I'm glad that all of you have paid attention and at least watched that very, very carefully. Thank you so much, ma'am. May we have your name? Can we get a mic? Oh. And could you have a representative from Tees on stage to please hand over the memento? Ma'am, if you could tell us your name, please.
My name is Anandita. I'm a part of the Big Basket Monetization team.
Congratulations to you, Anandita. And we have a small, obviously a memento from you. Sir, would you like to say a few words to Pam?
Yeah, we work together at LinkedIn.
Wow, okay.
She's an ex-colleague. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. And Mr. Tarun Unmat is obviously handing over the memento, MD of Tees. Thank you so very much and congratulations once again. Thank you so much, sir. Well, it's now time to get all the beauty secrets out. This is going to be interesting. The next brand's range isn't just a product, it's a personality potion with brands like Will that redefine boldness, My Fitness that helps you conquer every Majestic Pure that takes skincare to regal heights, and Botanic Art that adds a natural touch. The beauty and FMCG division at Mensa Brands isn't just about the business of beauty, they are in the pursuit of fabulousness. To represent the plethora of beauty and FMCG brands from Mensa, please welcome on stage Aishwarya Mahesh, Business Head, Beauty and FMCG Mensa Brands, who will give us a walkthrough building beauty at Mensa Brands. Please welcome Miss Mahesh on stage. A big round of applause. We can do better than that. We're getting a personality potion in the mix today. Hello, and a very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I was given 15 minutes, and I was asked to speak about what we have done in the last 2 years, which is building out the beauty and FMCG portfolio for Mensa. So I was wondering, how do I crunch it to 15 minutes? So what I am going to share with you is a little bit of the challenges that we faced, that we continue to face, and how is it that we do our prioritization, right, to reach where we are today, which is roughly about 500 CR annually and at a positive EBITDA of 8%. So I think one of the first golden rules, cliched as it may sound, is that we treat marketing as a means to the ultimate end, which is revenue, and not marketing as an end into itself. Which means that while we build brands and spend extensively in brand building and brand marketing, which we all know is a very, very slow burn, long haul activity, it is a bit of spraying and praying. What we do in parallel is very, very intense performance marketing, because while you have one stream where you're actually carving a niche out for yourself in this heavily cluttered D2C space, I think the other end, you have a dedicated performance marketing wing, which ensures that the revenue is coming in and that we are actually profitable. So if this had to translate into the day-to-day activities that we do, one example that I often say is, if we do marketing on Instagram or Facebook, it's again with the ultimate objective of generating clicks, generating revenue. So if we gain followers as a byproduct of what we are doing, then that's great. But our follower count or even our engagement, our likes, shares, comments, has never been an ultimate objective for us. Now, within the beauty space itself, I think, like most FMCG categories, we're faced with this great big dichotomy, right, in the consumer psyche. So what is that? So on the one hand,
there is brand loyalty. Consumers are super loyal to their brands. And on the other hand, the consumer is also extremely flirtatious. At any given point, he or she is always both. So while we see incredible brand loyalty to categories ranging from a scale of low involvement to high involvement, so by that I mean that in a category like shampoo or hair color, where you're putting chemicals on your hair, and there's a higher loss of hair fall, the brand loyalty is therefore so much higher. You're not going to switch easily. You come a step down to face wash, yeah, there is a fear of breakups. So you might think twice before switching face washes. But that tendency to switch is a little higher as compared to, say, a hair color product. And then you go into a product like body wash or soap, right? You're using it for the sensorials. There is almost zero to no risk in actually switching and trying a new soap or a new body wash. Therefore, the flirtation scale for the consumer is so much higher as you keep going further and further down the personal care line. And while this exists, what is also very confident and very contradictory is the fact that brand loyalty does not transfer automatically to another category from the same brand. I think we're all very familiar with the fact that if you look at the bathroom shelf of a consumer or even the handbag of a potential consumer, the kajal that she uses is not going to be the same brand of the lipstick she uses or the concealer that she uses. And likewise, even your shampoo and conditioner are going to be from the same brand. So I think one of the tough lessons that I've learned is leadership or holding a strong bastion in one category does not automatically mean that you get that transferred to the next category or subcategory that you launched. Case in point, I'd say villain. So we've really managed to carve a niche for ourselves in the male fragrance space. But while we made inroads into the personal care space, I think one of our biggest learnings is that there was not an immediate transference. The same way that we observed that a strong personal care brand, even in the, I would say, not in the grooming space, when they try to launch makeup, when they try to launch hair care, when they may have a strong bastion in skincare, while the consumer may try, the loyalty or the repeat doesn't come automatically. You need to work really, really hard to make that happen. So while this is an additional layer of complication that we deal with, I think the other big challenge that we faced while we actually took over the brands, what we saw was, unlike your traditional brands, where reaching a revenue goal has been a big objective, there's already an established brand recognition. There is, if not spontaneous recall, there's at least some amount of aided recall when you speak with consumers. D2C brands, as we all know, have short-circuited the journey to reaching a 2 crore revenue per month or even a 5 crore revenue per month. But you go ask the consumer, what does the brand stand for? And you draw a blank. Even if we look at the largest D2C brands that we see today in the space, and I spent 5 years in L'Oreal, company is very close to my heart, and I know the amount of time we spent hammering home the positioning of because we're all worth it, or even 5 problems, 1 solution, right? For a sub-brand like Total Repair 5. But if I go and ask a consumer today, and I'm not calling out any brand name, but if I did ask them what a new age personal care brand stood for, the answer that you'll probably get is an ingredient association. Some might say onion oil. Some might say apple cider vinegar. But what does the brand itself stand for? Is it a more an amorphous sort of understanding, or is it sharply defined? I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a sharp definition. And I think that is one thing that we're striving to do for the brands that we have acquired. Majestic Pure and Botanic Hearth are 2 established brands that sell in the US. And this year is a very, very critical year for us because as we speak, we're launching Botanic Hearth, which is in the categories of hair care, body care, and face care in India. I think it's one of the first few instances that we've managed to bring a brand globally to India, because usually we see the vice versa happening, where we launch in India and then we start ending to international geographies. And in the case of Villain, we continue to make inroads into different subcategories larger than personal care into the men's lifestyle space itself. So two very sort of different positionings. You have Villain, which has a clear brand imagery, a brand world, brand codes defined, which we are building on, seeing how we can actually translate it into growth. And then we have other brands which have reached a particular revenue mark, but now we are trying to carve out a strong positioning that consumers are able to associate with, so that we can actually translate them into consumer-loved brands. So again, in this journey, we are taking a parallel approach. As I mentioned, brand building is a very, very slow activity. And while carving out a positioning is important, I think even more important is being consistent and not giving into the temptation of trying to reinvent the wheel every 6 months. I think it's important to distinguish between creating always-on marketing campaigns so that you engage the consumers, particularly in the social media space, versus a clearly defined brand positioning which you need to commit to and not keep reinventing, because then all the advertising dollars that you spent actually translates into nothing. So that's a little bit of where we are at Mensa, and that's a little bit of how our journey has been. We're still grappling with these challenges, and while we continue to be profitable, I think biggest sort of goalpost that we have is to ensure how we become consumer-loved brands. So yes, happy to answer any questions that anybody has. So very interesting question, because I think this has been a question that's been asked for decades now. Is that really the sort of best route? Because are you putting the celebrity on the platform, or are you putting the brand on your platform? I think over the years, the answer also remains the same. If you want to quickly catapult into a household name and quickly have people recognize you, I think a celebrity association is a surefire, successful route to be able to do that. But I think it can only get you there, which is instant fame and recognition. If you have to sustain that, then you need to have your phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, your integrated marketing campaign ready. Because otherwise, again, you may very well end up in a position where you've sort of made a big campaign, people are talking about it, but they don't know what your product is or what your brand stands for. And I also think that while it's not become completely irrelevant, I do think that celebrity association today has the kind of clout it did possibly even 5 to 10 years ago, for two reasons. One, celebrities are not anymore exclusive. I still recall the time when we worked with Aishwarya Rai on L'Oreal. She would not be associated with any other brand, right? So and the number of endorsements that she did were also limited. But today the space is so cluttered. You actually go on an e-commerce platform, say you see Sara Ali Khan or Janvi, you don't know which brand that they're actually endorsing, because there are multiple brands. So I think that is one thing to be a little careful about. And I think the other aspect that we can't ignore is, if you're able to achieve what you can by actually doing a multi-pronged campaign with influencers, whereby you're reaching more people through micro, nano, and maybe digital influencers, I think that's an option worth exploring than putting all your eggs in one celebrity basket. And then again, I think most brands today, including some of the brands in the Mensa house of brands, we are looking at a hybrid option of both. Yes. Hi. I'm so sorry, I can't hear you. I'm just going to...
Hi, I have a question for you. You spoke about, driving business at the end of the day with all the marketing efforts. I want to understand that because you work in beauty industry, you work with a lot of influencer, and on social media, how do you define the goals and how do you justify the ROI that you spend on influencers with direct business impact? I know that you would get reach or views through social media activities, but is there a direct way that you, justify that spends through a business ROI? Because that's what I struggle with.
No, absolutely. As I mentioned, for me, even reach is a secondary objective or a goal. And while I may not hit my primary metric, I always define the primary metric as conversion. So if we are doing influencer campaigns, we do have UTM links and we do have coupon codes. So there are two sort of metrics in place that we measure. In the very least, to see that if they're landing in the PDP page, and of course we actually track the conversion that's coming from each influencer. So I think that is the primary metric, and we also get a cookie pool from all the people who have actually visited that, basis which we retarget those audiences. So this continues and will continue to be the primary objective. As I said, as a byproduct, if we get engagement, shares, views, all of that is great, and even an increase in the follower count, right? But these are not the primary objectives we track at all.
Understood. So I think I'll connect with you later also, because I've known you since L'Oreal. I was there for a short period of time. So yeah, I would love to know more about this, because I struggle with this in my role.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. You've been a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mahesh. And please remain on stage because we have a small token of appreciation for you. And you were worried that you wouldn't manage to finish everything in 15 minutes, but that was certainly a packed 15 minutes, I have to say. So thank you so much. And it's nice to facilitate conversations also, and hopefully you can take those conversations further as well. And may I request Mr. Santosh Shrikant to please come on stage, Acoustic Director and General Manager, to please felicitate Ms. Aishwarya Mahesh. Can we have a big round of applause, please? A big round of applause. And can we have the memento on stage? A very big round of applause. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for your time. And of course, our hashtag today is #PitchCMO. As you can see right here, let's keep the buzz going on social media. Please keep tweeting and gramming using #PitchCMO. And it's now time to unfold another power-packed panel discussion at the #PitchCMO Summit 2023, where we unlock the secrets of crafting seamless mobile experiences for today's dynamic consumer. From scroll-stopping designs to thumb-stopping content, we're decoding the art of capturing attention and driving engagement in the palm of your hand. Get ready to master the mobile game and reshape the way you connect with your audience. The topic for the panel discussion is designing mobile-first strategies and experiences for the modern consumer. Please join me in welcoming our session chair, Ms. Althea Vandeveen, Director, South Sales, Truecaller, and our panel members, Aparna Tadikonda, Executive Vice President, South Interactive Avenues, Gokulas K, Director, Marketing, Razorpay, Mohit Rathi, VP, Consumer Growth and Engagement, Porter, Ganesh Arz, Vice President, Marketing, Aether Energy, Prashant Naidu, Chief Marketing Officer, Moneyview, and Mr. Raj Shekhar, Marketing Head, AHA. Welcome everyone, and over to you, Althea.
everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today and to host this wonderful panelist. Thank you for joining us and giving me this honor. To E4M for bringing back the Bangalore edition of Pitch CMO. It's always great to have events in Bangalore and bring together some wonderful minds and personalities in one room. And to my lovely audience, without you we wouldn't be complete. So thank you for being here and listening in on our discussions. So as said, today we're diving into a very intriguing topic and talking about designing mobile-first strategies for the modern consumer. That in itself has so much meaning in it. So as I launch into it, I'd like to define a few things and then we'll get down to business. So in a world that's now led by the most accessible screen, which is the mobile, and the large landscape that it is, characteristics, preferences, and expectations of this modern consumer allows for and should be spoken about. Most importantly, how are we as marketers, as media folk, and as publishers approaching this, and how important is this medium to us? So just like I mentioned, defining this, consumers who are born in the period when internet became widely available and are highly adapted to the use of internet in their decision making for buying goods and services. This is the search result for a modern consumer. I think we can all agree that's the most simplest and very well-defined search result. So today, taking this dive into it, about the expectations of the modern consumer, and to ask the most important question, is the modern consumer essentially a mobile consumer, and how are we engaging this? To just understand the landscape of the telecom or the mobile world that we're living in, as per TRAI, there are 1.4 billion telecom subscribers. So that's just setting the stage of scale and opportunity. So let me open this up now. So my first question is to all my panelists. So we'll go around in turn for a quick round. What would this mean to you to be in a mobile-first world and to design mobile-first strategies in a world where consumers interact with multiple channels? You can go around the table.
Okay, thanks, Altya. Good to see you here. See, you said two things. One is a modern consumer, another is mobile first, right? So these two, words itself are so interconnected. When you say modern consumer, you also assume that they are younger audience, right? So what does mobile first truly mean, right? We all know, everybody talks about mobile strategies, but, if you ask me, it is as simple as your consumers, seeking information, interacting, communicating, everything on mobile, right? If you also look at the digital ecosystem right now, 90%, consumption is on mobile, right? The content consumption, 90% is on mobile. When you run campaigns, your 90% of impressions are served, on, mobile device, right? Which means, unlike your, 30 plus audiences or your millennials, right? Who also have a hybrid behavior, the younger audience do not look at any other device, which means your content, your strategies, everything need to be done, keeping mobile first kind of, approach in mind. We all know this, but are we really doing this? No. I mean, I belong to an agency, therefore, I'm exposed to a variety of brands, the evergreen FMCG brands to your, technology brands. And so if you look at the kind of work that's been across, the intent is there, but I think brands also know how to approach that, but if it is being done full-fledgedly, no, right? You still have scenarios where a TVC is shot, right? And that's run on YouTube or, on social platforms. That's not how it's going to work going forward, right? You really need to understand what kind of content your consumers are, looking at. Therefore, data is very important. Analytics is very important. You need to have digital first assets to be created. Now, there's a lot of research, data that is required. I mean, digital allows you to do a lot of A/B testing as well. So my plead always to brands is, don't just, replicate your TV strategies on digital, because if your target, yes, I mean, I'm not saying it's a kind of a blanket statement. If your consumer still is 35 plus, which is still okay, they are both on TV, largely on TV, and they're actually getting used to, digital consumption, but the younger audiences are not. They're not on television. So why are you creating assets when the consumers are not, right? It is just for your own feel good. For the entire thought in terms of what mobile first really means, what are your consumers doing, and therefore slicing and dicing that, that entire asset into various fit to format, understanding, the ecosystem better, understanding what they're consuming, how they're consuming, context, the environment in which you are in, right? All that is really important. I think we all know about it, but our brands and agencies really, walking that path, I think it's a long way to go.
Should I go? Yeah, just to sort of continue from where Aparna left off, I think that especially as marketers, right, over the years, before this whole advent of mobile marketing and mobile first approach, there used to be the law of averages, right, where you had a consumption TG and you had a communication TG, and you would design your comms in a certain way, keeping in mind the communication TG, but not necessarily the consumption TG, right? I think now with the advent of the mobile phone and internet penetration and all of that, we have come to a place where where we need to start de-averaging things. What I mean by this is that whether it is the kind of content that we create, whether it is what we optimize our campaigns for, right? Earlier on, the campaign optimization pretty much used to be, are you getting a good top of mind? Are you getting good awareness? Is there good consideration, intent to purchase, so on and so forth. But now, as the line between performance and brand marketing is slowly sort of getting eliminated, you optimize on performance for in-app actions, right? And similarly on brand as well, you cannot shy away anymore from the fact that you need that consumer to do something on the mobile phone, which is an immediate sort of reaction to what you are putting out there. So I think that the lag time between doing something to reach out to the consumer versus the consumer actually reacting to that and doing something on your platform, that lag time has significantly reduced. And brands need to understand that a mobile first approach would also mean that you have multiple ways to reach out to the consumer on performance, which whether it's SMS, WhatsApp, push notifications, etc., right? But brand typically used to stay away from that, right? Because you used to want to build a story around it, build a narrative around it. It just needs to have a lot more call to action, especially because there is no lag time anymore between you serving something to the consumer and you understanding how well it is doing. You don't have to wait that 1-2 months for you to get lag effect or whatever you've spoken about. So yeah, I think de-averaging for me would be one big thing that at least as a brand marketer, I'm working on that, and I would advise people to sort of look into that as part of their mobile first strategy.
Hi, thank you for having me in the show. See, look at what's happening in Indian market. Today we talk about 1.2 billion mobile devices, out of which about 800 million are smartphones. Every year we sell about 150 million smartphones in the country. This is excluding the second-hand smartphones which are really catching up in the market. So that presents every brand, every marketer, millions of opportunity every day. Now, let's boil into coming down to the brand. For a category like auto, which is an high involvement category, and the replacement cycles anywhere between 8 to 10 years, you're looking at a constant period of looking at what product should I buy, right? So therefore, my consideration cycle is not just an FMCG brand. I'm looking at 15 days or 20 days. You need to be at the, you need to have the top of mind brand salience. While auto brands need to do that, the challenge that we face is that how do you keep the consumer engaged for such a long time, right? Therefore, my mid funnel, which is a consideration funnel, I call it as constant cycle of consideration, needs to be evolving every time. Right? And as a brand, I need to appeal to that audience in the right way, addressing his barriers, concerns, and driving the aspiration towards the brand. It's a continual process for me. When I say this, the topic of this discussion is mobile first, but I'd say I would say consumer first. As Aparna said, lots of millennials are just on the mobile phones. Nobody's looking at the TV. But it also depends on the kind of brand that you are. Example, say an auto category, for a scooter category that I come from, predominantly all my consumers fall between 25 to 34, right? And therefore, TV forms an important media for me to drive the fun. But once you get that awareness to a certain extent, I wouldn't go over-investing on those medias, and probably I look at what are my consideration drivers and invest there. And mobile probably is a gateway to me, gateway to whatever experience you're having around the world, across platforms, across screens, whatever you take. And that becomes very, very important when you're looking at a time frame for 1 year of consideration.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, LTI and Exchange for Media for hosting this. It's a very interesting topic for me, and I was with Swiggy before, and now I am with the B2B. It was a very different story for me. And back in Swiggy, I joined, I remember, at 2015, so around 40% of the orders were mobile, and it was up to 95% in a year. And it was always it was mobile, right? So the default way of me thinking is anything to do with device is always mobile. Be it conversion optimization, choosing channels, distributing content, everything was formed around mobile and is very, very focused on mobile. But it took a very U-turn for me when I moved to Recipe, and it is this long-held belief that B2B always get spend time on desktop versus mobile, right? But how we at Recipe look at things is look at the preference of users from a device perspective, look at their status needs, and craft those strategies, right? For example, what we have seen is small, especially businesses, who look at evaluating certain solutions, start from educating themselves about a payment gateway or reading through a particular report, etc., are being heavily consumed on mobile versus when they want to take action where uploading a document or doing a KYC verifications are being preferred to do on a desktop, right? So I think it is important to understand the different users, what's their different stages need, and try to craft that strategy accordingly versus only looking at, obviously there is, I mean, again, I'm not saying mobile versus desktop, be it the channel, be it WhatsApp, be it Facebook or LinkedIn, whichever the channels that we're reaching out to, I think it is important to understand what stages that they are and what kind of users we are talking to, accordingly place there and help them to have the right experience is what I think mobile strategy means to me. Yep. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite brands.
Yeah.
In terms of the way they use the device to actually, consistently share different messaging, right? They're very consistent from social media to their app to, any other asset. And the kind of messages they craft, right? Looking at the context of the consumer, I think it makes you feel go back. I think one of the great examples of how, a brand like Swiggy has been leveraging the device very well.
So that was a quick note on Swiggy. I think a lot of people are having some good experiences with the brand.
I love their messaging that is sounded to me, right? Know when I'm hungry, then when I've ordered last time, and that's what I was speaking about, data and analytics. And the way they craft their message also is so quirky, so nice. It just, like, it hits you, in terms of the affinity towards that brand. I think, they do a great job on that.
It's from like around 10,000 sets of test and control experiments has been.
See, I spoke about testing, A/B testing. I think you need to keep, do a lot of testing to be able to reach them.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Yeah.
First of all, thank you for having me here, LTI and Exchange for Media. So, I will articulate my response in two halves, and I'll build on to what all the other folks have spoken about. So, the way when we think about mobile first, the way I would think about it is that we can talk about experience part of it, as in how should your experience or how the experience of the consumer should be when you're thinking mobile first, and ultimately how does it tie back to your growth, because all of us think about growth, breathe growth all the time. So, and I'm going tactical here. So one of the things from our understanding, our learning has been that when you're thinking mobile first, your handshakes between various devices and within the devices on website and app has to be very seamless, right? If you do not do a good job with it, the experience breaks and the consumer has to do the entire journey all over again, and that hampers the consumer experience. So what he does very well is to build on that other example that we just spoke about. I think their handshakes are very good. I think their whole, there are 4 or 5 businesses that they're running internally. All of them come together, and for consumer, it just feels like one singular app, etc. So that's one. I think another is that we touched briefly upon the content part of it again, but I think your messaging, your value proposition, for the various segments of customer that you're targeting, has to be consistent across your various touch points in the mobile as well, because consumer may interact with you on website, on mobile, they may also see some messages on the ground, etc. and all, but how do you narrate that? How do you stitch all of it together so that you're building a cohesive story for them? Another important part of the experience piece. The third is that, how are you optimizing your mobile flows? Because a lot of flows which used to work on the website may not necessarily work on the mobile. So when we are running things at Porter, we're always thinking mobile heavy, because of course 99% of our business comes through mobile. So we build mobile first and then have to extend it to the website. So that's very important. And the fourth is that, this is now a little bit over-abused term in the last few months, but how do you use ML, etc. to make life of the consumer pretty easy? So we're using some interesting tactics, which you'll see in the coming months at Porter, to use the device that is there in your hand to, let's say, capture a photograph, because logistics is a complex piece depending on what kind of goods you're moving from. We move from envelope to elephant is what we call internally, and depending on what goods you're moving, the variety of inputs vary, where you want to drop, etc., etc. So how you use all of that to using the mobile device to make the booking experience seamless is another important thing. And very briefly touching upon the growth, of course, if you do all of these things right, they add to the growth part of it. But specifically on the growth, I think when you're thinking mobile first, from performance point of view, you should have granular data on your event so that you are able to optimize your ads and are able to extract the maximum ROI. And the last but not the, and we've started investing a lot on it, Porter, is how do you really A/B test almost all the flow, all the small, big changes, etc. That you thought may not make any difference in the life of the consumer also makes a lot of difference. So, and what we believe is that you don't really know from day one what does the consumer need. It's only those incremental improvements, one after another, is what entirely adds up. So those A/B testing abilities on the transactional flow, right from the sign-up transaction, is extremely important to drive the growth. So these are the things I feel are important when thinking mobile first.
Just to add to a point what he said, right? About 8 to 10 years back, when the mobile phone was catching up, smartphones, there was a hypothesis saying that on mobile phone, high-value transactions cannot happen. Examples that people would not buy products above ₹10,000. There was a hypothesis being formed saying that nobody buys things on mobile phone. Yes, obviously one was a transaction, but fundamentally what was happening was that people were not able to have a kind of experience that they want to have, to know about the product and buy it, right? And therefore, there were a lot of drop-offs and people were seeing more conversions on desktop rather than a mobile phone. Now it's completely inverse. Probably 90% of the purchase happens in the mobile phones.
Who have sold a car for Toyota 10 years back, through their website, and so these things used to happen there, but that was a big thing that time, but now that's not right really.
Sure. Firstly, thank you for having me. So, taking some of the discussion a little regional. I think most of you might not have heard about brand. We are a OTT brand, operates, with promise of 100% local entertainment for Telugu and Tamil. So started in 2020, and we are pretty much the number one OTT app in Telugu right now, being promoted by family of Allu Arjun, some of you know, and My Home Group, who's a big construction company in Hyderabad. So I mean, for me, in fact, OTT itself is an experience on mobile. I mean, entertainment today is being consumed the most on mobile. Our data shows that 70% of consumption happens on mobile, and taking that data further, we have about 80 million internet users in Telugu. Thanks to data revolution that has happened, everybody has internet access with limited data and etc. For me, everything happens on mobile because the content delivery is on mobile. I mean, while I'm not ignoring the experiences that has to be translated from a small screen to bigger screens like TVs and living rooms, but mobile still is the most important device for me, because that is where the frequency of people using mobile a day is huge. At least 50-60 times a day you pick up your phone, and people are spending 4.5 hours plus on mobile each day. While this is happening, your fight, as a brand, we are actually fighting the same 4.5 hours of time. So that has to lead to making customized strategies, because the attention spans are less up. How do you make sure that user experience is amazing on the phone, and how you are making sure that the purchase decision is happening faster? Thanks to mobile, even purchase decisions are mostly happening on mobile, right? A quick, how soon can you make purchase decision happen on the mobile, from intention to subscribe to make a purchase decision? How you have to reduce the number of steps that takes to make a purchase decision as well. So likewise in the product, this thing also is that over a period of time, I mean, if you have noticed, if some of us notice this as well, that the content consumption has moved from horizontal to vertical. Like people are scrolling up, so that is also giving us a lot of insights into what kind of a content we have to develop and what kind of experiences we have to give. For example, we at AHA, apart from the shows and everything that we have, we have introduced short form content on the app, so that somebody is not watching the content, but you want to retain them for longer time, and you give them short form content. Alongside, we also stream live channels on mobile, so that their reason to go out of your app is getting reduced. So that's why we are retaining most of, that's why we are strategizing mobile as our prime device to consider.
Great, thank you. I think we picked our panels really well. Everyone's mobile first, but some key takeaways, I think, about statements, about how you should be creative, communication, and adapting to what is at hand. I think that is more important, and I think we're all thinking it, but action speaks louder. So good luck with all of that. But yes, diving into a few points now of what we've touched on. And to be fair, I think there's a lot to be talked about, but we'll pick a few. So as a publisher, we've noticed users' patterns and how they create certain opportunities for us to help them utilize their time better, fulfill their needs, and be safe in this interaction. For example, we've seen like how in IPL, especially on the weekend, we've seen a 42% surge in call engagements with restaurants, pubs, F&B services. We've also seen booking apps go up by about 59% on match days or the weekends in the evening, because people are either catching up with friends or they're going out to a pub to watch the match. This is reading behavioral patterns. So my question is for you, Rajshekar. Being in the space of content and entertainment, picking up on all these behavioral ways would be key to your business. Mobile usage could be primary to a primary means to engage and understand these behavior patterns. So with this in mind, what have been your experiences with the impact of mobile usage on consumer behavior?
Sure. So I'll take our business as an example for this. So for us to watch a content or a movie piece, right, you need a lot of internet data on your device. And because most of the users are on mobile with, probably data limits of 1 to 2 GB per day, and except for the people who has, privilege of Wi-Fi's and larger broadbands. So the limitation of data has become an important part in delivering the right experience, because what is, for us as a task is that, see, how can I deliver a full experience within 1 GB data? Has become an extremely critical part. I mean, we take our data seriously, so we do our consumer research regularly. So the most frequently, being talked about issue is that data consumption. So what we have done is that, over a period of time, we've perfected our content deliveries and video encoding text and all that. So today, we are able to give an experience of 2.5 hours within 1 GB of data. So such things have really been helpful, because you want to give full experience. You can't let customer craving for more content at the interval of the movie, so it doesn't really fulfill the experience. So such things happen. The other thing is that early adapters for OTT has been 18 to 35 age, and for us now the task is to build a category. And the category building will happen, when we move from urban to tier 2 and tier 3. And that also requires being more vernacular. When I say that, the language and the, language of navigation on the app, you'll be, interested to know that we have Telugu as a language navigation app, navigation in the app, not just Telugu, but also Tamil. And also, when you open the app of AHA, you don't see content that is in Tamil for Telugu user interface. We built custom interfaces so that your user is not confused. I mean, particularly keeping in mind the behaviors of tier 2, tier 3 audience who wants easy access, simple experiences, and all that is also there. So also over a period of time, now, like I said, urban to rural shift is happening. So now the price consciousness, come into picture. Willingness to pay has come into picture. Cutting cable cord has come into picture. So with considering all this, what we also has done is that we've been consistently, bringing up price points which are mobile centric, like, mobile only packs, so that you encourage mobile usage basis the experience and, behaviors of the consumers in the past. So such things also has been happening.
Great, thank you. I think AHA is doing a fantastic job with getting regional, using languages like you just mentioned in the most productive way to kind of get that engagement going. You're definitely listening to your user set. So we're looking forward to more from the brand, and thank you for that. Pranesh, moving from a tech to a tech plus auto world now, I can imagine would bring a lot of interesting learnings. It would also have you be creative in terms of educating, talking about or building on your brand, and also talking to your consumer set to bring them on board. So as a brand, Truecaller has never had a problem with scale. We are, running second after Meta, but more importantly for us, knowing our users, trust us, they come on board for a purpose, and building a certain respect with that is where the growth is. So my question to you is, how have you built on trust, handled inquiries, and used mobile strategies to build your brand story on mobile?
Thank you. I think my response into three categories. One is obviously the trust. We are in a very new category where the lot many brands we have been in the country for decades already. And there's also a brand in the category which was in other categories. For example, say Right Taxi. So we never had awareness, and before you can't build trust without awareness. Right? So for us, an interesting fact that I want to share is we put out our first product in the market in 2018, right? But we had a community from 2015 onwards, right? So we co-built the product in India, and we take up the quality to such a notch, people don't believe that we are an Indian brand. Right? So community has played a large role in terms of what we have done so far and what we currently do even today. We co-create a lot of stuff with our community, and therefore there's trust. Even if I stop my marketing today, I'm counting on my consumers or my community to fight for me for the next 3 months on social media, right? Whatever goes wrong. The second part is the ecosystem. When you build an ecosystem, when you build trust, for a category like VR, which is an EV category, a lot of things has to happen to address the barriers. So, I think before we walked into this room, you spoke about the charging issues that people have in the country. Today, we are the brand which has put 1,400 fast charging grids across the country. And we are by far the largest any brand in the country today, including all brands, two-wheelers put together. We are by far exceeding those targets. The third is the product, right? Without product, you can't build trust. We were just faffing to say that we built a good product and the product doesn't deliver on it. Today, if you look at mobile phones, the battery which is there, probably if it's at the 10%, you still have that anxiety whether I can consume the content for next 10 minutes before I reach a charging point. Today, what we offer on our scooter is not just a commute device, but also an extension of mobile phones. And the battery that we provide is actually provides the assurance to the T. Example, say I show the battery percentage is 5%, and I also indicate the kilometers you travel with that, and that delivers to the T. You reach 5 kilometers, only then the battery drives, right? And you don't end up on the road without having any charging grids. So that's how you build the trust. The second point is on the education. Even today, though the penetration of EV scooters among the scooter buyers is about 20%, right? That's fairly high. We are in an early majority stage as far as the technology adoption is concerned, right? But still people are questioning about what does EV bring to me. Of course, people know that it's a greener scooter. The total cost of ownership is very, very less compared to the normal combustion engine scooters. But it's not just a scooter that used to be about 5 years or 10 years back. Today, the EVs that are coming into market is got to do more with technology. Technology because we want to provide a different set of experience to our consumer. And therefore, it is not just an automobile, it's an extension of mobile phone and an experience that we provide on the scooter. Right? So that actually forms a core part of our strategy when we look at our consumers, where we say that, okay, we are not providing a commute device from point A to point B, but we're talking about taking the tensions out of your mind. Example, say every morning you get up, probably you may look at your mobile phone to see the traffic, but if it's there on the dashboard of the product itself. The third part is that how we built about the mobile strategy. It's been core to our strategy right from day number one that we started, even before we had the product. Right? All the community that we had, the conversion that we had was on a mobile plan that we did. All the co-creation that we did and we do today is on the mobile platforms. A lot of things that we do as an experience is built into the mobile phones. We provide a mobile app. I think everybody in this room are aware of the acquisition channels. How do you nurture the leads and what do you do post acquisition of the customer? For us, post acquisition of the customer, the experience that we provide on the mobile app is very, very important and is very ingrained in the DNA that we talk about today. We are really obsessed about our consumers, and that actually is being delivered on the ground through a mobile app. Example, say today sitting here, I know what kind of battery percentage is on my scooter because I have an app. How many kilometers can I travel? If I travel from here to Mysore, can I charge it on the way? I can configure my route based on the kind of the route that I take. I can also know how am I riding my scooter, whether I'm making efficient utilization of my ride battery, whether I'm riding it the right way. So a lot of technology is built into the app, and therefore the entire experience of the scooter. The way we look at this category, mobile happens to be the core of what we do today, but it's all about how we redefine the experience of a scooter for a consumer. So today, the kind of expectation a consumer has towards scooter is going to be drastically different from what's going to be in the next 5 years, 10 years. And actually, Ather is defining that one through all the mobile experiences that we do.
Fantastic. I can't wait to see what you all are going to do in 5 years. I had an experience actually once when I was at a traffic light, and I could hear someone talking and having a full-blown conversation, and I realized that he was talking to the bike because there was all connected and there was a blown conversation, and for a long time we were all wondering where were these voices coming from. So were we losing it or were we hearing it? But thank you for that. I think it's a very interesting space. Like you said, you can have the product, but I mean, you can talk about the product, but you've got to deliver it. And when you do that, you've gained a user for life and a customer who trusts your brand and kind of works with you thereafter. So continuing on trust, Porter hai ho jayega, Mohit. Balancing performance marketing and brand building surely has its challenges and can also be an art gotten right. My question to you, in this unique consumer business of Porter, how does the mobile-first approach work to balance and use branding and the performance marketing?
Sure. So you rightly said that, balancing the performance marketing and the brand marketing is a complex piece. I think it requires that fine balance. And very honestly, I think this is one of the most debated topics within the team internally, at least at Porter. And for the large part of our journey till let's say 2021, we were always an organization which were very performance heavy. I mean, we used to think, if you put something on this side and then something had to come from the outside. I mean, in terms of the customer acquisition, registrations, and all of that. And I think in 2021, we decided, let's go ahead and invest a little on the brand side. And traditionally, I think, and we are also guilty of it, the thinking has been that when you invest, investing in performance marketing is very different and investing in brand marketing very different. They probably don't meet with each other, but I think that thinking has evolved. So when we did our first brand campaign last year, which is Delivery Ho Jayega, and it was pretty successful one. I think what we realized in our performance marketing as well is that our CPCs were lower, our CACs were lower. We had, thanks to some of the agency partners, we had implemented ADH inside, where we were able to see the data as in on how the brand marketing or the investment in that campaign is helping us improving the performance part as well. And we saw some reasonably good results, I think. And then we realized that all of this while maybe we were not thinking it right. So my increasing sense is, and what we have started doing is that now everything that we consider, or we have at least moved to that, is all of the assets that you're putting out there, all of the conversations that you're putting out there, all of the content that you're putting out there, should be passing through the lens of the brand. So the performance marketing team should not be thinking about, okay, I'll get those 1,000 customers, etc., and I'll not care much about the brand. And similarly, the brand team should not be just thinking, I'll just do the brand work. I think they meet, and all piece of communication is a reflection of your brand. And some of the companies that we earlier spoke about does that extremely well. So that has been a learning. And frankly, the realization is that I think this is, and we are learning, that some of the biggest brands like Fevicol, Asian Paints, all of them have been built over many, many years of constant investment on the brand. So it doesn't happen overnight. And, if they just did performance, I'm not sure what would have happened. That was not even a possibility. But I think the stance that at least we have taken is that they go hand in hand. All of your assets need to pass through that brand lens. And when you invest in both of them together, is essentially you should be able to move your most important metric, which is maybe the brand equity, which is influenced by familiarity, repeat, the respect that you have in the market, and all of that. So in short, I think we're learning, but I think investing in both of them together till now have yielded good results for us, and I think we plan to continue on that journey for the next couple of years at least.
Fantastic, that's good to hear. I hope other publishers are listening to that. But yeah, I think it is definitely a balancing act. Brand recall being top of mind is important because automatically if I'm looking at a courier service or someone to move my goods, brands come to mind, and if you are there, you get that conversion. So yes, it is an art. Thank you. We are moving from a C2C kind of a format to a B2C, to a B2B. Gokul, you have the best experience in this space, and I think I'd like to ask you about, retaining customers, and this also, I would say, has a certain action and a dedication, your quest for excellence in a way now at Razorpay. So my question is, what benefits does this mobile-first approach offer? How does it impact customer loyalty?
Sure. I'll talk about from both the brands. Like at Swiggy, I think 50% of the attention was influenced by the storefront. That being how we list the restaurant, how the checkout and cart experience, all of matters to extent how we look at the retention and loyalty. But when it comes to Razorpay, the people that we talk to, the people that we the end user business owners, these are CEOs, founders, co-founders, and CTOs are the one who takes decisions on it, right? And what matters to them is the technology they run in terms of payment has to run smoothly. That's what they care about. Don't really have to figure out, and we have to be smooth enough so that the business runs. Right? So a lot of the retention is being played on that in terms of how ease of integration, how security is, how trust, etc. Right? So, but when we deeply went into the data and figured out how mobile first approach can really brings an opportunity to amplify the retention piece. I think what we found is, for example, when users onboard and when the founder or a CTO want to look at on a daily basis or a weekly basis an insight, right? When we hosted that on our app, we find great results coming from a retention loyalty perspective. Right? When because the use cases are very different. When you integrate or when you are onboarding, you don't really use mobile a lot. But what sort of use cases I can offer on mobile for a particular user that differ from CEO to a finance guy to account guy, it's a very different insights that can give. Right? So a lot of insights, a lot of delight factor that we can put it on our app or on mobile, which serves as a retention loyalty for us. This rest of them are core or the core technology that built, right? So I think one of the takeaway that we always had is like look at what is the right experience that we can create irrespective of devices that we are going at. And wherever we create an experience on mobile, be it the report, one of the classic examples is also that we have a product called links, which is an instant you can create a link and share with anyone. The users of these are like tutors, who's a music teacher or a beta yoga teacher, right? These users doesn't have the time to kind of sit and figure out how do I create my whole payment system. They need convenience immediately. And so the whole payment as a product has been built only on mobile versus payment gateway where there's a time and effort required, a trust required that need to build from a very device perspective. There's no irrespective of devices, you have to build it, right? So you're looking at what sort of product, what sort of use cases, what's need of the user and building that and that to mobile is what matters to us. And that helps a lot in our, especially on retention. Some of these strategies helped us in retaining customers when it comes to B2B space.
Fantastic. So I think knowing your use case and creating experiences matter. Something I know, Aparna, that means a lot to you from an experience perspective. Here's, over to you. On crafting a compelling mobile story for all the many brands and industries that you work with, how can brands effectively use mobile platforms to enhance their brand strategies and attract new users, considering challenges like shorter attention spans and the plethora of choice?
Thanks, Althea. A lot of it, so a lot of it has been spoken, by Mohit and Gokul, but a specific point that caught my attention on what Mohit mentioned is about, it's not, do not look at, mobile strategy from a performance angle itself, right? It's very hard for agencies as well when you want to experiment, when you recommend strategies. And obviously, right, owing to, the current landscape also, you need to measure your return on advertising spend, and therefore you're monitoring it very closely. But I think if you have to be future ready, your communication DG, he spoke about both sales and communication TG. Your communication TG today is going to be your sales TG in the next few years, right? And therefore, if you do not invest in, your branding strategies, right? You cannot therefore, get your performance, right? It's linked, especially on mobile. It is not like on television. It is not like, that you first doing a branding awareness, and then your consideration, and then your performance. It doesn't work like that. The context is very different, right? And therefore, I personally think that you should not look at branding and performance separately, right? It is completely intertwined, and you need to keep measuring, of course, right? And which allows you to do, therefore, data analytics is a key. But I think don't look at, your strategies, with respect to performance in isolation, but you'll need to also keep investing a lot in, your communication, your messaging, your assets, right? And then look at how you're creating this awareness over a period of time, right? I personally buy a lot on Instagram, and I don't know about these brands before, but I have discovered that Instagram, it's not like I buy in the first shot that I meet them, but I know I want, they have the product that I want, they have the color that I want, and I like the material, and I'm like, no, this is for specific categories, but I'm saying it's a change in the mindset that's happening. So it's not necessary that you have to create a lot of awareness over a period of time to build consideration. Of course, the category that Pranesh is in is very different, so I'm not generalizing it, right? Secondly, understanding user journey is very important, right? Which is why, again, I go back to analytics and data, because where is your consumer dropping out, right? What is it that they are repelling with your communication and messaging? What is it that they're not getting it? And hence, investing in your brand assets, right, is really, really important, right? It could be anything. It could be a social media channel. It could be your microsites. It could be your e-com. It could be your app, anything, right? But investing in your brand assets and understanding user journey is, again, very important, right? While everybody spoke about performance, I'm not going to touch upon that because I think they will know it better than me. But I'm going to mention something which a lot of, which I have not heard in this forum so far, is visual storytelling. Right? Again, look at your modern, slightly younger consumer. Storytelling is important, right? I mean, you need to build your brand narratives for mobile, right? A lot of brand marketeers, brands, what they say is that I have 60 seconds, so I'm able to tell the story, right? I will try and do that in 30 seconds, but I'm compromising on my storytelling, right? It does not have to be necessarily a 60-second asset to, tell your story. You can do it in many more interesting ways if you understand the user journey. For example, my discovery point could be a social media channel, right? I know I have few seconds, and therefore Meta also spoke some time back about thumb-stopping creatives, but I have few seconds to grab my consumer's attention. But if I'm tracking my consumer, I know I have to evolve on that narrative. Therefore, what other assets should I invest and build on to continue that narrative? So that, I think, to me, is a very powerful strategy that brands can use. In fact, nobody takes social media posts so seriously. It's become like a hygiene. I'm doing it because I have to be there. And therefore, my team, so we have a dedicated social media team who's constantly making strategies on social media. And sometimes they say, it's not important to client, right? Therefore, I'm putting something which is, really doesn't matter. I don't even know if my consumer is seeing, but I tell them they're so wrong, because that specific real estate on a social media is like your full page, ad in a newspaper. Only difference is that you need to know the kind of narrative. In fact, there are immersive technologies also which can be used and made, the social media post can be made very interesting, and hence which messaging at what stage of your user journey, and therefore the context of the environment that you're in. So your social media, your e-com, your app, your website, your brand assets, everything needs to have a different messaging, different strategy, and that you can only do when you have user journey. Therefore, I think visual storytelling, to me, is a very, very important thing that brands need to crack, because that's how you will take your brand narrative forward and across multiple formats and, channels. I think that, to me, is something that will be interesting to see in terms of if agencies could crack it, nothing could.
Thanks, Aparna. I couldn't say it better. I think thank you for really setting context on being on the another side of the table and being able to add to what publishers should be doing, what brands should also be looking at, because I think we all kind of are partners in this journey.
Publishers should play a larger role in all of this. No, I'm serious because there are ideas, there are innovations, there are things, but then if you are not, a lot of times we want to do something, but if there are limitations in terms of what you can do from various challenges, right, that you have, I think a lot of innovation also needs to happen on the publisher side, because I'm discovering the brand there, and therefore how I discover, right, and what is the storytelling. I think more formats, more innovative formats, right, more interesting options for a consumer and brands to explore. I think that's a big responsibility.
I got myself into that. Okay, saving the best for last. I think we can all agree that data is the new goal. How one uses it would either accelerate a brand forward or completely misunderstand the modern consumer, completely ruining it. Prashant, what in your experience has been the key matrix with a modern consumer to track effectiveness of branding efforts and user acquisition?
Thank you. I guess I'm the last speaker standing between everyone here and lunch, if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit short and sweet, right? So this, prior to working with MoneyView, I'm just going to give you two perspectives into this, because I was Flipkart for 5 years prior to this. And we looked at data differently there, and currently at MoneyView, we look at data a little differently. But that does not undermine the criticality of how we use that data in the present day and age, right? I think a common thread is that given that both the platforms that work for, that have been a part of, they're both mobile first platforms, you have a lot of information that you get, right? You have a lot of topographic behavioral patterns, what sort of media they're consuming, so on and so forth. So you, as a brand, what you tend to do is that you rely a lot on the transactional data that you see to come up with a marketing strategy, which is a little more transactional, I feel, rather than also combining that with understanding what the psychographic profile of the consumer is. So I think that the apographic data that you get is extremely critical in understanding what are the actions that a consumer is taking before the actual purchase or before really applying for a particular financial product. The two cases is, but there is a lead up to that, right? And that is determined by a lot of, triggers, barriers, limiting beliefs, etc. So a lot of the data that we have on consumers should also be married to some sort of a, research that you do. It could be an offline research, it could be an online research, but research plus data is something very critical at the point in time, because the data you have access to is pretty much data that all your competition also has access to, right? So it's very critical for you to be able to read that data and decide how you want to segment your consumers and how you want to target them, depending not just on their transactional behavior, but also on their psychographic profile, which part of the country they are from, which life stage they are in, what are their aspirations, what are their barriers to adoption, so on and so forth. It works both. It's a very strong point both in e-commerce as well as currently in the fintech space as well. Now, coming to the second part of your question, which is how do you measure the effectiveness of the marketing campaigns that you do? So there's no real simple answer to this, right? But I would say that as a brand, especially talking about MoneyView, where over the course of the past 4 or 5 years, we have been growing predominantly on the back of performance marketing, right? I think the effectiveness of overall marketing spends will boil down to what is the level of reliance that you have on paid marketing channels, right? The more and more you rely on paid marketing channels, the more you're going to realize that you will hit an upper cap beyond which you cannot scale, or beyond which you are not going to have something of a very different strategy as compared to your competition. So for me, the core metric, I'm not talking about brand or performance separately, but I'm talking as an overall organization, our core metric is to reduce our dependence on paid channels The idea is to increase the percentage share of transacting consumers, visitors, etc., who are coming through your organic channels. Those organic channels could be, your website. It could be coming organically to your Play Store. The number of followers that you have on social media, the level of engagement that you have on social media, the engagement rates, so on and so forth. So that for me is a very critical metric. Of course, when you look at it from a performance channel point of view, there are other, hard-coded metrics, so as to speak. But this should give you an overall health of your brand. If you are able to continuously reduce the percentage contribution of your business that's coming from paid channels, you know that at least you're heading in the right direction in terms of how you're positioning yourself for the consumer and how sticky your brand is in general. So yeah.
Thank you. I think being responsible with data is important.
Yes.
Ideally, looking into it and kind of really custom making it as you need to build whatever objective you have. And across brands that will vary. That's important, and I think a key takeaway that everyone needs to look at data, but do it responsibly.
Yeah.
So lunchtime, everyone. Before, I want to kind of work up a little appetite here. Don't worry, this is a rapid fire end. So for Mohit, Aparna, and Prashant, what would be that one superpower you think necessary to engage this modern mobile-first consumer?
A/B testing. I mean, I can A/B test everything on the floors, all my creatives, etc. I would love to develop that.
Well, I think I want a superpower to get into consumers' mind because irrespective of how much data we have, I think a lot of time we don't know why a consumer is not resonating with a brand and a lot of unanswered questions that clients ask us and we don't have answers for that. So I think can do with some superpowers in that.
Since you said superpower, I'm going to keep it outside the realm of reality, right? So I think predictability is something that I would really do anything for, because in the current day and age, you can't really put a pattern even for say 6 to 8 months that because consumers are behaving in a certain way now, they're going to continue to behave a certain way even 4 or 5 months down the line. There's so much external stimulus that's driving consumer behavior and their decision making that it's become highly unpredictable to be able to know exactly what is going to work and what is not going to work. So yeah, I think predictability is going to be one superpower that I would yearn for.
Nice. Pranesh, Rajshekar, and Gokul, what is your mantra as a marketer to stay agile with the evolving consumer and tech advancements? A quick word of advice that you work by.
See, for me, it is everything starts from customers first. Keep everything from customer first, customer centric, and that drives me sense of ownership, and that drives everything, agility and everything, right? So that's the mantra that I always look for.
True that.
Yeah, the mantra that I have is walk into any meeting thinking that you don't know anything, especially with people who are very close to consumers. And those people are our agency partners, the publishers, our FG discussions that we do with the consumers. As marketers, we need to be open to a lot of new ideas. And once you go with an open mind to learn, probably you'll be more than what you study in books.
Great. Rachik.
So for me, I think in marketing, there are no big ideas, right? They happen very rarely. So what you have is an idea and you execute it to perfection and make it big. So it's not about idea, but the execution. So that's what I believe in.
Nice. Thank you so much. Thank you, my panelists. It's been a pleasure. Very insightful. I wish we had more time, but maybe we should continue this in a closed room. But and thank you, E4M, for having us again. My audience, it's lunchtime. Thank you for putting up questions. Yeah, maybe outside you can catch them. People have got a flight to take, so we don't want to hold them on that. But thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Althea. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much for that wonderful panel discussion. I thought all you guys already had superpowers actually, so more power to you with that. One thing which is always predictable is that people will be hungry right now. So that's one thing you can count on. We'll be soon breaking for lunch, and of course before that a memento of appreciation for all our panelists and of course our moderator Althea. Could I please get Ms. Preeta Dandapani, Assistant VP Ad Sales ABP Network, to please join us on stage. to deliver our moment of appreciation. A very big round of applause. Such an in-depth conversation. Thank you so very much. We can do a bigger round of applause than that. Like Althea said, work up the appetite. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder, please help us maintain the lively buzz on social media by sharing your thoughts and posts using #PitchCMO. Thank you so much for such a great audience. We will now be taking a break for a scrumptious networking lunch. If I may request you all to please be back in your seats within half an hour. Thank you so very much. And thank you to our analysts once again.
$140 करोड़ का देश, सवाल अनेक, सवाल बांटने और तोड़ने का, या सवाल ध्यान भटकाने का और गलाने का, सवाल एजेंडा चलाने का,
या सवाल पत्रकारिता का धर्म निभाने का। सवाल वो नहीं जो सच से भागे, सवाल वो जो आपको रखे आगे। सीधा सवाल मेरे साथ एबीपी न्यूज़ पर।
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
I just took up what they were saying. I don't remember at all.
This is open style. India lift the World Cup.
Welcome to the ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup. Feel it.
Mars to be home to intelligent life. Good morning, Aries.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000 as the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Marks, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
A brand new and unique global creative network, Cold Denser Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something, a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry properties like 50 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition, the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact magazine.
मैं 25 साल से पत्रकार हूं, हमेशा यही लगा कि सच को और मजबूती के साथ दिखाने की जरूरत है, वो सच जो आपके हित को रखे आगे। इसलिए अब रात 9 बजे प्राइम टाइम नहीं हो, ये आपका टाइम हो।
जगविंदर पटियाल के साथ देखिए पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सिर्फ एबीपी न्यूज पर।
வருஷம் 300 ஆயாச்சு, தலைமுப்பல 100 பார்த்தாச்சு, இளம தெரிக்கும் எங்க ஊரு என்றும் 16, எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16, எங்க சென்னை பாரு. மாறி போச்சு, ஆனா கடற்கரை காதல் இன்னும் மாயலங்க.
140 करोड़ का देश, सवाल अनेक, सवाल बांटने और तोड़ने का, या सवाल ध्यान भटकाने का, बरगलाने का, सवाल एजेंडा चलाने का,
या सवाल पत्रकारिता का धर्म निभाने का। सवाल वो नहीं जो सच से भागे, सवाल वो जो आपको रखे आगे। सीधा सवाल मेरे साथ एबीपी न्यूज पर।
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
I just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
Finished off in style. India lift the World Cup.
Welcome to the ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup, feel it.
Mars had to be home to intelligent life.
Good morning, Aries.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, and are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
A brand new, unique global creative network called Densher Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something in a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry voice for the past 2 decades. Magazine launched industry-first properties like 50 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact magazine.
कोई निजी विचार नहीं, सिर्फ तथ्य। मेरे साथ इस शो में आप ना सिर्फ दिन भर की खास खबरें देखेंगे, बल्कि उनको समझेंगे भी। हमारा मकसद है सच को खोजना, सच बाहर लाना और सच ही बताना। मैं 25 साल से पत्रकार हूं। हमेशा यही लगा कि सच को और मजबूती के साथ दिखाने की जरूरत है। वो सच आपके हित को रखे आगे। इसलिए अब रात 9 बजे प्राइम टाइम नहीं होगा, ये आपका टाइम।
जगविंदर पटियाल के साथ देखिए पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सिर्फ एबीपी न्यूज पर।
முன்னூறு ஆயாச்சு தலைமுறை பல நூறு பார்த்தாச்சு இளம தெரிக்கும் எங்க ஊரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு
என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு
காலமும் காட்சியும் மாறி போச்சு ஆனா கடற்கரை காதல் இன்னும் மாறலங்க
காப்பியின் சூடும் மாறல மல்லிப்பூ வாசமும் மாறவில்லை வந்தார வாழ வைக்க மறந்ததில்லை இந்த மண்ணின் மனசுக்கு வயசில்லை
இந்த மண்ணின் மனசுக்கு வயசே தெருவோரம் கிரிக்கெட்டு
கோயம்பேடு மார்க்கெட்டு
எத்தான ஹைகோர்ட்டு
டீ கடை பிஸ்கெட்டு
எம்டிசி டிக்கெட்டு
மெட்ராஸின் மொசாட்டு
சூப்பர் ஸ்டார் கட்டு சல்யூட்
என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு
एक 140 करोड़ का देश सवाल एक सवाल बांटने और तोड़ने का या सवाल ध्यान भटकाने बरगलाने का सवाल एजेंडा चलाने का
यह सवाल पत्रकारिता का धर्म निभाने का सवाल वो नहीं जो सबसे भागे सवाल वो जो आपको रखे आगे सीधा मेरे साथ EBP न्यूज़ पर
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
I just took up what they were saying, couldn't remember at all.
ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup. Feel it.
To be home to intelligent life.
Good morning, Ari.
Exchange Media, a niche synonymous with the latest news of the advertising industry in India. The Exchange Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Clave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Quant Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR, some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables created especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as peers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trenders and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications, events have credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to industry leaders, recognizing big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
A brand new and unique global creative network, Cold Denser Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem? Push something that conversation forward. So I love that a lot.
I just know that that's very representative still. I think that's some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry voice for the past decades. The magazine launched industry-first properties like 50 most influential women, in media, marketing, and advertising. Impact person of
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the
accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact Magazine.
कोई निजी विचार नहीं, सिर्फ तथ्य। मेरे साथ इस शो में न सिर्फ दिन भर की खास खबरें देखेंगे, बल्कि उनको समझेंगे भी। हमारा मकसद है सच को खोजना, सच बाहर लाना और सच ही बताना। मैं 25 साल से पत्रकार हूं। हमेशा यही लगा कि सच को और मजबूती के साथ दिखाने की जरूरत है। वो सच जो आपके हित को रखे आगे। इसलिए अब रात 9 बजे प्राइम टाइम नहीं होगा, ये आपका टाइम होगा।
जगविंदर पटियाल के साथ देखिए पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सिर्फ एबीपी न्यूज पर।
வருஷம் 300 ஆயாச்சு, தலைமுறை பல 100 பார்த்தாச்சு, இளம தெரிக்கும் எங்க ஊரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு. காட்சியும் மாறி போச்சு, ஆனா கடற்கரை காதலின் மாறருங்க. இந்த மண்ணின்
டிக்கெட்டு
எத்தான ஹைகோர்ட்டு
டீ கடை பிஸ்கெட்டு
எம்டிசி டிக்கெட்டு
மெட்ராஸின் மொசாட்டு
சூப்பர் ஸ்டார் கட் அவுட் சல்யூட்
என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please be back in your seats. We will be beginning shortly. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Did you have a good lunch? Is everyone refreshed and energized? Only one person is giving me a thumbs up. Or two people are giving me a thumbs up. Excellent. At least two people are ready for the next session. And trust me, it's going to be a very, very captivating session indeed. I'm sure lots of selfies and exciting happenings are buzzing on your social media profile. Well, at least I hope they are. Let's turn our screens into a hashtag hub. Tweet and gram away with hashtag PitchCMO. The PitchCMO Summit Bengaluru edition is powered by partner ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage, Star Sports, the home of sports, The Hindu, cleaner, sharper, bolder, Teeds, the platform that means business. And it is now time for a message from our partner.
कोई निजी विचार नहीं, सिर्फ तथ्य। मेरे साथ इस शो में आप ना सिर्फ दिन भर की खास खबरें देखेंगे, बल्कि उनको समझेंगे भी। हमारा मकसद है सच को खोजना, सच बाहर लाना और सच ही बताना। मैं 25 साल से पत्रकार हूं। हमेशा यही लगा कि सच को और मजबूती के साथ दिखाने की जरूरत है। वो सच जो आपके हित को रखे आगे। इसलिए अब रात 9 बजे प्राइम टाइम नहीं होगा, ये आपका टाइम होगा।
जगविंदर पटियाल के साथ देखिए पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सिर्फ एबीपी न्यूज पर।
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. Group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly pitch provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, and Bar are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
And now let's set the wheels in motion with another insight-packed panel discussion at hashtag PitchCMO Summit 2023 as we unravel the secret behind crafting a compelling brand identity through the dynamic realm of omni-channel marketing. From online to offline, social media to brick and mortar, we're diving deep into the multiverse of points that define your brand. Get ready to decode the art of seamless storytelling, consistency, and customer connections that forge an unbreakable brand bond. The topic for the panel discussion is the role of omni-channel marketing in building a strong brand identity. Please put your hands together as we invite on stage our session chair, Ms. Tina Garg, founder and CEO, Pink Lemonade, and the panel members, Mr. Akshay Mathur, Chief Revenue Officer, Tyru, Harshra Pastri, Head of Marketing, Blue Stone, Rahul Tamada, co-founder and CEO, Tamada Media, Sneha John, Director, Brand Marketing and Social, Swiggy, Varun AR, Head of Marketing, Live Space, and Ritesh Kurana, Senior Brand Manager, PhonePe. May I please welcome all our panelists and of course our moderator on stage as well. Over to you, Ms. Garg. A big round of applause for our first panel discussion post-lunch.
So good afternoon, everybody. The toughest spot to have, after lunch. And the only way I can entertain you is I've asked all my panelists to tell us a whole lot of stories, a lot of brand examples, a lot of real-life campaigns that they've taken live, and what's worked for them. So I hope we can keep you awake while the stomach rumbles there. I have an esteemed panel here with me, and we're going to talk today about brand identity, expanded to brand messaging, brand personality, brand values, and how essentially can you have your brand consistently represented across the different channels that the brands are today using. And you guys want to quickly give us, we have just quickly the names, introduction, and then we will start. So you know exactly who we're talking to.
Check. My name is Varun. I oversee marketing at Live Space.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Sneha here. I lead brand and social for the food delivery business at Swiggy.
Hey folks, I'm Ritesh. I am a senior brand manager at PhonePe.
Hey guys, I'm Rahul, founder of Tamada Media, one of the largest content production and creator-led companies down south.
Hi everyone, I'm Harshna and I head marketing for Bluestone Jewelry.
Hi, I'm Akshay. I'm the CRO for Tyru Media.
Thank you. So, as marketers and as experienced people who have probably taken your brands across different channels through different new product introductions and things like this, what is your approach to an omni-channel presence, or choosing multiple channels, what are the challenges you typically face when you're putting together a strategy like that, and what are the opportunities that you've been able to leverage? The question is open to all the panelists. I'd like three of you to come in with some examples here.
I think it's primarily starting from what.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I think it primarily kicks off from who the folks you're trying to reach out to and what are they doing, because a lot of it is actually coming down to.
Mike.
A lot of it would come down to the media consumption habits that the audience that they're trying to cater to for each of the campaign. Like sometimes you might want to reach out to slightly younger folks, so your media choices would vary. And let's say if you're reaching out to, let's say, a slightly older cohort, your choices will again vary. So it's kind of coming down to who you want to drive the message across to and what are their touch points primarily.
Ritesh, wouldn't that also be what brand wants to say to those touch points? I mean, to those audiences?
I think you customize according to those touch points is where I'm sorted. Because there's obviously a constant message that you want everywhere, but you got to adapt that message to the touch point as well, right? I cannot say the same 20-second story on a, let's say, a TV ad. Probably if I've got a longer form of communication, I probably cannot do that in an offline universe. So a digital OH won't cut it. So a lot of it will have to stem out from, hey, I've got this message, here's a touch point, how do I kind of customize according to this one?
So any specific challenge that you've come through across when you're trying to, go across 3-4 channels?
I think the challenge is probably having a better planning funnel, because you gotta, I think it's not very, very difficult to customize everything, because if you're in it, I think with proper planning, you can kind of sort it out, because again, you wouldn't want to lose out on the right folks at that very time.
Brands, when they come up, they have their communication, everything sorted out. But when it comes to certain channels which are new for them, they don't have the right kind of assets, etc., and the communication that needs to go for that channel itself. For example, there is Snap, right? It's very high on augmented reality and engagement levels, etc. over there. But brands want to utilize those channels, struggle, and how do they translate their current communication into maybe augmented reality.
Into an engagement point there.
Yeah.
That's a very valid point. Actually, I'm going to definitely come back and get an example from you over here.
Sorry, Tina, just one point to add. So I think in addition to what Ritij said, right, about who do we want to speak to, and like what you said about what is it that we want to talk to the consumer, I think one challenge that we face is in really measuring how it's done, right, versus the objectives. So I think in addition to who you're speaking to and what you want to tell him, it's also very important to have the objective in mind. What are you out there to do, right? Are you trying to get more consumers? Are you trying to engage them? Because accordingly, we can also measure how the campaign has performed, how each channel is formed to drive that objective. So I think both parts of it, having the objective in place is an important part of the framework that we have, and it is a challenge to measure how it's doing as well. So
absolutely. So maybe, Harshini, can you spend some time telling us about the constraints that you face when you're looking at omnichannel?
Yeah, so just to add to a few points upon what already everyone mentioned is, when we think of a brand like Bluestone, which is truly omnichannel by itself, right? We have 170 plus stores currently, and we started off as an online brand. Biggest challenge that we also face is at a brand level. We have decided what our story is. We have created a campaign. We are using multiple channels to, communicate that. But the essence of it starts from the DNA of employees, right? When you talk about 170 plus stores, you're talking about hundreds and thousands of retail employees, meeting customers every other day. So are they aware of the brand identity, the tone of voice, right? So the brand and marketing work doesn't stop only at campaigns, but also how the brand ethos, the brand identity trickles down to each employee, whether it's the customer care representative or the retail staff, where it's important for the customer to feel and experience that also when they, experience the brand at different touch points. The products, of course, are very important. So giving you an example of our campaign that we launched around the last festive season, it was called Love is in the Little Things, because we believe in celebrating little moments, right? And the product itself was an innovative watch jewelry, right? So explaining that to employees as well, to talk about the essence of the campaign when meeting customers or interacting with customers also is something which is important when
So
it
I'm
comes
going to
to
go in a
omnichannel.
little bit over here because what you're talking about is a watch jewelry. How do you bring across the brand persona and what the brand stands for in a product like that, which is so difficult to talk about across channels?
So it was challenging, but it was extremely exciting, and we were loved for the campaign and the product itself. So thinking about jewelry, right? Mostly traditionally we have Sanjay Leela Bansali sets in those ad films, women clad in lehengas and saris, top to toe, almost like
The
choking in
stereotype.
jewelry. And what we realized that the customers that we are catering to, they're young, they're cosmopolitan, they don't need a occasion like wedding or childbirth only to flaunt their jewelry, right? So how can we, and of course they're all tech savvy, most of them are using smartwatches, and how can we use that wrist also for them to flaunt their style statement? And that's where this concept came out. And that's why in the ad film also we showed a couple, again showing the power dynamics of today's couples, where the woman was fit, running, she very comfortably, finished the marathon, and the husband was slightly unfit, and she was motivating him. And towards the end, when he finishes the run, he, gives a small piece of watch jewelry, saying, "This is our first marathon together." So talking about how the occasions also, right, can be anything. It doesn't have to be big occasions only for a category like jewelry. And for this itself, when we speak about omnichannel, we went to movie theaters, we did TV campaigns, we started with HD, we went to SD as well. Of course, the challenge was also how to translate the film into a static for print or for outdoor, right? And also how to tell the story in the shorter edits of the digital requirements, right? So these are some of the challenges as well when it comes to one campaign, but so many formats that we need across channels.
Can I bring Varun into this right now? And, so constraints very well put across over there, but budget also sometimes is a constraint. So have you ever faced a situation where you've been forced to leave out a channel which was, actually helping you tell your story and brand experience better?
Okay, I've never come across a marketer who's told that, I have sufficient budget.
Absolutely.
To be honest, budget is always a constraint, right? But going back on the point, which even Harshna mentioned, for a brand like LiveSpace, we are a digital-first brand, right? And the audiences whom we gathered first or reached out to first were audiences who are digital savvy. Right? And therefore, the need state for that audience is very, very different and unique. Right? They're higher risk takers, for example. Once you start switching channels, right, in media, you start seeing different personas. And therefore, is the brand does it have the right category, right catalog? Does it have the right stores, for example, in LiveSpace? Does it have the right designer to cater to those needs? And at the end of it, are we communicating it in a manner which reaches to them as well, right? It's probably the ads which we run on digital might not cater to the audiences who are on TV, for example, right? You might have to customize them because the motivators, their barriers are very, very different from the other set of audiences.
That's very true. So also you might have a different product line for different categories of purchases.
Absolutely. Yeah, the need state is very different. For example, just to give you an example, right? Let's take Bombay. If we go to Borivali, the audiences who are in Borivali is predominantly Gujaratis, right? Heavy populated by Gujaratis. And the need state from a design perspective, right? From materials, colors, finishes are very different from, let's say, Andheri. Just down the road, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so therefore it's personalization at a micro market level and not even at a city level.
So then how does your brand say the consistent thing across all these different kinds of audiences?
So what LiveSpace has done is, from all our brand tracks, right, what's come out is that the largest barrier for people to enter this category is the quality of material, quality finish. So we had to stick with one message, and that's something that we have stuck with, and consistency has paid off for us, right? Actually, for the last 4 years, we just invested in quality of material, quality of designer, quality of finish, because LiveSpace is doing a category creation job. LiveSpace entered the market when organized was 2% market share. They organized is a 25% share, 20 to 25%, right? So that's really paid off for us, and as a result, we have significant market share in the organized space.
Give me an example of something that you might have had to do in terms of planning the same content for a different, category of audiences.
Yeah, that's
Anything
a challenge.
comes to mind?
Yeah, for example, let's say you run a campaign on, say, digital platforms, right? Let's say social, Meta, Instagram, and say YouTube, right? And then if you have to run a campaign on TV, the audience sets are very different, right? And therefore, I'm not sure if they resonate with the same comms. Probably you might have to pick your comms. The personality has to be different. Cultural nuances are very different. There's a lot of differences. It's not something that we've been extremely successful at. I think there are some brands who have done it beautifully, right? And yeah.
Any of the brands come to
may-
mind?
If I may actually add
Yes,
to that,
please.
actually, I think we come from a very different perspective, right?
Yes.
So as an agency down south, that's been helping a lot of brands enter the South Indian market. So Tamada Media has been the brand custodian to help them do that. I guess you're absolutely right? Considering that there are so many different markets just down south, right? And then each platform behaves so differently, each channel behaves so differently. To find your audiences where they are is becoming increasingly challenging. And I think that's typically where, if you take, for example, we work with 2 dating apps, for example. Both of them very, very different. One that has been wanting to kind of, reach out to women, and one that's been wanting to reach out to men, right?
Okay.
And how we were able to kind of crack this is considering one has a very tier A approach, one has a very tier B approach. So who do we pick? What is the brand aesthetic? What does the brand want to communicate? How do we keep the messaging consistent across all of these channels has been a huge challenge. Whereas for another brand, it was a tier 2 approach, while this was a tier 1 approach. So I guess it is absolutely right in terms of trying to find that consumer at the right time, at the right place, is becoming extremely difficult. And even with platforms, every platform behaves differently, like Instagram, YouTube, whatever, Twitter and LinkedIn, for example.
Yes. I just want to ask you something, Rahul. You and I were talking earlier, and you gave us a good example of one of those dating apps. I hope I have all your attention here because we're talking
Yeah, so
about a
we've
very
done some
interesting
great work
category.
for Bumble, where the campaign was about women make the first move. So,
So women make the first move in a tier 1 may work. It work in tier 2.
So another app called Friend,
Okay.
which is very tier 2 focused, and are having a different set of audiences. I mean, the aesthetic of the brand is different. That's
Yeah.
very, very different.
The whole brand identity then doesn't, or do you drop the channel? Do you drop the geography at all completely? Yeah, wouldn't have to do that, or how do you take it with the same essence? Women make the first move. How do you take it to tier 2? Did they take it?
So basically, so each brand has their aesthetic and what they want to do and what they do not want to do as well, right? So I guess that's something where we come in to kind of, pick what are those channels that are actually relevant to a brand. It's not necessarily that every brand should follow every channel for every campaign that they do.
Sure.
So there have been, example, Bumble, we've also done a lot of outdoor ads. Right?
Okay.
So they actually kind of, after the campaign, they followed it up with the creators who were just budding to kind of put out hoardings. It's a more urban, tier kind of a campaign.
Okay, just out of curiosity, asking all of you, and I know Akshay and Rahul, you would have helped brands do this. What would come first in your pick of branded content? Is it channel-driven content that you would, or data-driven content? What would come up in your approach?
I think I would say data-driven content makes a lot of sense. And just adding to, and it has some link to what he was also talking about. It's a multi-channel scenario, and within the channel also, the audience behavior is completely different, and that is powered a lot by the data that you get from the omni-channel sources, the CRM, etc. that you get. For example, we have a platform called VidTech, right?
Okay.
We've multiple times seen in campaigns that when a campaign is running and a certain product is, or a communication is being communicated to a user, what is being shown and why, because of which the user is actually going into the store, say it's an e-commerce store, ends up buying something else. So there is a set communication or a brand push that is going, but they end up buying something else. And this is a correlation that, through data you can figure out, hey, you show this, maybe this sells more.
But then I would say the brand actually missed a touch point there in translating what it stands
Yeah,
for.
that's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
And hence brand specific may work.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
One point to add here is also when we're talking about the dating app and tier 1 versus tier 2, it also depends on what's the brand objective here, right? Are we trying to introduce a change in consumer behavior, or are we trying to fit in with whatever changes we can make in the brand
Absolutely.
identity, right?
Very
So
valid.
that is also a choice we need to make, that while trying different channels and trying to be truly omni-channel, you can't dilute the essence of what your brand stands for, what's the messaging, and what the service or product stands for. So it is a fine line, and I think it's
Would
very
you-
important to stay true to your brand also while
Absolutely.
catering to different kinds
Plus
of
100 to
consumers.
that. But give us an example, Harshini. Can you think of something that you would have, any brand that's done it successfully? Something you
I think right, Swiggy as well as Zomato, right? When it comes to their brand identity, they are not diluted. They have changed consumer behavior in the last few years, right? Of course, COVID did help, but before that also, I think it's beautifully done, trying to add a new layer to consumers' lives, right? Which all of us as e-commerce or D2C brands are also trying to do. So some of the, for me, Swiggy and Zomato are doing great across channels, keeping their brand identity and ethos
Absolutely. I think
consistent.
you want to come in here, Sneha, about an example that you would like to give us?
No, so specifically to answer your question about data versus channel, I think it's a very hard pick because
very hard pick.
You need the data to find out who you're speaking to, but you do need the channel as well, right? Like at the end of the day, people come onto social because they want to relax, right? If I'm also targeting brand messaging there, I'm not there for that objective, right? So as a result of which, channel is also very, very important.
So it becomes channel specific there.
Yeah, so I don't think one can live without the other. I think the channel plus data is important to find out what are you going to tell your consumer, right? So, and data will help you tell who you're speaking to and what are their interests, etc. And also define your channel selection to a certain extent.
So
and
doesn't
create-
brand take a backseat then? If we are to play and engage on different channels?
So it depends again on the objective, which I said, right? So if we're talking about engagement, I think we have to be there and like keep the engagement as top priority. So on social, and if you look at our social strategy, we don't put out brand messaging. We keep it in the tone of social. It's largely memes and reels and whatever works in the social space. When we go to TV, for example, it needs to be tailored to TV, right? Like the TV creatives or TV ads have a specific format and it needs to work in that format. When we do digital, for example, it needs to be fast, like you need to be fast, quick, and get your message out as soon as possible within 6 to 10 seconds. So I think it needs to be both because if we didn't have the data, I wouldn't know who's watching TV and who's watching digital, and accordingly we wouldn't be able to target.
And I think the other thing is just adding to what Sneha said, like attention span is very varied across different boards. I think let's say if somebody's on Instagram, they are actually bombarded with 20 branded things and 200 non-branded. And when let's say I am watching a cricket match, I know there's a match and then there are 2 ads and then there's the match again. So my receptiveness is very different. It kind of goes to the fact that how do I kind of get your attention in those 20 seconds, that 2-second of Instagram post or a 6-second reel, where do I kind of slot myself? And that becomes, I think, the more profound challenge that after, hey, I figured out these are 20 channels I want to be at. Now I don't know what's the attention span going to be. Digital still gives you that a view through rate will give you, hey, these many people watch till 25, 50,
yes.
75. But let's say when you go to something like an outdoor, or you go to something like a theater, outdoor you would say you have what 2 seconds, 3 seconds at best. How do you kind of customize according to that? And let's say if you go to a theater, there is no meter that's kind of measuring how many people saw what across the board. So I think at times it ends up also a lot of gut calls, if I were to say, for lack of a better word, that hey, you know what, these folks are going to be here and let's take the ball and kind of move on.
Tell me, have you ever had to compromise then what the brand really stands for in that 20 seconds, in that 10 seconds?
Really, actually, I've actually always seen that, and I can take an example of multiple brands out here, but let's say something like a Cred or a OnePlus or a PhonePe. All of these are the brands that I work for. So I think you've always wanted to deliver what the message was and what the brand ethos are in those 20 seconds, and you've kind of tried to always do that, no matter what. And I think that's one area where I genuinely feel none of us are compromising on, because need the channel 100%, yes. If you want to be there, there is no chance of compromising. It's actually the onus resides on you to figure out, hey, how do I kind of fit in there? I think that's the challenge, because otherwise saying the basic stuff and getting away brand dilution is the easiest way out.
Thanks for that.
If I may add to that,
Sure,
right?
go
So I think he's absolutely bang on. The campaign objective kind of matters most, right? A lot of times we kind of tell our partners what is the best channel that they should adopt. Like a series of 3 episodes is very different from a reel that is 30 seconds, right? So while reels are ephemeral and keep watching as many as they can be, the stickiness doesn't exist. As opposed to a mini series of 3 episodes, people are coming back, they're trying to get to know your product better. So the campaign objectives largely decides what can be done on each of these channels to, to actually make it.
Be able to make a mark of some sort. Varun, I want to bring you in here because I know your category is one where customization of furniture and, of the interior spaces becomes very critical to the customer. Have you kind of used personalization of furniture, of living spaces, etc., as a message if the brand is for that, and how much have you got to do in this area in terms of meeting customer exactly wants and things, and what the brand actually stands for? Is there an example that you want to share? Is there a story around this?
So most of our comms, as mentioned earlier as well, Tina, has been on the primary category, which is quality material, right?
Yes, you mentioned.
But having said, our backend is customized to a very, very great extent, right? We have over 1 million permutation combinations for this kitchen. That's because every customer is different, and the need state is different. And as a result, we have diversified our, or segmented our business units as well. We have a business unit which caters to the basic requirement for materials. Right? For example, if someone buys a 2 BHK, I just get my kitchen, wardrobe, say a TV unit, a shoe rack, which is basic woodwork for me to move and fix furniture. The kind of design you need there is different. The kind of store you need over there is very different. The kind of catalog you need there is very different. Similarly, if someone is doing a full home interior and they're spending, say, about 80 lakhs on the same home, the kind of designer, again, you need is very different. So we have personalized our entire supply side to cater to the customer's need state, right? But at the top of the funnel, we attract, or rather bring in audiences with the same tenet, which is quality of material and design.
Which is quality of. So there you're maintaining an umbrella message and consistency in that. Okay, another question to all of you, and one or two others are welcome. Why is it important to be consistent? Why should the brand be consistent at all? Why don't I play across different channels as per a product need, whatever?
Yeah, so the best example is a brand is like a human being, right? And say a brand behaves like a specific person today and behaves like a different person tomorrow. It's schizophrenic in nature, right? It's not normal. While as brand custodians, right, it's important for us to create that consistency because for consumers, brand is not important. Right? That's the last thing on their mind, right? So how do you get their attention, right? Being consistent over years, that's what good brands do, right? The same messaging, probably in a different story, right? And that's what brings consistency and memorability for consumers, right? So therefore you should be consistent.
I was actually doing research at one point for an atta brand, and I realized that women buy atta at the drop of a hat and switch atta brand at the drop of a hat. There's no love for the brand that you have been using for such a long time. And in my experience, I think that brand consistency or expression becomes almost second nature, becomes hygiene after a certain point, becomes comfort. And then it becomes important to say, I will choose because I know there is surety of whatever the brand stands for. So you want to come in here?
One point that I wanted to add here was that at the end, any category you go to, there's a lot of clutter, right? There are so many brands. the products can be similar in a lot of ways also. And that's where the emotional essence comes into play, right?
Well
For
said.
consumers to relate to a specific brand. Of course, I'm in a high value category, so people do spend a lot of time versus another brand. FMCG it will definitely be different, but there also I see a lot of brands creating that emotional connect with customers, and that's where the brand identity comes into play. And there can be different aspects of it, whether it's emotion, whether it's environmental related aspects that consumers in today's world want to associate with a brand that is doing something good or striking a chord with their inner self, right? So that's also very important to create. That's the reason why we should kind of be consistent in messaging, because then the consumer can differentiate you in that clutter of all different, similar kind of products in the market, right?
And we see it in some of the most loved brands. I mean, we gave an example of Swiggy, and I'm so sorry that Zomato always comes in when we talk about Swiggy. But, Indigo and such brands, and they've done a lot in this category. And unfortunately, Tanishq has done so much in this category. But Sneha, you want to say
Tina, one point. Just recently I was reading, we can debate about what makes great brands, etc. At the end of the day, a brand is about what a consumer tells his or her friend in a closed room, right? So, and the stronger a personality, so for example, if you meet a strong personality, it forms memory structures that you will talk about. I think, to me, that's essentially why it's important that you are that one personality that we build, like I'm saying, right? So, it's as simple as that. If you think Amol, you will think of the girl that you've seen forever and ever. So it is memory structures, and some part of it is the comfort that you built, and
true.
the fact that you know that this is what you're going to get out of the brand.
This is what you're going to get out of that brand. That's true. So, Rithij, you were telling me about trust. I
think a lot of it is kind of then stemming from the kind of category that you are in also. Let's say in the jewelry category, you'd need to be super high on trust. I think there are other categories where people are comfortable trying out new brands, like you mentioned, Ata. But there are some places where you would never compromise on, like your money, which is where the banking system
Your
also
industry
comes
as well. I mean, for PhonePe, trust is a big one.
in. Exactly. So I think for a lot of, I think that's true for most financial institutions, that where I feel comfortable with is where I kind of put my money out as well. So I think, but again, that's stemming from the fact that, hey, what is my involvement in the category? What is my involvement with the product? And that is where you'll, let's say, the trust, how okay are you in letting go of it, or how okay are you in staying close to it, is kind of coming in.
Any areas where you've kind of translated that messaging of trust? Because your business would work on that.
I think trust is that underlying thing in every simple thing you're doing. For example, let's say even if you open up the home screen, the first thing it tells you about is all the security measures that the app is taking up, and it's just on your load screen.
Very important touch
I think
point
it
for
just
you.
starts from there.
Yeah.
And it literally goes every single point that you've got afterwards. So I think it's not a, I genuinely feel it's not a marketing first initiative, it's actually a product first initiative, because I can say anything that I may want, and then probably if the product is not as much, it won't make a difference. So I think we are actually gift wrapping what everybody else is doing at the back end.
I think a whole economy has started on the basis of trust, which is, I think Rahul will be able to elaborate more, is on the influencer economy, right? That
Lovely.
builds on trust. And that is, obviously, earlier there were the big influencers, and then there were micro influencers which have come up. And micro influencers, nothing but you and me kind of people who are just saying that, this product works, this brand works, and this is an amazing product, and that's how it.
So the interesting that you bring this up, and especially because you have Snapchat as a platform that you'll propagate as well. Give us some examples of how a brand has been able to create meaningful engagement or meaningful communication or content on Snapchat, because that's not a very well used platform by Indian brands.
Yeah, so Snap is also about, we were talking about, native advertising. Native,
Sure.
when I say native, that, how do you natively, naturally come, not be an ad per se,
Intrusively,
right? Very intrusive, not to be intrusive. And Snap beautifully does that, right, with its augmented reality, etc. And the ethos of actually augmented reality is that you as a user are also a brand ambassador, right? When a brand, a sponsored lens, etc. is happening, you're putting your face on it and saying that, hey, this is the product that works. So for example, we did a large campaign for Flipkart.
Okay.
And they were promoting, products, faster delivery, best prices, etc. And I think they had Alia Bhatt, which was from a trust factor, a very large influencer. And they were using the platform, right? And the platform, what we did was, we said that everyone can become and Alia Bhatt was called Flip Girl, right? Flipkart Flip Girl, right? Who's basically fast, trustworthy, etc. We said, hey, everyone can become a Flip Girl. And we created this entire augmented reality lens where when the user opened it, they saw their face as the Flip Girl and they could share that entire engagement with their friends. And we got amazing. We had almost 15 seconds to 20 seconds of engagement on just that branded piece of content, right?
Excellent. And you see more and more brands doing this. Any of you on the panel? And Rahul, have you done it for some brands?
Yeah, absolutely, right? So I think Instagram filters and Snap filters are gated, but we've been talking to them to try and help them out. But Instagram filters, we've done quite a few, where we believe that one is to use your set of influencers to send the messaging, right? But does that drive organic adoption? If it does, and there are people actually participating in the campaign to make it larger, it is successful. So one of these, let's say, for example, one of the shows that we produced for Z5, right? So it's called Ahana Pilanta, which is one of the large issues and very close to our hearts of late. So when we started doing this, we were like, this is a show that everybody can watch, right? But how do you communicate this to everybody? You can't have a similar strategy for everybody, right? You have your notifications, you have your outdoor, you have your newspaper ads, and then there's a huge part of digital and what can be done around it. So we started out by seeding a song into Instagram. Where there was a hook step where, these guys actually did, and it got 15,000 organic reels that were produced using that audio track, right? That for us was a very strong feedback that, if you can drive organic options.
And when you were seeding it, what was your strategy? I want you to share with our audiences. What did you do to start seeding that?
Well, for seeding, basically the actors themselves were big stars, so they started the trend, and then we have an army of influencers who work exclusively with us, right?
But you must have obviously looked at the personality of the show and chosen similar types of influencers.
Because it was very important that the show had a certain persona, right? And we had to stay true to it. So the kind of creators that we picked, the kind of communication that we had them say when they were making reels to sample the show, the kind of way they danced for a specific step, everything was actually keeping tag the actual brand persona of the show, which is, the whole personalization that we wanted this to be viewed a certain way.
So you mentioned an important point over here, and I think Varun touched upon it. How much we lose our brands when we are personalizing for audiences? And personalization could be across geography, across target segments, across, different categories of buyers and things.
It's not necessary to lose your personality, right? Your brand has a certain tone of voice. It has a certain personality. The mediums are different, but the tone of voice stays the same, right? It could be from different content also. For example, advertising, right? A 20-seconder, it's a certain type of content, but your tone of voice is the same. At the same time, you work with an influencer, your tone of voice is still the same, right? Or you do long-form content for probably a show, a 5-series show, your tone of voice again the same. So that's what keeps the brand consistent. Yeah.
So you feel personalization doesn't really then, it's not as detrimental to a brand voice?
Personalization is important, but it's
yes.
important. But having said that, if the tone of voice is the same, you're not losing out on anything.
And there's a good marketer at the end of that, Varun, because not many brands are able to maintain it.
But it's really hard, Tina.
It's really hard.
I want to maintain a tone of voice, but I can't use the same creative in a Bangalore as well as Dubai. How do I maintain that dynamism that what our core of our brand stands for? How do we do that in multiple markets is really hard, and I don't think there's a silver bullet answer that we've come
Which is why we're on this panel discussing this.
So talking about personalization, so we have to realize that when it comes to personalization, you're not personalizing the brand for the customer. You're trying to personalize the product or the service, right? And that's where the tweak in communication comes. And of course, first-party data helps over there. What is the person browsing accordingly? What are the recommendations I give to them? What emails I send to a cohort of customers who buy a category of products or a specific price range of products, right?
Absolutely.
So there are different means and ways of personalizing and sharing different kinds of messages to customers without diluting brand identity as well.
And I actually do believe that a brand is an amalgamation of a whole lot of things, a whole lot of attributes. At every touch point, you may not be able to enliven every attribute. So you've got to make a pick based on certain factors that you're less suggesting. Okay, I think we have about 5 7 minutes more. So I'm going to, quickly ask you all to just tell me, if you were to take a leaf out of anyone else's book, any other brand, which brand would you look to in terms of saying, okay, they've done it really well, and I like the way this brand is consistently representing themselves? And just a couple of names and maybe campaigns that our audiences can look through, and then we'll open it for questions.
This is a wonderful brand. It's a fruit drink brand called Innocent. It's based out of UK.
Lovely. Yes.
If you look at their communication, look at their packaging, look at their office, look at their value system, look at the policy that they have for employees, it's all the same.
Okay, homework for all of us. Yeah. Thanks, Varun.
2 examples from me. I would love to have the kind of budgets that Barbie had.
Oh, yes,
I
of
think it was a
course.
marketing masterclass.
Yes.
But really amazing job. But closer home, I think Whole Truth Foods does a really great job. Like a consistent story across every touch point, whether it's a bill, whether it's packaging, whether it's their social.
Yes.
So these two are my favorite.
Thank you. And I have a story and on that, because we have Pink Lemonade. And 2 weeks ago, when I was representing us somewhere else, they said, you got to change that pink lemonade. I said, no, that's the color that's trending right now. Why would I? So that's, anyway, come Ritesh.
I think one is a slightly widely example of the way Apple's kind of communicate privacy to everyone. I think we didn't know that was a problem until they started to say so.
Absolutely.
And the other thing, and I think that's again a more Indian sort of an example, is I think HDFC Bank. We don't see a lot of that communication coming out, but I think when you hear HDFC, you know what it's going to do it for you. And I think they've done a good job at it, a great job as a matter of fact.
Thank you. And I'm so, happy to see that the brands that you all are mentioning out here, it's very clear that they're successful because of doing what they've done consistently and well. And they've transcended across customer segments.
Back to the consistency across every channel. And
Absolutely.
They're where they are.
Yeah. Rahul?
So for me, I pretty much drive past IKEA every day when I go to work, right?
Lovely.
And when you look at what IKEA does, I mean, you can buy it on their site, pick it up from their store, get the oil. So the whole way in which they've kind of brought in all of these channels together, and then them trying to also kind of go a little sustainable. I think the way they're kind of catching up to trends, because I think today it's important, like we also have another company called the Indian Peacock, where we do men's clothing line, actually directly sourced from the beaver, right? So sustainability is not a fad, right? It's a trend, and that's picking up and it's evolving over a period of time. And the way IKEA has carried on that and their communication and messaging across, I think it's a brilliant way they've done it.
Very nice. While we're on IKEA, I want to take it to Live Space again, because you mentioned to me recently you have a store in Singapore where you all are co-branded with IKEA.
Yeah.
How do you then bring out the Live Space brand when IKEA has this mammoth sitting there and so difficult to
Yeah.
overcome?
So in fact, it's the very first co-branded store by IKEA anywhere in the world. Right? And it's the need of the day, right? So IKEA is great in furniture, but they have a standard design. But consumers' need states are changing, and they want personalization, they want different needs, and that's the reason why they collaborated, right? And we have a very, very good proposition. Obviously, the might of IKEA's brand comes there, and as a result, we take the catalog of IKEA, but we do heavy level of personalization.
So you have the Live Space visibly present there?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a co-branded. Yeah,
Co-branded, you
it's
said.
co-branded,
Yes,
yeah,
that's
it's
right.
co-branded, yeah.
So do you play customization there or you still play quality?
The market in Singapore is slightly different, and therefore we actually and nature of service also is more about personalization. So yeah, we pitch personalization.
So then you are customizing to that
Yeah,
segment.
the specific thing.
Sure.
But the niche states are very different. For example, we are also present in Saudi Arabia. The niche state in Saudi Arabia is very, very different, right? The level of premiumness is very, very different.
Very
there,
different, yes, I
right?
can understand.
And the platforms that they consume is also very, very different. And for example, Google doesn't exist there, right? Snap is actually their primary platform. They use Snap for search or Insta for search. So the platforms that you reach out to customers in different countries also vary.
And therefore, what Sneha was saying, it's very tough because you've got to change at some point. Then you've got to allow a few things to happen. Yes, Ashni, you want to come in? Your favorites?
I admire this brand called Patagonia also, again talking about sustainability. They had a campaign where they spoke about don't buy this jacket because, reuse what you have, and then talking about how reusable materials, recycled materials have been used. So, and it was again across channels.
Okay.
So,
Lovely one, we'll look into it. Thank you. Akshay?
Yeah, I think for me, from an omni-channel perspective, and a very mass brand has been Domino's. For some
Lovely.
reason, right?
Yes.
They are present, in stores. They have, and they have a website. They are on end. Some people would know and some won't that you could also order a Domino's pizza through an Alexa app, right? Which is voice. And there's consistency in the fact that they want to deliver fast. And it is from the fact that anywhere was one of their campaigns that you could order from anywhere, and which is actually consistent with the omni-channel.
Thank you for sharing that example. And on that note, I just want to share a fact that Domino's is the only brand I hear on Swiggy which is allowed to do its own delivery and doesn't share data with Swiggy. And so I have to say the brand has then overpowered and made its presence felt. So thanks for that example. Any questions from the audience? I would love to. Yes, we have a couple of people there. So can someone give them a mic, please?
Hello. So this question in particular is open to all of you. There's this sudden shift in messaging from being centered around small elite to now being changed into users, the next 500,000 users, right? So with reference to this expanding omnipresent channels that brands have started to use, what kind of content formats or what kind of strategies are we looking at to provide this inclusive experience for users who are now entering from, say, tier 3, tier 4 cities?
So I think it will go back to where we started, right? So if I have to talk about in specific, we are at around like 40% penetration in the big cities. We are in maybe like the early double digits in smaller cities. So honestly, for us, the wave of growth is coming from the smaller cities. As a result of which, it's important for us to be able to be relevant to that market, right? So couple of things change, couple of things don't. What doesn't change is what our brand stands for. What does Swiggy bring to the table? At the end of the day, we bring convenience to your life so that you can have a better life, right? So that's the consistent part of it. And whatever we do, no matter what the channel, no matter what the messaging, I think that part of it will be intrinsic to what we do. In terms of, I think where this will play out is in terms of the media selection, in terms of like I was talking about, right? Like languages, we will move from, say, for example, speaking the social speak to being able to speak in Malayalam or Tamil or whatever is the language that we want to, or like be more relevant to PG that we are speaking to. I think these are the two things that, one thing, like I said, one thing will change and one thing won't. But honestly, that's how we can grow.
Sneha, that's a very valid point of localization of that content or making it more inclusive to tier 3. Have any of you tried to look at AI and how that can create a touch point that or a moment of truth that's pervasive in a local language? I know we did something for Swiggy that for the homely campaign.
So yeah, we have done AI, but again, it was not tier 3 focused.
It was not tier 3
focused. Tier 1. We do actually, like a lot of our performance marketing, for example, if you are in a Bhilai or a Bhopal, the kind of item that you would see for my performance marketing is very different, and it's actually tailored to what your tastes are.
Very nice.
So honestly, I think there's no escaping it, and AI is already, and even ML, right? Like if you open your app, what you see on Swiggy will be very different, right now if you open the app here. So.
Sure, thank you. We had another question. Yes, sir.
Yes, my question is related to, directed to any of the panelists. See, we have spoken a lot about only MNC companies as such. So here, I'd like to know, see how Patanjali has done against biggies like Hindustan, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Colgate and all that. And they haven't used celebrities also. Baba Ramdev himself has done a great job.
Is the big celebrity for them.
You can see that how this brand equity has been developed in the case. Any comments to be made on this?
I'll ask the panelists for
So Patanjali actually is a beautiful brand because of the consistency of the brand ambassador or the owner itself, right? Ramdev, he has a certain personality, he has certain attributes, certain attitudes, and as a result, he's entered categories also of a similar nature, and attributes of products are also of similar nature. So there's significant consistency from his personality to his product range, and yeah, that's the reason why you see success there as well, right?
Huge consistency, and absolutely what he's saying is the products are allied to his way of life, his belief, and therefore they consumed also as natural progression. Please, any others? Sentiments? Thoughts?
I think we were just having this conversation a little while ago in the speakers panel room as well, right? So when you have a person who has a personality that, you already, believe in, then selling the product becomes so much easier because the trust and the emotion that you get with it becomes pretty much, seamless.
I think great example of content marketing, sir. Every day you're content marketing on a certain way of life, and all the products are aligned with that.
So, talk about Lalita Jewelers actually, even Lalita Jewelers.
Yeah.
He's also a classic example of that, right?
We're just having that conversation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please come in. The gentleman on the first. Yes, please go ahead then.
With the advent of AI and ML, obviously we have Omnichannel followed by all the brands and companies. But considering a few companies like, Freecharge, Cred, or, Milk Basket, those companies, they use only chat. Only one channel. So with AI and ML in the coming years or in the future, do we see only few channels for marketing or omni-channel?
So I'm not sure Milk Basket and the others would use only one channel of communication. The app itself would be an in-house channel, with proprietary channel for them. But there would be other
even
channels.
JioMart, for example, recently you could place orders through WhatsApp. So I think it is definitely inevitable. I think how people place orders, how they react.
I am talking about actually customer care, sorry.
Customer care channels,
Customer
okay.
care channels.
Okay.
So
Even there, I just believe the chat is actually AI driven, right? There are AI bots that are still there.
So customer care, at least our experience at LiveSpace has been that how fast we can respond to the customer, at least to hear him out or her out, right? I think that's very important. Why do people come to the customer care? If there's a certain escalation, if there's some not in line with what their experience was. So the way we see is channel can hear them out and respond back to them immediately, right? So while AI and ML, it's the job of hearing them out, right? Okay, fine. We have a decision tree matrix and okay, your name, your project name, what's your concern? Immediately it goes back to traditional channels, at least in LiveSpace, because you need being to understand what's happening on the project site, right? AI can't do that. So, it could be escalation there, and then have the person reaching out to that person.
Biggest channel actually for that has been Twitter, right? Like I remember when we were talking to Airtel, they were very, very skeptical on coming on Twitter at some point of time. Eventually they had to, because all the escalation and customer grievances used to come on Twitter, right? And Twitter later on developed chatbots, which are AI driven, which brands could use and they could auto respond on customer grievances. So yeah, it's been a trend that's been there.
But to answer your question, I think the brands will have to keep themselves open to listening to customers wherever a customer is, and they'll have to consolidate that in some way, whether it's through AI or anything else. Do we have time for any more questions? No, right? No. Okay, so I'm so sorry, but we will have to close here. You're free to meet our panelists offline. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, panelists.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and from Barbie's budgets to Baba Ramdev's brand equity. That was certainly a very, very interesting conversation. And could I request you all to please be on stage? We would like to felicitate you with a token of our appreciation. If I could call on Mr. Satyabrata Das, Head Strategy Alliance at Lakshya Media, to join us on stage, please, to felicitate all our panelists and, of course, our moderator, Ms. Tina Garg as well. A very, very big round of applause. That was certainly an extremely interesting conversation. I enjoyed it tremendously.
It was very well moderated by Tina. Big round of applause, because very engaging. Usually it doesn't, it's not, but very well moderated.
For our speakers, as a celebratory partner of the Pitch CMO Summit, Spotify Advertising wants to give you all a big virtual high five along with something extra special from their Spotify Celebrates collection. This is their way of helping you remember this special moment and celebrating marketing genius with music and fun. Celebrate the moment with Spotify Advertising. Thank you so much once again to all our panelists. And in case you didn't manage to win big in the quiz earlier that we have, don't worry. You still may have one chance or perhaps even two more chances coming up. Thank you very much to all our panelists once again. Yes, please, a bigger round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. Namaskara, Vanakkam, Sat Sri Akal, Kemcho, Katakai. Well, I may sound like I'm back from an India tour, and our next speaker will certainly take us through one as he brings us insights from all nooks and corners of the heartland. From the bustling bazaars to the buzzing digital realm, ShareChat has conquered hearts with its regional charisma and turned every Vava into a viral Vava. Please welcome on stage our next speaker, Mr. Gaurav Jain, Head Emerging Business ShareChat, to tell us all about the rise of short-form video. Welcome, Mr. Jain. Please take over.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gaurav, and I'm here to talk about ShareChat and Moj. And there's a ticker here which says I have 15 minutes to tell you about a platform which reaches about half of the Indians who are online, right? So instead of running through the entire laundry list, there are only 4 things that I want you to take away from this. Nothing more, nothing less. If you can walk away from this session over the next 15 minutes and remember 4 things that I want to tell, I think I've achieved my goal for the day. But I'll make it more interactive, hopefully more fun. And I'll ask you some of the questions, some of the very basic ones, right? What percentage of India today do you think has access to internet? You can just shout out the answer. What percentage of India today has access to the internet? I heard 56, okay. Somebody from the back. Did I hear 80? 75, okay. What else, sir? Do you have a guess? And I loved it when you said, why are we only talking about MNC? So today, over the next 15 minutes, 14 now, I will only talk about an Indian company built proudly by Indians for India. About 50% of India today has access to internet primarily through the mobile phones. That puts the number at about 700 million, give or take. But the important question I want to ask is, why do you think this Indian of today is buying a smartphone with his or her hard-earned money? Of course, the phone cost has gone down, the data costs have become nearly negligible. But what is the reason, number one reason you think that an Indian of today in a tier 3 city of today wants access to internet? Any guesses there? Sorry. Can you say that loud, please? Entertainment. By the way, that was not planted. She doesn't work for me. The answer is entertainment, entertainment, entertainment. Today's India is buying smartphone, is consuming internet because he or she wants to be entertained. They want to be, by the way, entertained in the language of their choice. I may be living in Bangalore. I may be comfortable talking in English and Hindi. But when I sit back and relax, on my way back home in a cab, I want to consume content in Kannada, which is my mother tongue. And that's what the behavior of today's India's internet is. And that's what we are here to talk about. This, by the way, blends beautifully with the massive rise of short-form videos we are seeing in the country today. By the way, this is not only an India phenomena. You would have heard of a company called TikTok that is making waves across the globe, giving sleepless nights to possibly the big giants of the US because people just can't get enough of short-form video. India is no different. I can promise you there are some of you right now who are bored of this presentation and are looking at a short-form video on your WhatsApp or on your Instagram reel or on your YouTube shorts. And that is the advent and the sort of blast of short-form video consumption that is happening in India today. It is not the future, it is the present, while the future looks even more brighter when we talk about short-form video. But coming back, only 4 things I want you to take away from this. Number 1, what is Share, Chat and Moj? Quick show of hands, how many of you right now have Share Chat or Moj app on their phone? No one, right? 0? I was expecting 2 hands there, they're part of my team, but it looks like they have uninstalled it as well. Okay. Then my question is, who are these 325 million people who we say are part of ShareChat and Moj and who are consuming more than 35 minutes of our content every day, and they open their app about 8 times a day to consume the content, to engage with their friends, to follow the influencer they so love? Why isn't any one of those 25 million people in this room? Isn't it a bit surprising? And that is where I think this quote that I find very dear is that anecdotes are always louder than statistics, right? Possibly none of us sitting in this room right now is not a target audience for ShareChat and Moj because we consume content on one of those American social media companies because we like consume content about high-end fashion stuff or about vacations. Trust me, there are millions of Indians out there who are consuming or who have a deep desire to consume the content they like in their own language. We may find it cringe, but let me ask you, is our job as marketeer not to communicate a brand story to our consumers, or is it only about getting that emotional ad about climate change which helps us win those Cannes Award? I think it is the former, and that is why that is the number one thing I want you to take away with. ShareChat and Moj today reach more than 32 crore people in India. We are the 3rd largest digital ecosystem in India today. We are, by the way, growing massively. ShareChat was founded about 8 years back by 3 IIT Kanpur graduates who thought there is a desperate need for something very Indian, something very vernacular, because people of India are no longer satisfied with what American social media companies are offering them. Moj is our short-form video play. Ever since the TikTok ban, we are by far the largest short-form video company in the country today. We have more than 20 million users coming to our app every day, and that puts us right at the very top. Of course, the heart and soul of every short-form video play is a world-class recommendation system. And there is no tech presentation today without using the word artificial intelligence. So let me use it. Our AI-powered Rexes, which ensures that the next video that is shown to the user engages them at another level. So this is the number one thing I want you to take away from today. How our user base looks like. ShareChat as an app is very tier 2 and tier 3 strong. As you can see, more than 90% or 85% of our users are coming from that. Moj, on the contrary, is very urban, very Gen Z and millennial. And that is, I think, one of the myths that I want to clear out or bust today. A lot of times I hear people use these two words, ShareChat and Moj, interchangeably. These are two different apps. These are two different ecosystems reaching out to different set of audiences. Now, what does it mean for you as marketeers today? Is that if you do common buying across these, you can see how you have access to people across age groups and across all the tiers of India. Okay, so everyone with me? The second thing I want you to take away. Can I request everyone to take out their smartphones, on their WhatsApp, search for ShareChat? On WhatsApp, please do a search for ShareChat. And what I'm assuming or guessing is that there will be a lot of messages that you would be seeing, because some of your family groups, some of your dear friends, some of your college Londa group, or your one-to-one messages would have had some forwards from ShareChat, right? Let me give you some statistics around it. We joke internally that if ShareChat was to shut down for a day, it would lead to a significant reduction in traffic on WhatsApp India. That's how big we are. We are possibly the biggest content aggregator for WhatsApp today. And that's why I asked all of you to search for it. For the first time now, and we have now opened it up, this product offering outside our beta phase. But today we are now offering all these shares for monetization. Here's what I mean. Today, about 10 million people come to ShareChat every day, consume content which may range from a good morning messages to a shairi to a husband-wife joke or whatever they like. And the content which they like most, they actually do a one-click share on their WhatsApp groups. And that is why I was confident that when you search for ShareChat on your WhatsApp, you will find some or the other content. Now imagine this is being done by 10 million people about 2 to 3 times every day. And that's the power of ShareChat content. Now imagine if all those good morning messages that are going, or all those shairis, or all those jokes that are going out there from ShareChat to WhatsApp, you could have your brand slapped at the bottom of it, either in form of GIF or a banner, or a 6-second pre-roll video. This becomes the world's only way to advertise on WhatsApp. And that is what the second thing I want you to take away from this presentation is we are now offering WhatsApp brand shares as a way to reach, to make your brand reach millions of Indians in possibly the most efficient way. Here's what it looks like. These are real examples. The first one is Zomato. Every time there was a festive share that was done from ShareChat to WhatsApp, there was a Zomato banner down at the bottom. The second one is how it would look like on the actual WhatsApp screen. Action to a ITC store. And this is, by the way, a mock-up. This is a creative ideation that we were doing with the ITC team. So imagine reaching 30, 40, 50 million Indians on a single day, running this campaign for 15 days at a stretch. And imagine the amount of brand lift, brand message, recall, or the actual click to action you could get from the WhatsApp branded shares. So this is the second thing I want you to take away from this. Third one, like I said, Internet of today is no longer urban, it is no longer male dominated, it is no longer English and Hindi. In fact, any data that you refer to will tell you that a bulk of the India's internet users, and I say bulk, I mean majority, I mean more than 50%, actually are consuming content in their own language. And that's where regional influencer ecosystem is very, very strong. And we at ShareChat and Moj are very proud to have worked with these influencers over the past 8 years and have good relationships with more than 700,000 such influencers today. Now imagine leveraging those influencers as a one-stop shop for your next marketing campaign. This means you don't have to engage with any other influencer agency, quote unquote. You do not have to engage with a creative agency, quote unquote, who would work on your creative ideation. We have invested in teams and processes at ShareChat wherein we work with you right from creative ideation, which hashtag challenge should work well, which jingle works well, to selecting the influencers, to giving you the choice to choose from a list of influencers, and going all the way to ensuring that that campaign delivers 100 million, 200 million, or 500 million views. So that is the third thing I want you to take away. When you think of ShareChat and Moj, think about how strong and important regional influencer marketing is, and we are at the forefront of it. These are some of the examples.
నా చర్మాన్ని అందంగా ఉంచడానికి నేనేం చేస్తుంటానా అని చెప్పి నా ఆడియన్స్ తరచూ ఆలోచిస్తూ ఉంటారు. కొంతమంది ఇది మేకప్ అంటారు, మరి కొందరు రైట్ డైట్ వల్ల అంటారు. మీకు నిజం చెప్పనా, నా కొత్త సంతూర్ సబ్బు ఇదిగో. నిజంగా అన్ని అభినందనలు దక్కాల్సింది నాకు కాదు, నా చర్మ సౌందర్యానికి కారణమైన సంతూర్కే. కాబట్టి ఈ కొత్త సంవత్సరంలో మీ చర్మాన్ని కొత్త తాజాదనాన్ని జతచేయండి. ఇది మీ కొత్త సంతూర్ సబ్బు నుండి పొందుతారు. మీకు కావాల్సింది కొత్త సంతూర్. జోడించిన మాయిశ్చరైజర్లతో పాటు దాని కొత్త తాజా సువాసన మీ చర్మాన్ని మృదువుగా చేస్తుంది. అందువల్ల మీరు ఎల్లప్పుడూ యవ్వనంగా కనిపిస్తారు. ఇంకా 1-2 సార్లు ఆలోచించడం ఎందుకు, ఇక ఎల్లప్పుడూ యవ్వనంగా కనిపించండి. కొత్త సంతూర్కి ధన్యవాదాలు.
She's a hot shot, girls just wanna be her.
Again, these were just two of the many examples that we wanted to show you. Essentially, to reiterate the point, think about your next user, think about their behavior, think about where they spend time. How do they like to consume the media of today? Are they any longer interested in a 15-minute YouTube video with a pre-roll ads? Or do they want to engage with a 30-second short video of the influencer who speaks their language? And then think how you can leverage that influencer for your brand. The last thing that I want you to remember. India, internet is going through a native language revolution. There is no other way to put it. Like I said, it is not the future, it is the present. Any data that you refer to will tell you that vernacular has taken over India's internet. We, again, are at the forefront of it. Let me show you some numbers. This is our top 5 languages by user base. Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi are our top 5 consuming languages. But if I were to show you the entire data, you would realize that I would have audience even in Gujarati, even in Bhojpuri, even in Urdu. And that's how powerful this native language revolution is. I've just pulled a screenshot of some of the states, and the list, of course, is long, cannot be fit on one slide. But what it essentially means, that next time you're thinking of reaching out to your audience or doing a media buying, remember, we are not a subset of the large American companies that are out there. We are very proud to say that there are incremental users that are only available on our platforms. There are some of the numbers for some of the states that I've put it out there. But it is not that you as a marketer should think that if I'm buying on these platforms, I anyways have access. Because trust me, contrary to our intuitive belief, some people do not like those platforms and they only like to be on the platform where they are able to connect with people, real people who speak their language. So this is the last one. That's all. The board says my time is up, but me and my team are available for any further questions. I consciously did not go into the details of this. The only 4 things I would like to repeat for you to remember. ShareChat and Moj today reached 32.5 crore people on a monthly basis. These are engaged users coming to our app and spending upwards of 30 minutes every day. There is a native language revolution happening in the country today. We have incremental users that you will not find on any other platform. Short form videos have taken over the world, and India is no exception. For any short form video, regional influencers are the bread and butter. We have strong relationships with 700,000 of those. And lastly, the next time you receive a WhatsApp forward, do notice the top left-hand corner. I can promise you more often than not, it will have the ShareChat logo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. If I could request you to please stay on stage. If I could request Mr. Rahul Tamada, co-founder and CEO of Tamada Media, to join us on stage with a little token of our appreciation for you. A very, very big round of applause for a session that was entertaining, as you said. A very big round of applause. And Mr. Jain will also be staying on with us for our next panel discussion. It's now time to dive into the world of tailor-made marketing, from crafting one-on-one connections to delivering a seamless experience across every touch point. This discussion will focus on how personalization transforms ordinary interactions into extraordinary segments. Don't miss the chance to unravel the mysteries of personalization and ignite your brand's unique spark in the omni-channel universe. The topic for the discussion is the power of personalization in omni-channel marketing. Mr. Gaurav Jain will be moderating this session as well. He's, of course, the head emerging business ShareChat Mod. We'll be joined by our panelists, Ankur Agarwal, General Manager, Marketing, TTK Prestige, Aprajita Biswas, Head of Marketing, The Hindu Group, Prashant Dhar, Director, Marketing, AO Smith, Rahul Karthikeyan, Chief Marketing Officer, Scaler, Vaibhav Malhotra, Senior Director, Marketing, Cash Free Payments. A very, very warm welcome to all our panelists, and of course, Mr. Gaurav Jain to moderate the session. A very, very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Okay, folks, we have an esteemed panel with us. I guess we should start with a quick introduction so that everyone knows the context we are speaking with. And Vaibhav, should we start with you? Sorry, I caught you in the middle of.
Hey, not a problem. Yeah, my name is Vaibhav. I handle marketing at Cash Free Payments. We are a payment aggregator who power most of the startups in the payment space today. Yeah, that's about
Lovely. Thank you. Rahul, over to you.
Hi, my name is Rahul Karthikeyan. I lead the marketing business for, I think that definition, I just want to change that definition. I'm an intern at marketing. I think that's what we follow in our organizations as well. We don't really follow the titles. It doesn't matter to us, but we want to be staying humble. So I lead the entire, for the scale of business, it's an edtech company. We're maybe 3-4 years old now. But yeah, that's about it.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Prashant Dhar. I'm Director Marketing with AO Smith. So we are into manufacturing of water purifiers and geysers. We've been operating in India for the last 15 years now. So I think that's it.
Hi, I'm Rajita Biswas and I head marketing for the Hindu Group.
We are a media publishing house, and I take care of 4 brands. Of course, the flagship brand, The Hindu, I'm sure like most of you are aware, and must be loyal readers. Then Business Line, Sports Star, and Frontline. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ankur. I take care of marketing at TTK Prestige Limited. It's India's largest kitchen appliances brand. So all we do is talk about food and anything to do with food.
Lovely, lovely. And you had me at food, you know, we are here to talk about something about marketing, right? So folks, I asked in the last panel discussion, the panel already towards the end touched upon it, but we will sort of hopefully go deeper, also requesting the panel to share examples, anecdotes, because, you know, to make it very real for the audience. But folks, what we are essentially talking about is how does one approach this whole personalization game when we talk about omni-channel marketing, right? And we'll start from the very top. You know, Prashant, in your opinion, you know, what does this personalization mean in the context of omni-channel? And you think it is important, not important? Are its claims exaggerated? What's your opinion on it?
It's basically creating a consistent and uniform and personalized experience for the consumers. That is what personalization is all about. It helps you to improve your matrices in terms of cost per engagement, in terms of your cost per clicks, through rates, etc. And it all basically culminates from a very clear segmentation that you do, right, for the consumers. So creating very distinct consumer profiles and targeting them in terms of, you know, the communication that you're doing, the service delivery that you are doing, so that you get you first of all deliver what is required for the consumer and also get a ROI, I think, in a very plain, simple, but this is what personalization to me is.
And Rahul, how do you resonate with this whole concept of personalization?
See, there's a very thin line on personalization. Sometimes it can get creepy as well. I'll tell you a simple definition of why is it creepy as well. And most of the times it is useful. Now imagine a scenario where you're just landed onto a website, okay? You're just browsing it. You've not given a consent. And now in India, it's not highly regulated. We do remarket. I mean, the moment you've kind of landed onto certain pages and you'll see that banner everywhere. Wherever you go, the brands will follow. It's a very creepy way of kind of, you know, doing personalizations, and because you don't have a user consent there. So for me, very, very thin line in terms of what is very, very useful and what is creepy. And as a brand, we want to kind of stay towards the useful side of it, but though we sometimes falter on the creepy side as well. But that for me is personalization, where you understand at what stage the brand is, the consumers are looking for that particular brand and want to engage with that particular brand. That is personalization from my point of view.
Fair enough. And Ankur, because you folks run such a heavy offline business, how do you as a company or a brand even achieve this? Is it?
Okay. So personalization is not a new term in marketing or for organizations. I mean, from the time companies have started selling products, personalization has been present in one form or the other. Okay, now from the olden days when people used to go to stores and engrave their names, the storekeepers, they have cherished that, they have given that as dowries in that time to their kids going to their homes, to now when people are going to online spaces, to stores which are present offline and through some mediums are being part of Omni-channel. Personalization is here to stay. It has always been. So for us, it's very, very important because consumer at whatever stage of journey he is engaging with the brand has to feel that he is wanted, he is valued for, and whatever he's invested in the brand stays with him. Now, I give an example in form of what engraving used to mean at that point in time. Today, once the consumer has bought our product, let us say in an offline space or in online, and online happens to be an important space for us today, it's a substantial part of the percentage of business that we do today because consumers are searching online, right? It's not, if I as a consumer see a product in an offline space, the first habit that I would want to do is go and check at least prices online. It's not only stops at pricing, it goes to reviews, it goes to the genuinity of the product, and then see if the brand stories that the consumers are speaking are true and genuine to what the storekeeper is telling him. So for us, it's very, very critical. Post-purchase behaviors are, again, as a brand, engaging with them. Example, I'm selling appliances, talking to him about some recipes. Post-purchase, telling him when the upgrades are supposed to happen, telling him what goes well with that product. He feels wanted, right? So it's very, very critical for us as well.
Got it. Very interesting. And Aprajita, you yourself run such a strong legacy brand, right? And everyone knows what to expect from this brand, and because it has been there standing strong for so many decades now. But tell me, how do you now leverage such a strong legacy brand along with the power of data analytics or machine learning to sort of create this personalized messaging, but still resonating with that other sort of brand that you have?
Okay, thanks. Gaurav, see, we are into, news business, and we have a moral responsibility to show the significant and important news to you. It might not, you might not like it, but what's happening in Manipur, you must know it. So there are these must-to-know news where we still have edit intervention, and we believe that it will always remain so. However, the entire personalization we are doing in terms of, say, the good-to-know news, which is basically news of interest, where we are using data analytics and machine learning to create lookalike segments, and then we are, providing the right content to the right audience. But of course, every day we are developing our data capabilities, and right now we are feeding machine, and there are many projects that are in the stage of experimentation. So.
Got it. Okay. Vaibhav, let me come to you. Payments is such a sensitive, such a space, a vertical wherein trust is of utmost importance, right? And whenever we talk about personalization, of course, there is that data signals that you would want to ideally leverage. And given a payments company like yours has so many data signals, tell me, what are some of the ethical concerns about this whole personalization, on be it on privacy or risk of creating, these filter bubbles? What are your thoughts on it?
So yeah, no, I think as a brand, we are very responsible in, how do you look at data and what are the data points on which you want to make your decision making. But as a payments company, we craft experiences which help our businesses offer personalization to their customers. So, for example, every time you're making a purchase, if I already know what is the address where this is going to be shipped at, and I can give that as a capability, I see that my merchants can see a conversion rate that has increased, that could increase by up to 40%. So as a business, we are building capabilities of allowing our merchants to offer personalization to their customers, and that's something that has worked for us. But apart from that, we look at data. We have risk engines to prevent to read the signals which can help prevent frauds and stuff like that. So that's something that we are working on.
Okay, thank you. Rahul, as an edtech company, at least I'm keen to know, how do you balance this whole thing of automation versus human interaction in an omni-channel environment, right? So back in the day, you would walk into the store to buy a product or a service. This would be a store which is near your house or your office. You would possibly know the person there, and there's that inherent trust. But in today's omni-channel experience, if you're selling an education service or a product, what is balance of automation versus human touch?
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, it's pretty difficult in today's world. Even now, I want to. I'm talking from a student point of view as well. I still want to interact physically with an individual sitting on the other side. and want to know more about the product, right? So that is still exist. Now, in some way, both automations and personalization have to play together. What we try to do is, see, from a personalization point of view, I'll give you a scenario in terms of where things can go wrong and things can go right as well. I'm sure most of you must have had an experience wherein a random person's name would have come to your inbox saying that, thank you, you've kind of subscribed for this product, and we would like to renew this, right? So you probably had experience. You must have tried interacting with a salesperson whenever you get to, right? So say, hey, listen, I'm getting a very wrong information. This is not the individual I'm on that you're, sending out emails. Can you please stop it? Today's, it's very difficult, and that's where automation becomes a big problem statement, right? So forget about personalization, automation journeys, when a brand is pulling off, you need to be very sacrosanct in terms of how these automations are being built, and you need to ensure that, user consent is always taken and it is rightly attributed to the persona as well. So for me, that's automation part of it, yes, if you solve for that. Next, from a personalization point of view, yes, a salesperson, they want to kind of interact with a human figure. It can be one of the co-founders, or we have our own sales representatives as well. But the initial nudge from their side, if there is a small message as a WhatsApp conversation coming from their side, which has an individual's name and probably, asking for a certain time, if there is sort of a empathy given to the lead, to the consumer, I feel in many ways that personalization can be built. And I think a lot of our TG is now becoming digitally accepted, right? And they're accepting the digital nature of conversations now. We don't really step out to interact with a stranger. We interact in a digital ecosystem these days. So I think in some way the communication and automation has to play together. Otherwise, it can lead to a disaster. But in many ways, it does lead to better efficiencies as well. And from an organization point of view, it is a lot of savings. It is like a person is not really traveling to an A to B as well. From a business point of view, it makes more business sense as well. You can automate a lot of these processes.
Yeah. And Prashant, any examples from your current org or maybe earlier in your career?
Yeah. So what I believe is that between automation and personal intervention, there should be a defined line, right? Because sometimes when your need is say for example, in our category, if someone is coming onto our website and asking for a product, or wants to know a little bit more about certain products, features, etc., which can be easily automated through a chatbot or something like that, right? But when he's in extreme winters, when he is having product fault, right, he is going to kill me if my chatbot keeps on interacting with him. So at that time, you need to shift him back to your customer care, where you do need a human intervention. So there's a fine balance between the two that you need to have. It's a blurred line, but it needs to be defined sharply, so that the scalability as well as the personalization or the empathy both have the right balance.
Yeah, I love it. Empathy during winters, it can be critical. But Ankur, any thoughts?
Yeah, so today I think most of the people who are here, and a lot of us as marketers and organizations, today getting customer data in the omni-channel platform, it's not difficult, okay? Because all of us are in the digital space, and more as the adoption is going up, the data coming into the system is not an issue. Most of the marketers in the country today are, at least few of them whom I know, are struggling to understand what to do with the data. Okay, we are talking jargons, we are talking, yes, generative AI is coming in, we are saying that yes, personalization should happen, but to what extent, to what measures, and if at all we should be doing it for the consumers, because we are now getting slowly but surely getting into the irritating space of customers. So making that balance good enough where he is at his leisure space, where he is wanting to interact with you, and if he or she is wanting to come to the brand and then the brand is talking to them, is something as going forward would make more sense to the brands than brands trying to reach out to them again and again and again, and making that space getting disappeared in the next decade or so. I mean, the sooner it's getting created, it may get disappeared as well. I mean, that is over.
Yeah, I'm almost reminded of this aligners company who I went to their website and in hindsight it was a big mistake. I put in my phone number and this was for my son who was 11 then. And this gentleman calls me within 2 hours. Again, the power of how fast we reach the customers, right? And he told me that, you know, sir, this is ideally be suggested at the age of 13 years and above. I said, thank you very much. And I thought the lead is now closed. And for the next 3 months, every day, twice a day, morning and evening, I used to get call from this company saying that, you know, are you interested in aligners? And I used to tell them that, you know, this is what you folks told me. So, of course, my son is, and this kept happening for good 3 months until I had to write an email to the founder saying, please excuse me, I'm almost willing to pay the cost of the liners if you stop calling me. So, you know, yeah, finally it stopped. But, you know, I don't think for everyone reaching out to founders on LinkedIn, it should be the way, right? So, okay, let's talk about some of the uncomfortable topics, right? So, measurement in this entire omni-channel, measurement in this entire personalization space. What's your view on it? How does one measure? Isn't attribution a problem? How do you know if your bang for buck is coming and is it coming from this channel and hence you should invest more there? Yeah.
So I think, see, one of the biggest challenges and I'm speaking to many categories here, is that attribution, that word attribution. Okay, it's pretty difficult to kind of be as accurate as possible to get the attribution figures correct. Right? So the most important piece is to get your data infrastructure at the back end pretty strong. There are very few companies, I think maybe gaming and a couple of other players have been phenomenal. E-commerce are phenomenal. I think they've kind of advanced themselves. But there are many other categories wherein probably there is still a lot more work to be done. So it all boils down to the kind of data infrastructure that we have built. Basis that in some way if you're able to articulate how the attribution is. Now, for example, now when I'm talking to my founders, right, it's very blank. Facebook is not working now, Google is working, let's pause it. But it's a very wrong way of looking at Facebook as a channel. And we did one experiment. We just kind of paused Facebook for 8 days. Yeah. There was a direct impact in terms of the organic flow, in terms of Google search volume stopping as well. So there is dependency on all the source. What is important is what sort of dependency and how much can I bring in more efficiency on that. Now that level of data, I mean, there are very few ones who are able to succeed. Unfortunately, I don't think even Scalar has done that. Yes, and I'm very open about it. There's a lot more work to be done there. But still, our data engineers are constantly at it to ensure that the entire data infrastructure is stable and it comes from one single source, right? So, and we don't really depend on any external factors. Everything is all stored inside, right? So that becomes a very big challenge. Now, after that comes the metrics, because then if you know that the infrastructure is all in some way stored, your metrics then becomes everything. It depends on, for example, if I have to do brand campaign, my metric will as simple be what sort of traffic visits, incremental traffic, what sort of click-throughs, what sort of engagements have we built. But if it comes to performance, it'll be more towards conversions and ROAS as well, right? So, but again, it has to go back to how well built your infrastructure is. Otherwise, their definition might be wrong.
Yeah. Weber?
So I think I wanted to actually share an example of what we did at Cashfree a couple of years back. We were doing email cold outreaches, and we really wanted to test if we go to the extent of personalizing it to the T, how good our results are going to be. So we went first by line of business perspective, and we did a campaign. We saw an incremental result. Then we said, you know what, the incremental output is so much that let's actually stop everything, write emails where every email has an insight about that organization. And when we did that, our results were phenomenal. Of course, it's a function of, how much time and bandwidth and resource you have so that you can replicate this at scale. But I think with, AI coming in and generative AI being there, your ability to write better content, your ability to use tools like AMP, etc., your ability to personalize your message to the customer at the audience of one, that is today. And like every experiment we have done, we have seen like incremental benefits in it.
Okay, you take it.
Thank you. Okay. As I said that right now we are doing personalization in pockets, and what we have seen is that, by using data analytics and machine learning, we created these lookalike segments for our subscribers. And today, our internal data shows that our subscribers are 25 times more engaged than the non-subscriber. So that's something really great. And second is we have been able to do better targeting for our advertisers, and of course, like we have repeat clients coming back to our business and site. So for the business, of course, it's good, and for the bottom line as well. Yeah, thanks.
Attribution, again, nothing tastes better than the money which flows into the bank. I mean, but like we are saying, it's omni-channel, right? So customer is looking for the product in one platform, buying from another, giving reviews on the third, and then putting complaints about the product after usage on the fourth. So it's extremely what we have metrics to define that, okay, this is the cost of acquisition, this is the ROAS, and all that metrics that we follow. But attributing to one platform, one type of activity is extremely, extremely difficult. The marketing universe, at least in the country, have not matured enough to attribute sales to an exact activity that can happen in the omni-channel experience. If I do it for a particular channel, towards a concentrated effort, I can say this activity led me to this particular results. But that's very tactical, that's short term, because over a period of time, consumers are not staying on one platform, right? And they're moving across. Brands have to move across with them. Like most of them told you, attribution is a pain at this point in time. Let me accept it. Most of you will accept here that it's exactly a pain, but yes, there are metrics which are slowly evolving. And as we go forward, I believe that yes, something better will happen.
But Anko, then the question I would ask you is, attribution is tough, but then how do you decide where your next dollar goes to? Because you've got a call, right?
Right. So there are customers who come back to you, right? So like I told you, the customers who write back to you, there are you know that where the customer is going today, either for engagement or for purchase or for making decision. Now wherever he is going or she is going, we follow them. Now, there are enough data points with us through the data scientist, through the metrics that we are following. We know where the customer is going. We as a brand try to follow them and be present wherever they are. It may convert today, it may convert tomorrow, but if as a brand we follow customers and are with them, okay, over a period of time, there is no way that the customer is looking somewhere else.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, we'll touch upon one last topic and then we'll open it up for Q&A so folks out there can think of the question they would want to ask the panelists. Again, across the panel, what are some of the emerging technology or trends do you most resonate with when you think about omni-channel or when you think about personalization today?
I'll give you an example which we are right now following. There's something called AR, right, that we are using now. It's about personalization. So we have created modules on our web page wherein actually the consumer can go and visualize each and every of our products in their own space. So that gives an elevated level of consumer experience to him, because across 60, 70 SKUs, if you are getting, to test different types of, products or color combinations in your own kitchen space or a bathroom space, and then take a decision to purchase or not. So that is, one way in which it is obviously, moving forward. Apart from that, obviously there are things like, your chatbots and stuff like that, which are machine chatbots, as they say, which we have to, really exploit, which we are using, but we have not exploited it to the,
Yeah, like that. Using but not exploiting. Weber, what do you think?
No, I just wanted to make it a little bit more controversial. There is a big debate that ChatGPT is like a boon for writing content. And as marketers, maybe it's time for us to start putting a disclaimer that this has been written by ChatGPT. That sort of gives the ownership of, of that piece of content. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah. Seems like level within the level.
Yes, so I think right now with this entire data analytics, we have been, able to pick data across the channels, and especially if I'm talking from a publishing perspective. See, while the reader can, casually switch between newspaper to app to website, social media, still the channels are different. But what we have done is like we could pick data from various channel and integrate them to create lookalike segments, and we have seen early success in terms of better engaged consumers. And I think in future, we will be able to have better predictions and better segmentation. And as Yuval Noah Harari said, that the extreme, imminent change in terms of extreme personalization would be from intimacy. And I think then all of us, all the marketeers have to come up with some radical approach.
Lovely. Yeah, we're down to the sapiens now, okay? Ankur, closing thoughts on this, on the tools that you think, or the trends that are emerging?
Yeah, so one point, because we started by saying we're offline heavy, right? So the patience with the customers is not there. The retail space is becoming more and more expensive. So there's one thing, there are a lot of things which are coming up in that space because the patience of the consumers are going. There's something like endless aisle. I don't know how many of you here know. Okay, so now all the stores did not keep the stocks that they have. Customers walk in, they have the virtual experience of the product, and they can order from that store itself. So the cost of storing, the cost of doing business would come down. Customers don't have to wait for it. That's one, okay. And then in the omni-channel space, the challenge for the brand is to make yourself available wherever they are. So that's one thing that we continue to strive and make ourselves in the future capable of. Example, website, okay, is something we are actually wanting in a journey to make ourselves, make it better in terms of that, okay, which is your turnaround to the customer serviceability, and making because the customer is not ready to wait for 7 days for a product. How many of us are today willing to buy a product which will come on 7 days or 8 days, which was true just before COVID. So we are also in that space where we are trying to make the products available to the customer within 24 hours, 48 hours. That's what the omni-channel experience for the customers going forward would enable the brand to be more competitive.
Lovely. We now open it up to the audience. Any of you have a question for our panelists? Okay, this can be two things. Okay, cool. We'll close it here. Thank you so much, folks. It was lovely hearing you, and thank you for taking out time.
Our last panel discussion of the day, and what a great one it was. I think we can give a bigger round of applause, especially considering you had no questions, so it must have been a really clear panel discussion, I'm sure. And no, it was clear. Let's go with that. And may I call on stage Ms. Althea Vanderveen, Director, South Sales Truecaller, to felicitate all our panelists. A very, very big round of applause. We can do better than that, everyone. Our last panel discussion of the day. Can I have our mementos on stage, please. This is for our speakers as a celebrity partner of the Pitch CMO Summit. Spotify Advertising wants to give you a big, you got two, yes. A big virtual high five or a high 10 in Mr. Jain's case, along with something extra special from their Spotify Celebrates collection. This is their way of helping you remember this special moment and celebrating your marketing genius with music and fun. Celebrate the moment with Spotify Advertising. And of course, let me remind you, our featured hashtag for today is hashtag PitchCMO, as you can see displayed. Help us to, of course, maintain the lively buzz on social media by sharing your thoughts and posts using hashtag PitchCMO. Thank you once again to all our panelists and of course, Ms. Althea van der Veen for joining us to felicitate all our panelists for the day. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Can we get a picture, please? Thank you so much, everyone. And I think I mentioned a little earlier, in case you didn't have good luck with the quiz earlier, now is your chance yet again. So we will now play our partner message on the screen and post, and I will ask you a question from the audio-visual presentation that you see. So pay attention and let's see if you're the first to answer the question for the prize. So now it's time for the questions. May I have the first question on the screen, please? What does Teeds use evidence-based creativity, rich media to power? Brand awareness, consideration, conversion, or all of the above? Okay. That gentleman in the purple shirt. Yes, excellent. Please come up on stage. Please come up on stage. Yes, you got the first one answered. The next question, can we have the next question on the screen, please? What is the platform's primary strength? TAM, T's... Okay, already very enthusiastic. I think the gentleman in the red shirt put his hand up first. Yes? Sorry? No, I'm sorry. That's not the right answer. All of the above. Yes, the gentleman in the pink shirt. Please join us on stage. A very big round of applause. Everyone very enthusiastic about this quiz, I must say. Please join us on stage. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you in the corner over there. And can I ask Mr. Tarun Unmat, MD India Teeds, to please join us on stage to distribute the awards to our winners. A big round of applause, everyone. That was the fastest answer I've ever seen. That was really some fast answering over there. So obviously everyone is paying attention and that's great. And it's now time for a message from our partners.
வருஷம் 300 ஆயாச்சு தலைமுறை பல 100 பார்த்தாச்சு இளம தெரிக்கும் எங்க ஊரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு
சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு
காட்சியும் மாறி போச்சு ஆனா கடற்கரை காதல் இன்னும் மாறலங்க கிரிக்கெட்
கோயம்பேடு மார்க்கெட்
எத்தான ஹைகோர்ட்
கடை பிஸ்கெட்
எம்டிசி டிக்கெட்
மெட்ராஸின் மொசாட்
சூப்பர் ஸ்டார் கட் அவுட் சல்யூட்
என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு
Wow, I just got goosebumps listening to that. Yeah, all right, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your glasses for the next speaker. For our brand, Diageo is in the house at #PitchCMO Summit 2023. Every sip is a celebration and every swig is a symphony when it comes to the offerings from the house of Diageo India. With a dash of innovation and a splash of tradition, Diageo concocts more than just spirits. They brew tales of taste, blend stories of style, and pour happiness into every glass. Please welcome on stage Ms. Ruchira Jaitley, Chief Marketing Officer, Diageo India, to dive into the canvas of progressive portrayal where the strokes of creativity paint narratives that challenge norms, break boundaries, and celebrate diversity. Welcome, Ms. Jaitley. Please take the mic.
Hi everyone. It's the end of the day. I can see a lot of empty chairs here. So I'm hoping for those who've still braved the end of the day, this is going to be an interesting enough session. I've got 15 minutes. I don't plan to drain too many charts and talk too much. And thank you for that absolutely sterling introduction. I'm really proud to represent the kind of work that Diageo does, you know, in anything, in everything. Our brands, our communication, our portfolio. And I think what we at Diageo are committed to is the idea that identity and identity formation is something that we all believe is societal, but that we all impact in terms of the way it's interpreted today. We've seen a sea change in the way people look at their identities. And yeah, there's a sea change in the way consumers and culture is shaping identities. It's not just because it's global, it's happening in India. It's accelerated with connections. It's a movement of sorts, or it forms movements. And there are significant forces that are actually driving this and popular conversations really into the world, which is completely new for a lot of marketeers today. I hope I inspire some of you to have the right kind of conversations with consumers, customers on your brands today, right? India has one of the youngest populations, right, in the world. And what's interesting is, and this is one metric, look at the number of non-binary, non-conforming people in Gen Z versus baby boomers, and the delta and the change. And look at how that change is being driven by people, new adults who are coming into the voting age. And this is India today, right? The conversations have broadened. Just today, I don't know how many of you noticed this, but the Chief Justice of India put out a paper on how stereotyping and stereotypes do not find their way in the language of judgments anymore, right? And that was an internal paper circulated to his entire team to say, when we write our judgments, we do not want to reflect stereotyping, right? Now, that's massive. That's huge. And that's just the beginning of this massive tectonic shift that we're all going to be seeing. Also, it's not just about gender. This is about everything. It's about age. It's about casting. It's about, is a brand too woke? Is it woke? You know, should it be woke? So it's all kinds of things coming together. So the conversations are interesting. Our belief at Diageo is that our brands paint a picture of society, and they shape the way a lot of us not only see ourselves. I mean, you saw that beautiful ad by the Hindu, right? Look at how it was shaping perceptions behind what Chennai as a city could be. It wasn't just a piece of advertising on why they know or don't know the audience in Chennai. So these are examples that are coming alive every single day. Therefore, what's our belief? We as marketers have to promote a vibrant and inclusive society. We have to put the picture that we want the world to look like. Tell stories that shape what's acceptable to society and also aspirational to society. Recognize and elevate diverse voices. Don't let them be unheard. And embrace all kinds of people to elevate stories. Because brilliant work is work that talks to authentic, real people and their stories. It's not work that hyperbolizes every single interaction with the brand. That's an era that's gone. It's not just the right thing to do. And this I want to leave with you. It also drives stock price. It drives purchase intent for sure. And all those measures that we die to get, distinctiveness, equity, it drives all of those. So this is financially a really smart thing to do. When Nike does what it does, it builds advocates and evangelists that go far beyond actual consuming audiences. And that's what drives its share price, which, by the way, has been rebounding back ever since it did the Colin Kaepernick creative. But Kantar, global data, tells us that we are far behind. Only 19% of ads represent people of different ethnic origins. Only 1% show people with disabilities. Only 1% show overtly gay and lesbian characters. Only. Just look at those numbers. That's global advertising by Kantar, not my numbers, the reports written over there. What does that mean? It means we are very, very far away from representation, right? we're very far away from the desired representation that we need in society. That being said, there's another very interesting statistic. Representation does nothing. Showing people does nothing. Showing them in a positive way, underrepresented groups, people who don't have voices, in a positive way, drives fantastic scores on brands and on short-term sales. I mean, for all of those who've seen the latest Apple iWatch creative, we all know what that's about, right? So it does amazing stuff for your brands, it does amazing stuff for your sales. There are many opportunities. We don't have to restrict yourself to saying, oh, is this all about gender and stereotypes? I mean, how many more such creatives and commercials are we going to see? It's cultural. Some cultures are underrepresented. Equity and iconicity opportunities, which is inclusive comms and content. Content that talks to the every person and not just to the few who just consume you. I could talk only to the men in this audience who put their hands up and say we drink single malt, so I could acknowledge there are a lot of women here who would love the company of a nice beverage, right? And the third one is, it gives you, therefore, to the earlier example I gave, a fantastic recruitment and growth opportunity for your business. That's why this drives the share price. And I'm rapidly running out of time, so I'll quickly talk about Diageo's goals. Creative just won an award at Cannes for JNB, but put out by one of our businesses in Spain, doing fantastic work really. But how do we transform? That's my job, that's my remit, and I have to show that I will actually do this, which is transform my marketing practices to be more progressive. And progressive marketing is a big part of our Society in Progress goals. It's a big part of Sustainable Development Goals for the UN, and therefore it's something that we don't just say we need to do, we've actually put it down in terms of the goals that we want to deliver to. And therefore, what are the must-dos for us, right? First, to learn and understand. Don't be arrogant. Don't think you know it all, or that just because you know one story, it's the story that has to be written. Second, collaborate and create, right? And collaborate probably is the word that comes ahead of the create. Finally, execute and lead. We truly believe we have to start leading in culture. We cannot wait for someone else to tell the story because we need to be safe and we have to be in the bounds of what's acceptable, but not just about that. I'm going to talk a little bit about each of these, a little bit, because I don't have too much time, but there is a lot of thought that we put into how we're going to make the platforms work. I first want to share that we're really proud of the work we've done so far. We've done some phenomenal work globally. There was work that we've done with Guinness in Cameroon that went, again, on really putting out portrayals that frankly were taboo in some parts, or maybe are still taboo in some parts of Africa. We've gone to global stages and on media. We put money behind progressive media. We measure how much of our media goes behind progressive messages and progressive platforms. And also thought leadership. We're doing it by talking to you, by partnering with other people, by doing larger activities like we just did with Johnny Walker and the US women's football team. And that was all about pay parity. So like I said, the voices, the stage, the stories are much larger than just a typical gender stereotype. Our progressive portrayal work, and I'm going to skip this in the interest of time, but our progressive portrayal work basically told us that in the industry, representation was a massive issue, of course, and I'm quickly clicking down, but equally, while some industries, personal care, home care, FMCG, I think have made some terrific strides, overall our own industry, Alco-Bev was actually lagging, yeah? And therefore, you know, we had a burning platform. So we built a framework. We said we're not going to do this by just going out and saying, okay, everyone go out and make ads and celebrate anything and everything. We said we're going to do this in a very, very calibrated manner. And the way we brought it alive is to say, we must deliver on representation, and I'll tell you what that's about, on perspective, right? These are the 4 pieces. On agency and on characterization. All of these are, by the way, examples that you're all very, very familiar with, yeah? So let me tell you about what this is about. I'm going to use some quick and snappy videos to make this come alive so that you don't have to listen to me droning on and on. Representation.
if you're blonde. Wear red if you're a redhead.
Some sun, sea, sunshine. I bet Big Dave looks hot with a towel, right Dave? Yeah, it's time to travel the public. You know you're alive.
Hi, I'm Lucy Edwards, and I see through touch. When my fingers lie through, it's the best feeling.
A bunch of models right in front of me.
Me dá mais presença. Eu fico mais confiante.
Lembrando de você.
Yeah, so that was was a mix and match, but really those are the 4 things that we look at with very clear definitions of what it stands for, what it must achieve, and what it cannot be, which is tokenism. The one thing that we are never going to stand for is tokenism, and to show people, because hey, that one, let me put it globally, Asian face in the frame shows that you had a mixed ethnic audience in a movie. Sometimes you wonder, right, why in those Hollywood film frames there's suddenly this one Asian person who goes out in the back. And you're like, okay, that was tokenism, right? So that's something we won't do. I thought the best way to talk about it is, because I here represent a team of people who passionately believe and deliver to these goals, to show you the work we've done. I mean, why should I even bother trying to explain what we think and what we do and the metrics we're getting to? So I'm going to show you 3 really inspiring pieces of copy. If I leave you with just this, I'll be really happy. The first was on a brand called Black and White. I'm sure you've all heard of it. The second on a brand which is Walkers & Co., which is a larger strategy that we've unveiled on Johnny Walker earlier this year. And the third is on a brand that all of you have known for a very, very long time called Royal Challenge. Let me start
With
the first.
4.8 billion people putting out content every day, we can safely say that in 2023, we are sharing more of our lives than ever. But deeper in-person conversations, we aren't having too many of those. So when Black and White Ginger Ale, a brand that's made for sharing, wanted to make conversations more inclusive, we thought, why not get people to share the way they used to, by going beyond the superficial and getting to know each other better. Introducing Cards for Sharing, a card game that puts everything on the table and brings everyone closer. 42 cards, 42 questions, 42 ways to start a conversation.
Guess what she made me do? She made me a Barbie doll. That was the first time I ever did drag.
From light-hearted to the raw and visceral.
I truly felt helpless. I truly felt that maybe it would be just better if I died. And I did try to commit suicide. Twice, actually.
Every question was crafted to bring empathy and understanding back to our conversations. And every card was designed keeping everyone in mind. We started by playing Cards for Sharing with a diverse group of people. Then, in the true spirit of inclusion, we gave the cards to the world and watched as the conversations unfolded. In the end, all it took was a simple game of sharing to help us realize that we are more alike than we are different.
Right, my time's up. So, should we stop here? Yeah? I mean, is that okay with the organizers? Yeah? All right, I'll just show you these 2 films.
It feels like you want
short one, but it was the collaboration with co-creators from the transgender community, people who were actively across the gender spectrum, progressive voices who changed, for example, things like waste. We had a young entrepreneur who was trying to deal with air pollution at a city level. All of these collaborators came together, and this was a celebration of their work, which, by the way, will continue for a very, very long time. So that's another way of showing progressive portrayal, which is to say the unique progressive voices that talk to progress as a spirit. How do we bring those and how do we build a platform? Walkers & Co is a platform designed to tell the stories of those people and make them.
Bold, I think, is just do what makes you happy without caring about what anybody says or thinks.
So this was progressive portrayal about someone who otherwise would not be seen as a classic model, right? This is about positive body image, which we know is one of the largest issues today confronting youth and teens, on what's a very, very mainstream brand, done in a year where this brand actually beat all metrics on performance. That was last year. So let me tell you that all of this drives business, it drives consumer reappraisal of your brands, and you know what? We all feel so proud when we do work with creators and collaborators like this. Even designing those cards, people were delighted to be a part of a challenge like that, right? So there is a lot of meat, and I'm just going to skip forward to my last closing slide. I had a number of them, but we're also, by the way, partners with the Unstereotype Alliance, with ASCII, and you're going to see more and more of us working as closely as we can with these platforms. And being cognizant of time, I'm going to end over here to say we are not defined by the one, that one consumer profile, that ideal picture. That's what I grew up with, right, as a marketer. This is a pen portrait of your ideal consumer. That is bunkum. There is no ideal consumer. There is a psychographic, there is a taste profile, there could be a sensorial profile, but we are not defined by the one anymore. That's a thought I'd like to leave with all of you for the end of today. Yeah? Thank you. I'm sorry about going over.
Thank you so much, ma'am. If I could request you, please stay on stage. What an inclusive session. Thank you so very much in more ways than one. It was a very, very powerful one. I think we all took a lot away from that. May I now request Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, Chief Revenue Officer, the Hindu Group, to please join us on stage to felicitate ma'am for that wonderful session. A big, big round of applause for Ms. Ruchira Jetli, Chief Marketing Officer, Diageo India. Can you have the presenter on stage? Ma'am and sir.
Thank you. I saw the
and it is now time for a message from our partners.
வருஷம் 300 ஆயாச்சு தலைமுறை பல 100 பார்த்தாச்சு இளமை தெரிக்கும் எங்க ஊரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு
சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு
காலமும் காட்சியும் மாறி போச்சு ஆனா கடற்கரை காதல் இன்னும் மாறலங்க
ஃபில்டர் காஃபியின் சூடும் ஆறல மல்லிப்பூ வாசமும் மாறவில்லை
வந்தாரை வாழ வைக்க மறந்ததில்ல
தார வாழ வைக்க மறந்ததில்லை இந்த மண்ணின் மனசுக்கு வயசேயில்ல
இந்த மண்ணின் மனசுக்கு வயசே தெருவோரம் கிரிக்கெட்டு
கோயம்பேடு மார்க்கெட்டு
எத்தான ஹைகோர்ட்டு
கடை பிஸ்கெட்டு
எம்டிசி டிக்கெட்டு
மெட்ராஸின் மொசாட்டு
சூப்பர் ஸ்டார் கட் அவுட் சல்யூட்
என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு.
You can clap louder than that. There's no clapping jacks here. From sips to snacks, luxurious fragrances to delectable bites, our next brand has got most of the FMCG categories covered. With each brand, they're creating a symphony of quality, innovation, and trust. Get ready to explore the multifaceted universe of ITC, where every brand is a story waiting to be savored and celebrated. Our next speaker will unlock the doors to a captivating realm of brands that go beyond the ordinary with ITC Limited. Please welcome on stage Shivajit Banerjee, Chief Digital Marketing Officer, ITC Limited, to talk about what is Omni-channel experience and why it is important for brand building. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Last session, I hope to keep it on time. Omni-channel, as we speak, is a great strategy. We have consumers at the center. Whenever consumers are at the core of any strategic decision, it always yields significant quantum of positive outcomes. Here is a strategic intervention, a strategic way of working, where we're talking about that every consumer seamlessly will be engaged by brands with relevant pieces of content, crafted for every touch point and consistent enough every time when they engage with you. Now, because there is an angle of relevance, there is an angle of consistency, there is an angle of seamlessness, it's an imperative that it's likely to have significant effect when it comes to brand building, when it comes to commercial outcomes. Some of the stats actually portrays the same. And if you see, it's about shoppers coming back more number of times, average bill values being higher. There's a lot of advocacy that keeps getting built when it comes to an omni-channel way of working, as well as propensity for a consumer to get retained and hence an angle of loyalty. And that's with this entire spaghetti loop like consumer journeys, when you are trying to engage with them at every touch point in the journey, it's likely that you are going to build a stronger brand, a lot more brand love with the way that you are going to work. But having said that, as an FMCG brand and not like a retailer who has an end-to-end view of the consumer, but when you are an FMCG brand like ours, is it really an easy task when it comes to creating an omni-channel kind of a strategy? It's great on a theory. It's great to talk about it, that it creates a lot of effect, a lot of impact, a lot of efficiency in the way you're working and so on. But is it really, really easy way of dealing with it? So if you look at the entire consumer journey today, and I was talking about the spaghetti loop kind of a consumer journey, there is enormous number of journey pieces that we are aware of today that keeps happening, right? But the ability to really create a impact and being able to attribute each of these investments that you do, the engagements that you do with your consumers, is not really very easy, especially when there are broken links. As a brand owner, you have an ability to influence and also harness information, data to influence further, is not always seamless. As the word omni-channel talks about, it talks about being a seamless consumer journey. So at ITC, we have actually imbibed the concept of omni-channel in various places. We have looked at from omni-channel way of inciting. We have looked at it from a consumer care and consumer interaction perspective, of course, commerce and content and brand building. I'll be touching upon a few aspects today in our discussion. To begin with is all about inciting. Now, if I don't understand the consumers, of course, this entire consumer journey, the omni-channel conversations that we are having is futile. So other than the overall traditional way of understanding consumers, there are a plethora of streams of information that are coming into any organization for that matter, for any brand. It's about how do we synthesize that and how do we utilize that further in order to take those important decisions in order to impact the consumer and hence your business through that journey. So just to exemplify that, if you look at it, I've just put down some 6 or 7 such sources. If you look at towards your left, those are the kind of your own digital assets, your own D2Cs. So they're all internal data sets, very, very structured, consumer ID led, PII data led, and so on and so forth. If you look at the third and the fourth bucket, they are quite, so it's crawler based data. You are engaging with organizations who are being able to service your requirements in terms of purchase journeys on different e-com platforms that are happening. And I'm saying end-to-end consumer journeys that are happening on various e-com platforms. But the external data sets, extremely unstructured, aggregated form of informations and data sets. Whereas if you look at the last 3, they're both online as well as offline data sets. Again, extremely unstructured. So social conversations, all of us probably are now listening to consumers on social platforms at a day basis, at an hour basis to understand and take decisions. But most of these again become very aggregated and unstructured. So the question is that is this really an omni-channel way of understanding consumers? You have multitude of sources coming to you, but really is it an omni-channel way of understanding consumers? So what happens at our case is that you build insights. Many of these insights gets validated, revalidated, fine-tuned when you marry all of these. For example, you will probably see that average consumption of sugar is going down per household per month, and that's a purchase panel data. You will look at and say from e-commerce data that are there certain categories in which zero sugar, no added sugar formats are growing or not. You will listen to consumers through social listening and see what are they talking about from a diabetes standpoint. Is it a life stage or is it cutting across life stage where this is happening? So you validate few things. For example, is Jaggery really growing? And then you will marry them to see that what kind of new product development are you going to embark upon, what kind of content strategy are you going to embark upon, and so on and so forth. So yes, it is becoming a singular place through multitude of touch points, but still not truly an omni-channel way of inciting. It's a really difficult task to do that. But having said that, let's look at these three buckets. Commerce, the content ecosystem, and of course, when you're doing all of that, you need to look at personalization at scale. So we'll first marry commerce and personalization, and then content and personalization, and take two examples to exemplify from an omni-channel perspective as an FMCG brand, how do you want to take this and how we are taking this forward. So the first one, when you look at it, it's commerce and personalization, and ITC Store is an example here to explain this point of view. So when you look at ITC Store, which is a D2C platform that we have, there are multitude of touch points for ITC Store. Of course, you have your own website, which is your itcstore.in. You have ITC Store as a seller on ONDC today. You have ITC Store as a seller on your 3P platforms like Amazon and Flipkart. You have ITC Store as an extension out from your brand site. So an Ashirvad or a Bingo or Dermafic will have extended out towards itcstore.in. And then as situations prevail, you will also have a physical touch point like ITC Store on wheels. Now, all these touch points for a shopper with respect to ITC and its brands would send enough number of signals which we would harness, let's say that middle ring that you're calling as customer data hub. And you will reutilize these in order to achieve your acquisitions, retention, experience, you're engaging your consumers, and even to the extent of building loyalty with the consumer. So let's try and understand this a bit. For example, when it comes to acquisition, when people have visited a brand site and they have consumed content on the site, you have been able to harness a lot of high intent consumer audiences. You have looked and you have segmented these consumers. So for example, homemakers, basis our first party data, we would have segmented them into 7 segments or 8 segments. Each segment has some demographic variables, it has deterministic variables and probabilistic variables which you would take, and then finally craft personalized communication in order to acquire consumers for ITC Store. Right? So you've utilized your existing data sets in order to acquire further consumer bases. You would use tools, and these are just tools today. There is something called Use Insider, tomorrow it will be something else. You will use them to finally get consumers, and when the consumer journey starts, and there are few who would add items to the cart, there are few people who would just browse and leave, you will then again craft content, etc., and try to target them. And so on and so forth through the funnel right till the end, where you have been able to create meaningful conversations with shoppers at different touch points, but absolutely seamless, so that the experiences are such that they do not at any point in time feel that it's a off-platform or an on-platform personalization that is at play. Of course, needless to say that there are personalization that happens. You use a lot of DCO in order to arrive at the right set of content which is working for you, vernaculars or personalization by category, and they end up, and we've all seen they end up showing better conversions. And these are few more examples on that. Or when people visit your website, so when they come to engage, and there is something called an engage fragrance finder, and they've shown you their preferences towards a particular kind of fragrance, or they've come to a site called Happy Tummy and they've talked about their digestive health. These further develops and helps you develop further content which you would later utilize to craft content personalized, bringing them or drawing them back to ITC Store. So this is how you would be utilizing your entire content ecosystem, and of course loyalty program which spans across hotels ITC store today and will further get expanded to all our brand sites going forward. So loyalty also becomes a single source from where you will be able to generate a seamless engagement for your consumer base. Moving on, this is on ONDC. So you will try to provide for a similar experience for your ITC shoppers, whether it is on ONDC or on platforms like Amazon and Flipkart, while each of these play very different roles. For example, when you are on, as a seller on Amazon or Flipkart, the core aim is to promote your long tails. Core aim is to build relevant baskets, control discounting, etc. But the way your ITC store is playing a role there is a very different role, but very similar in terms of experiences that you provide for. Moving on, this is ITC store on wheels. We started this during COVID when we ensured that consumers can access their favorite brands at their doorsteps. Today, the same mechanism is used in order to promote long tails as well as new launches and so on and so forth. Moving on, when we are looking at from, and I'm taking an example of Ashirvad multigrain ecosystem, the content ecosystem and personalization. The first step obviously is to understand consumers, personas, etc., etc. Coming to multigrain, multigrain of course is positioned around the space of digestive health and it cuts across life stages. And the idea was to create a thought leadership in this space. And hence what we designed was a common currency called digestive quotient and a lot of content assets around it. This digestive quotient was nothing other than a kind of a survey on the side by which you will be able to give us information through which we will be able to craft relevant communication, relevant solves for you. The usual sets, whether it's ad campaigns, influencers, etc., were used to drive traffic to Happy Tummy. And Happy Tummy is the platform where we had digestive quotient as a test. There were multiple ways in which we wanted to engage with the consumers through this. So it's multiple sources from where you would bring traffic here and you will have multiple routes to further engage with the consumer. So to bring this alive, and this is the a kind of an omni-channel experience that we provided for, whether it's content here, whether it is content and advertisement, whether it's your packs which carry digestive quotient as something that you would, as a QR code, you will scan, you will bring traffic here, and so on and so forth. So at every touch point that you had, you created a reason why people should come to Happy Tummy and engage on this area of digestive quotient. Now, basis this, and these exemplify them further. Basis this, you would, and this is just one example at bottom funnel. Basis this, you will get a score. As you get a score, you get a WhatsApp message giving you a discount coupon, taking you down into the funnel for a conversion. And so this is the entire omni-channel perspective that we are bringing in when it comes to DQ. So again, very, very complex. DQ is a Happy Tummy website. We talked about all of these. There are information bases which moves out from the Happy Tummy website. There are information sets that are coming in. You're triggering experiences through this set of activities that you are doing. Now, while you are creating content, you're also creating content keeping those consumer segments in mind. So for example, you have a sedentary lifestyle versus people who are really proactive in health. And then hence you have created content differently for different life stages or cohorts of consumers. And then, for example, an active health seeker will see this content. And these segments were created basis your first party data as well as what is available as segments on your third party platforms. There will be a chunk of consumers who would still avoid watching your content. You will take them, you will exclude them, and you will show them the next content piece, and so on and so forth. Then move them into the consideration bucket, and then finally into the purchase intent bucket. So that's the campaign funnel that you would be constructing. And not only that, you will be creating very, very curated landing pages. so that if somebody has seen a sedentary lifestyle content, when they land, they actually see a landing page which is curated for somebody who is meant for this sedentary lifestyle. Signals from there move into creating something called what we call as high quality traffic, which is based on time spent, scroll depth, etc. And this is the high quality traffic which we pick up for further retargeting of consumers and shoppers. Now, when people were on your platform, they shared information about their digestive health. You would take up those pieces of information and say there is a chunk of people who consume less fruit, or they are facing stress, or they're drinking less water. So even there, the relevant conversations and communication that you are doing is basis pieces of information they are sharing with you. Hence, trying to make it as seamless as it can, because at every touch point, you're making it extremely relevant for the consumers to engage with your brand, and you are building your happy tummy and your Ashirwad multigrain through that process. We've also built a community around it on Facebook, and today we have around 9,000 odd people on the community who are engaging on different content, different kind of conversations with respect to digestion and gut health. All these, of course, are powered by a central data hub, your first party data hub, and we know what is happening around with respect to cookies and so on and so forth, and this is becoming increasingly important to provide for an omni-channel experience to consumers. And but to make this happen, there is one more enabler beyond the tech stack, etc., is to create a content factory, because if you go to a creative agency, all that they want is to create hero content. Nobody really wants to create content for your website, content for your personalization content, etc. So it was important for us to construct this content to enable content at scale, a concept called the content factory. The other enabler, hence, is this entire touchpoint ecosystem. So we had designed this when we embarked upon the journey of creating a unified consumer experience as a thought, or omni-channel kind of a thought. This is an ITC food portal, which is all about food and content related to that. There is nothing branded about it. There is not a single ITC brand in this. Today there is a community on that called Foodies Only on Facebook. Your food portal is about to get launched. This is the customer data hub, or your first party data center, or the nerve center. There are brand sites, ITC store, and other D2C ITC store. Here is just representing the D2C of ITC. And all of these, of course, powered by Adobe. But the idea behind this is that without this construct, it is very difficult for us to really provide for this uniform, omni-channel, consistent, relevant approach towards building brands. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Banerjee.
Sorry for
not
extending.
at all. Thank you for your time, and could I request you to please be on stage, and could I ask Ms. Preeta Dandapani to please join us on stage to felicitate Mr. Banerjee, who is the Ms. Preeta is of course the AVP ABP network. Ma'am, if you could join us on stage, and a very big round of applause for our last session of the day. But the excitement doesn't end here, my friends. After we replenish ourselves with refreshing beverages and scrumptious snacks, we'll reconvene for the highly anticipated fireside chat, where profound insights and inspirations await. And of course, we will also be unveiling the remarkable winners of the Indian Marketing Awards. We will see you back here, please, in 40 minutes. Thank you so very much.
The silver goes to